Chapter 748, The 8 Extremely Strong Cultivators. Lin Feng landed next to Tang Yuyu and coldly glanced at the crowd. Those who were looking at Lin Feng couldn't help but stumble backwards. They didn't dare look him in the eyes, he was too scary. "Lin Feng, you're very strong. You're almost as strong as me," said Huang Fulong. With his simple mind he hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had turned into a demon. "Not bad," said Lin Feng, nodding at Huang Fulong when he saw that Tang Yuyu was healing her wounds on the edge of the mountain. Even though Huang Fulong wasn't very smart, he was really strong. His evil eyes were twinkling and his body was surrounded by evil energies. The others were still fighting and the battle looked apocalyptic. Lin Feng felt the urge to kill as he watched them. "Lin Feng," said Tang Yuyu, opening her eyes. She could sense Lin Feng's coldness. Even though the stone tablet was restricting the evil energies, they could explode at any moment. After the violence of what happened last time, Lin Feng didn't need to unsheath the evil sword to use the evil energies. Tang Yuyu had hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't turn into a demon. She didn't want him to kill everyone around them without thinking, all because of her. She wanted to see Lin Feng smiling again, just like the little sunshine he had been in the past. Lin Feng saw what Tang Yuyu was feeling, his evil energies weakened. He turned his head and looked at her. She was deathly pale. "Stay next to me, Lin Feng," Tang Yuyu said as gently as possible. Lin Feng shivered. He remained silent and nodded though. His evil energies almost completely disappeared. "Take care of your wounds," said Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu smiled back resplendently and closed her eyes again. Many people were looking at them. Those who wanted to attack forgot about it. Nobody dared offend Lin Feng, otherwise he would turn into a crazy demon again and drown them in another murderous frenzy. It was too dangerous to fight against him. It was better to attack the others who looked weaker. Tian Qishui was also looking at Lin Feng. His strength seemed terrifying when he had turned into a demon. Was Lin Feng using his real strength when he turned into a demon? Without the demon appearance, was he just as amazing? The battles continued for a while. Lin Feng had already killed so many people by himself. Coupled with the other battles, there were only a little more than 20 people left. Nobody dared fight against Tian Qishui, even though she was participating to the battles too. Han Xiuyu, Bai Lishi, the twins Bai Luo and Huang Quan were together. Those 4 people were considered as the strongest cultivators by the crowd. They had the highest chances of being selected to go to the mysterious world. With Tian Qishui, they amounted to 5 people. Then, there were 3 other people who had to be selected. However, it seemed like nobody could offend the young man who had turned into a demon. With the injured girl, Tang Yuyu, and the simple-minded young man who wanted to get married with Tian Qishui, they amounted to 3 people. Therefore, the crowd thus considered those 8 people had the highest chances of being selected. If nobody attacked them, was there any point in continuing the battle? Apart from those 8, there were more than a dozen other fighters left. They couldn't help but glance at each other. They had made great efforts to make it that far. Stopping now would be a waste. "We need to join hands," said someone at that moment. Amongst the others, some of them remained silent while others nodded, but nobody refused. If they didn't join hands, they wouldn't be able to win. They slowly gathered together. Tian Qishui stayed alone. It seemed like the test had nothing to do with her. She was the holy woman of Tianqi. Fighting against her wouldn't be easy. Besides, Han Xiuyu and Bai Lishi were forming 2 one-person groups. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong were protecting Tang Yuyu, thus forming a group of 3 people. The group composed of more than a dozen people. Whom would they fight first? They glanced around looking pensive. Bai Lishui understood both sword and snow and net. He was monstrous strong and difficult to defeat. Han Xiuyu had a very strange book spirit which contained some ancient magic powers. Who knew what tricks he had? Bai Luo and Huang Quan the twins were extremely strong when fighting together. Then, Lin Feng was terrifying, cruel and emotionless when he turned into a demon. Nobody felt like fighting against him. So who could they contend against? "Xiuyu, brother, should we help them?" asked Bai Li Shi. Han Xiuyu smiled and said, "Bai Li, brother, what do you want to do?" "I think that you, me, Tian Qishui, Bai Luo and Huang Quan could go to the mysterious world. Then those 2 could too. But that injured girl should be eliminated, then there would be one more open spot. That group of a dozen people could fight for it." What Bai Lishi meant was that Lin Feng and Huang Fulong were strong enough to go with them to the mysterious world. However, Tang Yuyu was too weak compared to them. She had to be eliminated to make space for another person. Han Xiuyu looked at Lin Feng, shook his head while smiling and said, "It has nothing to do with me." If they wanted to eliminate Tang Yuyu, Lin Feng would fight them. They didn't want to offend him. Being able to go to the mysterious world was enough, the rest had nothing to do with them. Bai Luo and Huangquan also remained silent. They just wanted to save an open spot to the mysterious world for themselves. Just ignore what I said then, said Bai Lishi, shrugging when he saw that the others only cared about themselves. Too troublesome, let's take them down and make the test finish quickly, said the twins, glancing at the group of a dozen people. They were wasting their time now. Han Xiuyu frowned but smiled. I agree, no problem. Ha! Bai Lishi glanced at Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu, then said while smiling, alright, let's go to the mysterious world with them. Then the four of them threw themselves at the group of a dozen people. Snow, said Bai Lishi. Snowflakes started falling from the sky heavily. The big group of people were surrounded. Intellectual dancing swords, said Han Xiuyu indifferently. In his hand appeared an ancient book above which a sword light appeared. He started moving his fingers in his right hand and many rays of sword chi started moving out of his ancient book, rising in the air. They turned into a sharp sword and moved towards the remaining contenders. Let's fight together. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw all those strong cultivators joining hands. They hadn't thought that they would join hands to take them out. That was terrible luck. You have no chance, said Bai Lishi. Snowflakes were falling faster and faster. That large group of people were unable to open their eyes, they couldn't even see their opponents. CRRRR. CRRR, a few sword illusions moved towards the group and then they fell down the mountain. Bai Luo and Huangquan threw themselves at the group of people. Bai Luo's hand descended from the sky and oppressed some people while Huangquan released some deadly chi. Together they defeated 5-6 people. The battle had just started but it ended just as fast as it had started. Those people were not considered the greatest for nothing, they were all extremely strong. Even if they had broken through to the same cultivation layers as those strong cultivators, there was still a huge difference. Just like when Lin Feng defeated cultivators of the same level as him with ease. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th Xianqi layer couldn't withstand a single attack from Lin Feng. If Lin Feng could do it, others could do it too. In the end, Tianqi Shui, Bai Li Shui and the 3 others remained. Chen Yizhen had been killed by Lin Feng, unfortunately. Lin Feng was the odd one out. Nobody could have believed he would make it so far, but he had ended up amongst the 8 final cultivators. Besides, he had managed to get an injured girl through to the end. Nobody had dared attack him in the end. Those 8 people were going to represent the empire of Tianqi in the mysterious world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Man Can Conquer Nature. Chapter 749, Man Can Conquer Nature. The old man slowly rose up in the air and looked at the geniuses at the top of the mountain. He took out some jade stones on which some names were written. Tianqi Shui, Bai Lishi, Han Xiuyu, Bai Luo, Huangquan, Lin Feng, Tang Yuyu, Huang Fulong, said the old man. The jade stones in his hand were twinkling. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu were astonished. Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng were foreigners in Tianqi, however, the old man knew who they were. He had just written their names on those jade stones. How did he know that they were those people? Were those jade stones extraordinary? First, I would like to congratulate you in the name of our empire. Tianqi, you will represent the Tianqi Empire in the mysterious world. Tianqi makes you go through these difficult tests before you go to the mysterious world in order to help you become stronger. However, we also provide you with the best resources. We only have one requirement. Please remember that you are citizens of Tianqi and that everything you do is for Tianqi, said the old man in a solemn and respectful way. Tianqi was going to help them become stronger without asking for anything in return. For Tianqi, having extremely strong cultivators was already an honor. They were content with that. They wanted to encourage and support their cultivators. They wanted their citizens to become extremely strong cultivators. Of course, that would make the empire much stronger too. Everything we do is for the empire, therefore, if you betray the empire or tarnish its image, you will die, said the old man sharply. The Tianqi Empire wanted its citizens to become strong and they went to great efforts to supply them. Therefore, they didn't want anyone to betray them and waste their resources. Those jade stones contain your chi. We will keep them inside the mountain. We won't use it unless you betray us, then we will use it to find you, said the old man. Then he shook his hands and the jade stones moved towards the Tianqi snowy mountain and penetrated into its depths. Ice chi froze them and then they disappeared. Tianqi really seemed like they were going to help those 8 become stronger. That was why they were taking things seriously. To Lin Feng, that was a great thing. That was only a question of status. He had no reason to betray Tianqi anyway. And the philosophy of the empire was really respectable and admirable. Lin Feng had lots of esteem for them. They helped their citizens become stronger, and for them it was an honor because it made their empire strong. There might be a day where they would also become the leaders of the empire. Her blood system is injured, give her this medicine, said the old man while handing a pill to Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, thank you very much. Lin Feng put the pill in Tang Yuyu's mouth. Tang Yuyu swallowed it and opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. That's how you put a pill in somebody's mouth? Said Tang Yuyu furiously. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, are you feeling any better? When she saw that Lin Feng felt sorry, she said, no effect yet, maybe I need to wait for my pure qi to stabilize. Come with me, all of you, said the old man. They jumped forwards towards a snowy mountain. The champions looked excited and followed the old man. Being able to finish amongst the 8 best cultivators of the exam was great. They were going to be instructed by the empire. I can help you, said Lin Feng while supporting Tang Yuyu. He looked expressionless as he jumped forwards and followed the others. In the middle of the snowy mountains, a snowy white silhouette appeared and landed on Lin Feng's shoulders. It was Shui Linglong. She glanced at Tang Yuyu looking timid as she lowered her head. However, Shui Linglong caressed Tang Yuyu's face with her small claws and smiled. That vast snowy mountain chain had an infinite number of mountains, all covered with a pure white snow. The old man was leading the way and was running towards the north. They arrived on a mountain whose top was extremely vast. There were many huge walls there. Besides, there were footprints on the snow too. It seemed like it was much colder there, which made Tang Yuyu shake even more. Lin Feng also felt colder. That mountain was so much colder than the other places. Snowflakes were constantly falling. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed a snowflake. He squeezed it and the snowflake disappeared as if it had never appeared. Lin Feng's hand didn't feel cold either. Illusion. Lin Feng was astonished. That snow was fake. It was an illusion. It wasn't real snow coming from the sky. However, Lin Feng could still feel the coldness in the air. Lin Feng wasn't the only who had discovered that. The others were incredibly talented cultivators as well, and they all gradually discovered that the stone was fake. You noticed? Said the old man. He stopped moving forwards. He then landed on the field. One layer of snow was fake and one was real. The others also stopped and landed on the snow. They found that one layer of snow on the ground was fake while another was real. It was extremely strange. Do any of you know how the snowy mountains of Tianqi were created? Asked the old man. People shook their heads. The Tianqi Empire was covered by snow, extremely cold snow. They all felt cold there, but less as cultivators became stronger. Back in the day, our ancestors came here to practice cultivation in the snow. They were practicing cultivation for 100 years and understood abstruse snow significance. It kept snowing and snowing. That snow gradually created mountains. Gradually those mountains formed mountain chains. That is how the majority of the mountain chains in Tianqi were created. Then the empire became vaster and became like this, said the old man calmly. However, the strong cultivators were still shivering. Really strong cultivators could practice cultivation for 100 years. For an ordinary cultivator, that was half of their life in terms of pure qi. How impressive! In 100 years, snow had piled up and created gigantic mountains. That snow was created by cultivators and not from the sky, whispered Lin Feng. The old man turned his head and looked at Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. Lin Feng understood things very quickly. That young man could use 3 different sorts of intent. He was indubitably extraordinary. Indeed, strong snow cultivators can make snow fall from the sky. Some cultivators can make real snow fall from the sky while others can make fake snow fall from the sky. If it keeps snowing throughout the year, it is because some extremely strong snow cultivators made it fall while practicing cultivation. Explained the old man to Lin Feng, but he was actually talking to everybody. Extremely strong cultivators could use the strength of the sky and make snow rain through the whole year. When I first saw those snowy mountains, I thought they were natural, but I was wrong. Those mountains exist because some extremely strong cultivators could conquer nature and use their strength of natural forces. That is how I came to understand that the snow was artificial, said Lin Feng slowly. The old man's eyes were twinkling. That boy was really smart. Cultivators could conquer nature indeed. We really have to purify that boy's body and clean the evil energies, thought the old man. That young man was so young and could already control 3 different sorts of intent. Besides, he had an extremely strong willpower and determination. He was extraordinary in every way. And Lin Feng had already gone through lots of hardships. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Test. Chapter 750, Test. The old man brought the cultivators to a gigantic snowy area. In front of them were simple huts. They weren't as beautiful as palaces Lin Feng had seen. In the middle of those huts was a single hut which seemed larger than the rest. It seemed like there were people practicing cultivation inside, as if those cultivators were studying something. In front of all those relatively young cultivators, there was a praying mat on which a cultivator was sitting. That middle-aged man was muttering some incantations and the young cultivators were listening. The old man brought the 8 cultivators not far from that hut and said, "Sit down and have a rest." The cultivators sat down. The old man was monstrously strong and had a high social status, but it seemed that in this place, there was somebody with an even higher social status than his own. After a short moment, the one on the praying mat opened his eyes and looked at the 8 cultivators. His eyes were twinkling. It seemed like an ice-cold energy was emerging from his eyes and it cold enough to freeze them to death. Lin Feng immediately moved in front of Tang Yuyu to block that ice-cold energy. Tang Yuyu was still injured and couldn't use pure qi. She couldn't protect herself from external dangers, so he had to protect her. The ice-cold qi reached them and then the 7 cultivators were surrounded by a white snow layer. They were half frozen. A terrifying fire appeared and crackled in the atmosphere. Those who had snow on their bodies saw it disappear, others used different methods to make the ice melt. They were able to see again once the snow melted. They saw the man was walking towards them. "Hunter, you understand me, right?" said the old man while looking at the one who had just come out. The middle-aged man slightly nodded, glanced at the 8 cultivators and said, "Apart from Shui'er, let's look at those 7 people." "Let's start with you," said the middle-aged man while pointing at Bai Li Shi, who immediately stood up, bowed in front of the middle-aged man, and said, "Mister, tell me what I have to do." "Use your full strength to attack me," said the middle-aged man, surprising Bai Li Shi. But he immediately nodded. With just his strength, he couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man anyways. It was just a test to see how strong he really was. Then they would understand his weaknesses. That was a great opportunity, they all had to seize it. Bai Li Shi moved forwards and said, "I don't want to offend you, mister. Use your full strength or you will regret it," said the middle-aged man. Bai Li Shi remained silent and nodded. The middle-aged man had broken through to the Tianqi layer and could make them suffer without moving a single finger. He looked extremely strong. "All right," said Bai Li Shi while taking out the sword he had from his back. It was a snowy white sword which looked ice-cold. Bai Li Shi knew how to use sword in snow intense, and he had broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer. He was extremely strong. He moved and suddenly his sword released some terrifying energy, even more snowflakes invaded the atmosphere. Ice was creeping up his sword. "Double intent, snow and sword," said Bai Li Shi while moving forwards. His sword was like snow, it was twinkling and looked extremely sharp, yet soft and agile like snow. The lights diffused by the sword seemed like they were going to make everyone freeze. "Level 2 sword intent and level 3 snow intent, not bad," said the middle-aged man. The infinity of snow then condensed and shot out with Bai Li Shi's sword, making it freeze. When the sword fell on the middle-aged man, it was already halfway frozen in mid-air. It couldn't go any further. How strong, thought the others. As expected, cultivators of the Xianqi layer couldn't rival with cultivators of the Tianqi layer, including in terms of intent. Shuili Jian is the same type of cultivator as him, he also possesses snow and sword intent. He would be a better teacher for him than myself, said the middle-aged man to the old man. The old man nodded and remained silent. Shuili Jian was a cultivator of the 3rd Tianqi layer, that was enough. He would be a good teacher for Bai Li Shi. As expected, that small test had the purpose of choosing some appropriate teachers for them. It seemed very important to have an appropriate teacher. "Go back," said the middle-aged man to Bai Li Shi. Then, he asked Han Xiuyu to come. Han Xiuyu was ready as they jumped forwards. "Same, use your full strength." "All right," said Han Xiuyu while nodding. His spirit appeared from his back, it was an ancient book. Lin Feng was stupefied, a book spirit. It was like his celestial book spirit. However, it wasn't as beautiful as Lin Feng's celestial book spirit. Lin Feng hadn't used his celestial book spirit for a long time, maybe a new page would appear after breaking through to the Tianqi layer. "Book," said Han Xiuyu. His book moved and arrived in front of him, in suspension in the air. "My book has a sword," said Han Xiuyu in a low voice. A sword appeared in the air. My book has a soul. A light then penetrated into the sword. It seemed like it had its own soul and was emitting buzzing sounds. My book has intent, said Han Xiuyu, and then some monstrously powerful intent penetrated into his sword and emitted whistling sounds. My book has a skill, said Han Xiuyu. He looked exhausted. His sword started swallowing some sharp lights which seemed like they could lacerate the entire atmosphere. That sword started spinning rapidly. It looked like a skill. My book contains the 10,000 things of creation. Upon promulgation, this rule shall be strictly enforced, said Han Xiuyu solemnly. His sword then turned into a beam of light and moved away from the book. In a flash, it disappeared and lacerated the sky. It was astonishing. Ha! The middle-aged man was stupefied and pleasantly surprised. He raised his hand and in a flash some snow froze the sword. However, the sword broke the snow and continued moving towards him. Condense! Shouted the middle-aged man loudly. Some snow and ice started rolling in the atmosphere, but the sword continued moving towards him and pierced through the rolling ice and snow. The middle-aged man raised his head and only then did the sword stop while emitting buzzing sounds. Then it disappeared. How strong! Said the middle-aged man, pleasantly surprised. He then continued, Xuan Chun will be interested in that boy. He also likes researching incredible magic powers. Xuan Chun. The old man was stupefied. Xuan Chun was a cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer. He had white hair and was extremely strange. He was way more powerful than Shueli Jian, and surprisingly, the middle-aged man wanted him to become Han Xiuyu's teacher. He must have considered him to possess extremely high potential. But Han Xiuyu was really extremely strong. Then, it was Bai Luo and Huang Quan's turn. He chose a cultivator of the 2nd Tianqi layer and another one of the 3rd Tianqi layer for them. They were far from being as strong as the teacher chosen for Han Xiuyu. After that, it was Huang Fulong's turn. Huang Fulong came out and looked terribly excited. He was excited about fighting against a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. You know the rule now. You have to be careful. I'm afraid to hurt you. I have never used my snow dragon fist against someone before, said Huang Fulong. That guy. He was crazy. Lin Feng was speechless. He knew that Huang Fulong was insane. He had been bragging about the fact that Tianqi Shui was his wife for a while. Lin Feng had never considered him as a sane human being. If you manage to hurt me, it means that I am less strong than you, said the middle-aged man. He didn't mind the remark. He knew what it was like to be young and hot-blooded. All right, said Huang Fulong while breathing in deeply. In a flash, a terrifying amount of snow rose from the ground, then massive amounts of snowflakes moved in the sky. All that snow moved into his mouth and he swallowed it all. It seemed like the earth and sky had changed. A gigantic snow dragon was rising. What a terrifying power, thought the others, surprised. They were all excited to see what Huang Fulong would be able to do. He had been bragging all the time. He had even fought in front of them, but he had remained relaxed the whole time. He had only used a small part of his strength. Could it be that he really possessed terrifying magical powers? Everybody was impatient to see what he was able to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, Battling Against a Cultivator of the Tianqi Layer. Chapter 751, Battling Against a Cultivator of the Tianqi Layer. Huang Fulong opened his mouth as snowflakes started dancing in the air. A vortex appeared and penetrated into his body. A short moment after, Huang Fulong's body turned into a dragon. Huang Fulong. A dragon illusion. The others' pupils shrank. How strong! It seemed like they had underestimated that insane young man. Even though he wasn't mentally sane, he was still very strong, natural, free and unrestrained. Plus, he really wanted to get married with Tianqi Shui. The dragon illusion on his body entirely covered his real body with snow. Gradually, the dragon chi moved away from his body. The chi was ice cold. That dragon was a brutal and violent snow dragon. Snow Dragon Fist. Ro or R. Huang Fulong jumped forwards and a terrifying, brutal force emerged. There was the snow dragon emerging from his fist chanting the song of the dragons. The snow dragon bared its fangs and showed claws while throwing itself at the middle-aged man. Its violent and brutal chi seemed like it was going to crush him. Stop! Shouted the hunter while raising his hand. Suddenly the atmosphere was filled with snowflakes which bombarded the violent snow dragon. Ro or R. The snow dragon broke through the snow and continued moving towards the hunter. All right. The hunter lowered his head and released a terrifying snow energy which surrounded Huang Fulong's body and froze him. Then the snow dragon weakened a little. "Destroy," said the hunter. The snow dragon faded, melted, and disappeared without leaving a trace. "Not bad. I was almost sent flying backwards," said the middle-aged man while nodding. His eyes were twinkling, he looked pensive. He was thinking of a teacher for Huang Fulong. That guy's chi was extremely brutal and violent. Where did it come from? "Mister, can I practice cultivation with my future wife?" asked Huang Fulong while scratching his head. He looked terribly stupid and didn't possess the brutal and violent energy from before. "Your future wife?" The middle-aged man was confused. Cough cough. Tianqi Shui coughed and her face became rigid. "That bastard. Indeed, it's Tianqi Shui, she is my future wife. I want to practice cultivation with her," said Huang Fulong while giggling and smiling. Tianqi Shui's blood was boiling, she was staring at him coldly. She hated him deeply. "Ha, alright, if you want to you can practice with little Shui," said the middle-aged man while smiling in a radiant way. He found Huang Fulong amusing. Since when was Tianqi Shui going to become his future wife? How come people of Tianqi, didn't know? Huang Fulong was terribly amusing. He was a merry and joyful guy. Whether he would be able to marry Tianqi Shui or not was his own problem. "Thank you, mister," said Huang Fulong sounding extremely excited. He then turned around and looked at Tianqi Shui. She felt like she was going to faint. The hunter looked back at Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu who was leaning against him and said, "It seems like she cannot sit the exam." "Indeed, let her practice with me," said Lin Feng. "No problem, come here," said the middle-aged man while nodding. Lin Feng seemed ice cold, he seemed so much colder than the others. He seemed like he was a stranger to everyone else. He was wondering how strong Lin Feng was now. Lin Feng stood up and slowly walked towards the middle-aged man. His steps were light but seemed heavy, which made the middle-aged man frown. Lin Feng's temperament wasn't like that of the others. He looked glum, hurt, and evil, as if he was about to explode at any moment. "Just like the others, use your strongest attack to attack me," said the hunter. "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. A metallic sword sound spread in the air as a blood chi invaded the atmosphere. It was ice cold and seemed like it wanted to slaughter anything in its way. It was his bloodthirsty sword twinkling and diffusing a red light in the atmosphere. It seemed like the chi of weeping deceased people were in that sword. How many people had died by that sword? This time, Lin Feng wanted to get one of the best teachers possible. Therefore, he decided to use the sword. The chi became oppressive in the air, his bloodthirsty sword was emitting whistling sounds, the chi was becoming colder and colder. Lin Feng wasn't considering this exam as a real exam, instead, he considered that battle as a battle to death. He wanted to kill his opponent. That was the only way for him to really take things seriously and deploy his full strength. It had to come from the depths of his heart and soul. The hunter frowned, he was realizing that he didn't look like a hunter in front of Lin Feng looked like a real hunter. He was firmly holding his sword and seemed like he was hunting some prey. His face was filled with murder. The hunter already had a good impression of Lin Feng at that moment. Unlike the others, Lin Feng was using his heart. He wasn't taking this as an exam, instead, he was facing an enemy. Those ice-cold pupils were making the hunter feel a bit uneasy though. A terrifying sword chi started spreading in the air and revolving at incredible speeds. The crowd looked anxious and were breathing heavily, some terrifying sword intent started rising up in the air. Level 1, 2. 5 sword intent. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 5. What a terrifying sword. A black fire then ignited on his sword, that fire was pitch black, like death. Lin Feng's entire body turned into a sword, he was in fusion with his sword. His sword was Lin Feng was a sword. Die! Finally, Lin Feng shouted. He released all of his sword chi and used his 9 days wind chi agility technique. He immediately disappeared from his initial position and his sword, which was red like blood, moved towards the middle-aged man with incredible speeds. The middle-aged man frowned, how fast? Lin Feng was using wind intent too. Snow! Shouted the middle-aged man furiously. Some rolling sounds spread in the air, snow condensed and blocked the way. However, that red sword continued moving as it pierced through the snow. The black fire melted the snow instantly, the sword hadn't been influenced at all. The middle-aged man jumped back, it was the first time during the tests. Lin Feng's sword was too fast. Stop! A terrifying pure chi appeared in the air. It was pure snow chi. It was extremely cold as a layer of ice appeared around the red sword. CRRRRR. Lin Feng's sword was obliquely moving forwards, fire kept burning. The snow melted again. Lin Feng inclined his body sideways and moved like the wind. The red light diffused by the sword was dazzling. Lin Feng wasn't sitting an exam, he was fighting for real. Fire intent, whispered the middle-aged man. He looked more and more surprised. The old man in the distance was smiling. He had already anticipated that move. The hunter was just there for a test. He understood geniuses. He had seen many geniuses in Tianqi and had taught many of them too. He was the most qualified to choose the most appropriate teachers for those geniuses. Even though he wasn't very strong, he looked ferocious. He had always protected Tianqi and worked for the empire. He had seen a myriad of geniuses and all those he had seen today satisfied him. Interesting. The middle-aged man raised his hand and released some snow intent. A terrifying snow chi moved towards the sword in Lin Feng. The bloodthirsty sword was covered by ice, as well as Lin Feng's hand. Go back. A heavy physical strength moved towards Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword and the middle-aged man smiled. Break. Lin Feng made the strength of the Haruka rotate in his body and the ice broke. Die. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He looked extremely violent as his face was filled with murderous intentions. His bloodthirsty sword diffused dazzling red lights again. He really seemed like he wanted to kill the middle-aged man. Ha! The middle-aged man was stunned. He fused together with the snow and moved back. Lin Feng's sword was now descending from the sky. Rising wind. Lin Feng moved like an illusion and released some terrifying killer chi. The middle-aged man's eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. Ice and frost appeared from his hand and abruptly condensed, then the sword crashed onto his hand. Let go of it! Shouted the middle-aged furiously as some snow immediately froze Lin Feng's hand and sword. It seemed like Lin Feng was going to drop his sword. However, he didn't let go of his sword. His sword started rotating as he released some terrifying fire intent which made a layer of snow and ice melt. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A terrifying red light emerged from the sword and arrived in front of the hunter's body. The hunter's pupils shrank as he backed away. He definitely wanted to dodge that attack. Go! The middle-aged man released his full strength, forcing Lin Feng's body violently backwards. The middle-aged man's hand danced with the snowflakes in the air. A black hair was in his hand. The middle-aged man looked at the black hair in his hand, raised his head, and looked back at Lin Feng who was still holding his sword. Lin Feng was a sword cultivator. If Lin Feng was there, his sword was there. A magnificent smile appeared on his face when he faced that young man. Lin Feng was a real cultivator. He wanted to become a monstrously strong cultivator, a cultivation god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, Frozen. Chapter 752, Frozen. Very good, you are outstanding, said the hunter, smiling in a warm and friendly way. He didn't continue to battle against Lin Feng. He had seen enough. Lin Feng hadn't even thought of giving up in front of a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Besides, the hunter had had to use his full strength to secure his win. Lin Feng had terrifying natural abilities, 3 different sorts of intent, and he was extremely determined. Lin Feng hadn't disappointed him, on the contrary, he had pleasantly surprised him. Tianqi Shui's eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng's strength had exceeded her expectations. He was incredibly strong. He could control 3 different sorts of intent even. No wonder he was so proud and arrogant. At least, he was arrogant in her eyes. Some people were pulling a long face, by Li Shi for example. He had been the first one to sit the exam and it seemed like he was quite weak when compared with the others. Han Xiuyu had been better than him, Huang Fulong had been too. Lin Feng had been way more incredible than him. Hunter, what do you think? Asked the old man, stepping forwards. He had appointed Shui Lijian as Bai Li Shi's teacher, Xuanshun as Han Xiuyu's teacher, and now he had to find a teacher for Lin Feng. I'm bringing him to see someone, said the hunter to the old man. The old man narrowed his eyes which were twinkling. He smiled and said, all right, please do. You can show them where to go. Just leave him to me. All right, said the old man while smiling, looking at the group of people. Everybody understood that they had to follow the old man. The old man was going to bring them to their teacher, extremely strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Everybody glanced at Lin Feng as he was leaving. They were curious to know where he was going to go. After they all left, Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu, as well as Xue Linglong, were still there. "Come with me," said the hunter while nodding at Lin Feng. They went into the depths of the snowy mountains. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu were following the hunter, Xue Linglong was on Lin Feng's shoulders. Together, they were traveling across the immensity of the snowy region. They passed by some pavilions and palaces, and then they arrived in a vast snowy desert. Snowflakes kept falling from the sky. It seems like the region was even colder than where they were before. Those snowflakes were as big as goose feathers. Tang Yuyu was feeling extremely cold, she couldn't help but shiver. What a monstrous ice chi! Any ordinary cultivator would have frozen. In front of them, not so far away, was a black dot that looked like a house. Lin Feng didn't ask anything, he took out a changpao from his jade ring and put it on Tang Yuyu's body. At the same time, he released some pure chi which rolled in the air and rotated around Tang Yuyu's body to wipe the ice and snow off her. The small house was closer and closer. In front of the house was a small snow bridge, it was about 10 meters long. It was crossing a precipice so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. For cultivators, 10 meters was similar to the length of one step. That bridge didn't seem that long to them, however, putting a bridge in front of that small house just seemed to be a way to embellish the landscape. As if that bridge had been leading to another world. How cold! Lin Feng tapped his body to wipe some ice off. It was even colder when they crossed the bridge. The atmosphere was still filled with ice and snowflakes. The ice energy falling on his body was piercingly cold. Tang Yuyu's face was red, she was breathing with difficulty. Lin Feng released even more sun chi and grabbed Tang Yuyu's hand. He was transmitting some hot energy into her body. Tang Yuyu was suddenly surrounded by sun chi, protecting her body from the cold. The one who looked the most indifferent was Xue Linglong on Lin Feng's shoulder. She was calmly lying there with her beautiful little eyes looking at the small house, she looked pensive. The hunter slowly walked forwards and arrived at the front of the door of the small house. He slightly opened it and bowed, "Teacher." "Teacher," Lin Feng was surprised, that person was the hunter's teacher. He had brought him to his own teacher. "Bring that girl back across the bridge, to another place. She can't stay here, it's too cold. She needs to recover and only then can she approach," said a voice coming from inside the house. The hunter slightly nodded and looked at Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu was being protected by Lin Feng, otherwise, she couldn't survive. Besides, she was injured, it was even worse for her to stay there. "I will bring you back," said Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu. Then he brought her back to the other side of the bridge as well as Xue Linglong. It really was way too cold next to the house. Even Lin Feng, who was extremely strong, had to use pure chi to wipe the ice off. After bringing Tang Yuyu to the other side, he went back to the small house and calmly waited outside at the entrance. The hunter was also standing there and remained silent. Both of them looked like they were listening to the sound of the ice. Phew phew, the wind was gently blowing. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying coldness on his body. Inside the house a white illusion appeared. That silhouette looked like an illusion. That person's body was barely visible, it actually looked like an aura. A soul, thought Lin Feng stupefied. It was a soul. How cold, thought Lin Feng suddenly, he could sense a terrifying ice chi. Then he saw that silhouette and some subtle sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng was starting to freeze. The wind started blowing much more violently, a terrifying ice chi started rolling towards Lin Feng. It was the illusion, it grabbed Lin Feng's body. He could only sense the piercing coldness penetrate into his body. Boom! A terrifying pure chi emerged, however, that person's silhouette continued moving towards him. Crackling sounds were spreading in the air. Lin Feng was freezing, he was unable to do anything to stop it. That coldness made his face feel like it was being stabbed. And on top of that, the coldness was getting nearer and nearer. Sword! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A terrifying sword intent emerged and broke the ice. Then the ice exploded into pieces. However, the ice wasn't broken enough, and another layer appeared around his body. Lin Feng was moving with more and more difficulty. Fire! A terrifying fire ignited, sword and fire intent invaded the atmosphere. Useless, everything was useless. No matter what Lin Feng did, the terrifying ice energy kept getting nearer. Lin Feng was about to turn into an ice block. Only his face was outside, the rest of his body had turned into an ice statue. Freeze! Said the illusion. Some crackling sounds spread in the air, and slowly Lin Feng's face started freezing too. Lin Feng had turned into an ice statue. Lin Feng! Said Tang Yuyu on the other side of the bridge. She immediately stood up and stared at Lin Feng, even though she was injured. What was going on? Why was Lin Feng frozen? She couldn't see the soul. She could only see that Lin Feng had suddenly turned into an ice statue. How cold! Lin Feng was still conscious. He wanted to release some strength and break the ice, but he was unable to move. He felt like he had no strength anymore. He had the feeling that his life was extremely fragile. A face with a smile appeared in front of him, as if that person had been making fun of him because he was too weak. The terrifying ice energy paralyzed Lin Feng. His blood started freezing, it even stopped flowing. He couldn't make the pure qi flow in his body anymore. His entire body and organs were about to freeze. If his blood and pure qi stopped flowing, his life would stop. Am I going to die? Thought Lin Feng, looking at that terrifying face in front of him. He had the feeling that he was an immensely fragile human being. He was so weak. He hadn't even been able to withstand a single attack. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, Making the Demon Pure. Chapter 753, Making the Demon Pure. Teacher! Cried out the hunter in alarm. He was scared. What was his old teacher doing? The illusion ignored the hunter. He moved towards Lin Feng and continued freezing him. Lin Feng's blood and pure qi were freezing as well as his soul. How cold! How cold! Lin Feng's eyes were frozen too. They were closed at that moment. Maybe he was dying. No. I cannot die now. Thought Lin Feng, trying to make his heart continue beating. He couldn't die. He had so many things to do. If he died, Shuiyu would be doomed, his parents would be in great danger, Mengcheng would be alone and abandoned. He had to kill some people, he had to get his revenge. Those who used to despise him and were a threat to his family and friends had to die. How could he die and leave them alone in that world? He still had to become a stronger cultivator. He was hoping to be able to control his destiny and protect his friends and family members. Lin Feng was trying to stay conscious, he was gnashing his teeth with the determination to live. However, Lin Feng was completely frozen at that moment. That coldness might make him fall asleep for the eternity. He was still alive, but perhaps he was going to freeze alive. He couldn't do anything anymore. Lin Feng opened his eyes again and looked at the face in front of him. Flames of fury were burning in Lin Feng's eyes. Those eyes looked like the eyes of a furious ghost. His blood was about to stop flowing as well as his pure qi. Lin Feng's ice-cold eyes gradually started looking desperate and hopeless. Am I dying? Thought Lin Feng. His voice, even in his head, sounded extremely weak. His eyes gradually closed themselves again. Some tears even appeared. He wasn't crying because he was afraid to die, but because he was afraid of what would happen after his death. While he gradually closed his eyes, he could see Mengcheng in his thoughts, such a pure and holy-looking woman. He could see her smile, which was more resplendent than the sun. He could also see his parents, or Duan Xinyi, looking desperate. He could see Tang Yuyu, who seemed to be weeping. Finally, Lin Feng saw nothing anymore, his eyes were closed and he would never be able to open them again. Am I dead? That was Lin Feng's last thought. He was not resigned to die, and after that thought, his consciousness vanished. He died. After a very long time, which seemed like another century, Lin Feng suddenly regained conscious. It seemed like he had just remembered something and his eyes abruptly opened themselves. In front of him, snowflakes were still falling from the sky. It was extremely cold, but it was also extremely beautiful. I didn't die, whispered Lin Feng. The sound of a little moaning creature resonated in his ears. He then saw Mengcheng jump onto his chest and lie down. She just calmly lied down on his chest. Mengcheng, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile on his face. Mengcheng was proof that he was still alive. He had regained consciousness. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Tang Yuyu sitting on the ground next to him. It seemed like her injuries had almost been healed, she was now able to resist to the cold. Besides, she didn't look burnt by the ice like before. You woke up, said Tang Yuyu with a sweet smile on her face. She moved and a mark appeared from where she had been sitting. Considering the depths of the mark, it seemed like Tang Yuyu had been sitting there for a very long time without moving. What's going on? I didn't die, said Lin Feng, looking surprised. On that day, he had had the impression that he had died, that he had frozen to death. You died once, said a voice at that moment. A silhouette slowly came out of the small house. In front of Lin Feng appeared the one who had killed him, But he didn't look like a murderer anymore. He looked calm, indifferent. One couldn't even see how strong he was at that moment. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw him. That person had killed him. "How is the feeling of death?" asked the old man while smiling. He was white from head to foot. "Not pleasant at all," said Lin Feng, sounding a bit cold. That feeling could only be described that way. He had felt desperate and hopeless. The feeling couldn't be described with words. "That's absolutely normal. Our world is cruel. Only those who have experienced death know how to enjoy life. On the path of cultivation, one has to go through hardships and experience the harshest difficulties of life. You never know, you might be the next one to die on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng, you have gone through death. Now that you have died once, don't you have the feeling that you understand things better?" asked the old man in the snowy white Shan Pao in a gentle voice. Lin Feng was a bit surprised and coldness somewhat disappeared from his face. Death wasn't something that people could imagine. They couldn't understand everything after dying once either. Life was the same, life and death, those two words weren't as simple as they sounded. However, dying really was a way of reaching another world. After having died, Lin Feng had penetrated into a new dimension of life. At the moment of death, Lin Feng had many thoughts flowing in his head, and many persons. It seemed like he had understood many things, as if he had reached a higher level of maturity and wisdom. You have to open your heart. Breaking through to the 9 Qian Qi layer is difficult, and then it is even harder to break through to the Tian Qi layer. They asked me to help you get rid of the demon in your body. However, I can't do that. Everything depends on you, you can only rely on yourself. The evil force which has invaded your heart is there because you made it come, and the only one who can make it leave your body is yourself. If you have the demon in your heart but don't let it invade you, you are not evil. In such circumstances, why would you need to expel it? You don't need to ask yourself if you will have a clear consciousness or not, even if you have the demon in your heart, so what? Some people can annihilate millions of others at once if they are infuriated. They make the world turn into a river of blood, but they don't turn into demons. Actually, their heart is pure. This is because they stick to their initial intentions. They learn how to understand their own self, then the demon can turn into a pure tool," said the old man, in a snowy white Shan Pao slowly. Lin Feng's heart was shaking. What the old man was telling him was very similar to what Yan Yu Pingsheng had told him in the past. It was just a bit deeper. If one had a clear consciousness, they could slaughter the common people without turning into a demon. And that demon could be transformed into a holy and wise tool. Lin Feng's cold chi seemed to have faded a lot. He stood up and bowed in front of the old man in the snowy white Changpao while saying, "Thank you, mister, for your explanations. Don't mention it. You died once and now you understand yourself much better now. You don't need me to teach you anything, I cannot be your teacher. Strong cultivators can give you skills and agility techniques, but extremely strong skills and agility techniques are limited. After breaking through to a specific cultivation level, the most important thing is to understand cultivation, to understand our world. In order to progress on the path of cultivation, you must study and understand. Therefore, I don't need to teach you anything else, you have to try and think about those things clearly first," said the old man in the Changpao. He then slowly turned around and moved back into the small house. Lin Feng looked pensive and then smiled. He hugged Shui Linglong, threw her up in the air and caught her again. She bared her fangs and extended her claws. She was excited. Tang Yuyu was calmly watching Lin Feng teasing Shui Linglong, and then smiled in a sweet way. Lin Feng looked like the Lin Feng she had always known. After a short moment, Lin Feng put Shui Linglong back down onto the ground and looked at Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu lowered her head and slightly smiled. She shivered, she only sensed Lin Feng's hand on her face. It was such a sweet, pleasant, and warm feeling. Tang Yuyu raised her head and saw Lin Feng. "I'm fine. You have to remember to take care of yourself," said Lin Feng in a gentle, warm voice. He was smiling with resplendence. Surprisingly, Tang Yuyu wanted to cry. She had sometimes followed people out of her hometown but had rarely thought of those excursions to be really worth it. This time, it was really worth it. "Stop talking now, I think I am about to break through to the next cultivation layer," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he pulled his hand away from Tang Yuyu's face, closed his eyes and penetrated into a state of meditation. Tang Yuyu was speechless. Lin Feng was about to break through to the 9th Qian Qi layer? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, 9th Qian Qi layer. Chapter 754, 9th Qian Qi layer. Lin Feng was of the 8th Qian Qi layer. However, he could easily defeat ordinary cultivators of the 9th Qian Qi layer, including those at the top of the 9th Qian Qi layer. Last time, he had fought against Di Ling, who had broken through to the 9th Qian layer. Di Ling had even used his firmament blood spirit, and his cultivation strength had increased to the very top of the 9th Qian layer. Di Ling was monstrously strong. However, he had still lost against Duan Wudao and Lin Feng, then Duan Wudao had also lost against Lin Feng. That was extremely rare. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Qian layer, and cultivators of the Qian layer who could defeat him were almost inexistent. If Lin Feng broke through to the 9th Qian layer, apart from cultivators of the Tian layer and above, the others wouldn't be able to defeat him. Tang Yuyu smiled in an impatient way. She was excited. She was impatient to see Lin Feng in the mysterious world. Was it going to be a wonderful experience? Those who were going to the mysterious world were all incredible heroes. Lin Feng was going to be surprised. After Lin Feng penetrated into a state of meditation, snowflakes kept floating in the air and falling onto his body. Some flames started burning around Lin Feng's body. They were slowly undulating. Then the snowflakes around Lin Feng's body started melting, and then they completely disappeared as if they had fallen onto the sun. Those snowflakes contained a terrifying ice chi. It wasn't a pure and unaltered snow. Lin Feng was extracting and absorbing the essence of the pure chi snow. That pure chi was even making his fire become stronger. His fire was becoming more and more ardent. Lin Feng was surrounded by a resplendent and scorching hot fire. A sun pattern appeared on his body. It was dazzling. It also looked like the sun in the sky, to a certain extent. Some rays of sunlight emerged out of his body and shot towards the sky. It seemed like he wanted to destroy all the snow that was in the sky. It was as if he had had the ambition of making his own rays of light connect with those from the sun, but he had to find a way through the pure whiteness of the atmosphere. Those rays of light turned into a light beam which was getting brighter and brighter. It was dazzling. On the snow a magnificent and gorgeous red light was refracting. It was very beautiful. However, it wasn't that easy to pierce through that immense ocean of pure whiteness. That light beam was stopped at some point and was unable to move forwards. 1 day, 2 days. And 9 days later, the light beam finally broke through the infinite whiteness of the sky and reached the sun. A dazzling light appeared in the sky and the sun started shining upon Lin Feng's body. Many people who were in the mountain chain looked at the sky and realized they were in the Tianqi Empire and could surprisingly see the sun. What was that sorcery? There is a Zun cultivator in Tianqi who practices sun skills? Whispered someone. That person couldn't understand. However, the snowy mountains of Tianqi were so numerous, they didn't know all of the Zun cultivators of the empire. Even if that was very strange, nobody had ever said that the Tianqi Empire only accepted snow cultivators. Fire cultivators were welcomed. That skill had pierced through the immense pure whiteness of the atmosphere and was fusing together with the sun. It was actually absorbing the resplendence of the sun. It was probably an incredibly powerful sun skill. After being surprised, the crowd got back to their own things or continued practicing cultivation. Nobody knew that the one who was absorbing the resplendence of the sun was a young man sitting cross-legged in front of a small house with his eyes closed. The snowflakes in the air were going insane and moving chaotically in all directions. Then they penetrated into Lin Feng's body and disappeared. Around where Lin Feng was sitting, there was no more snow because he had swallowed it all. Tang Yuyu and Shui Linglong were a bit far from Lin Feng because the chi he was releasing was too hot. It was even more powerful than the chi the snow in the air contained. Tang Yuyu and Shui Linglong had the impression that they were burning on a stake next to Lin Feng. I really wonder where he gets all those skills and techniques, thought Tang Yuyu while shaking her head. The snow melted and even the snow in the small house melted. A terrifying fire was burning all around Lin Feng's body. His chi was also gradually becoming stronger. He's about to break through to the 9th Qian layer, thought Tang Yuyu astonished. He had died and his thoughts and power of understanding had changed. It seemed like he had understood some mysteries of life. He only needed to swallow some insane chi of the earth and sky. When a stream was formed, a river appeared. Boom boom. Immediately after, his terrifying fire rose up in the air and it seemed like all the snowflakes in the air were going to disappear. That ray of sunlight was even more dazzling than before. Lin Feng's sun was dazzling to the eyes. It was painful to look at him practice cultivation. Some crackling sounds spread in the air. It was the world was starting to crackle. Lin Feng had understood something deep and profound. He opened his eyes and a terrifying fire emerged out of them. It seemed like his eyes were like 2 fireplaces, filled with a terrifying fire. That brazier was insane and seemed extremely violent. Lin Feng smiled. He had broken through to the 9th Qian layer. Just like the old Zun cultivator in the snowy white Chang Pao had said, after experiencing death, he had understood things about himself which he didn't know before. He knew what he really needed to do and what he wanted to do in life. Lin Feng had broken through to the next Qian layer. Lin Feng stretched his hand and around dazzling sun fire slowly burnt in his hand, emitting small and subtle sounds. The fire contained a terrifying burning potential. Besides, Lin Feng could sense that his skill was getting closer and closer to becoming a great sun skill. Now, cultivators of the 9th Qian layer would be terrified in front of his fire. Those whose cultivation level was inferior to that of the 9th Qian layer would burn like ants under a magnifying glass. The old man in the Changpao slowly came out of the small house and looked at Lin Feng, whose fire almost looked real. He slightly nodded. That fire was sun fire. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng's skills were that powerful. Besides, that sun skill contained some fire intent. Lin Feng's power of understanding was terrifying. After dying, he had improved his cultivation level. In such circumstances, Lin Feng would also easily break through to the Tianqi layer, provided that he didn't let the demon invade his heart again. With the demon, he would never break through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng, do you want to study some incredible fire skills? Asked the old man in the snowy white Changpao. Lin Feng was first surprised and then immediately nodded. Why not? If he had the occasion to improve his cultivation level, why not? He wanted to become stronger. Alright, I will bring you to someone else. Your two friends can stay here and practice cultivation, said the old man. Lin Feng looked at Tang Yu and Shui Linglong, who nodded back to him. Shui Linglong was adorable and obeyed Lin Feng. Thank you, mister, said Lin Feng, nodding to the old man. The old man was a Zun cultivation and had helped him break through to the next cultivation layer. Lin Feng was extremely grateful. Now, he was going to bring Lin Feng to see one of his friends. Zun cultivators' friends were also Zun cultivators. Let's go, said the Zun cultivator. In a flash, some snowflakes condensed and moved in the air. Lin Feng jumped in the air and landed on that snow rug, then followed the old man. This time, Lin Feng was realizing how huge the mountains of Tianqi were. There were huge snowy peaks everywhere. The two of them were moving at incredible speeds. After a short time, they stopped in the air above a small house. It looked very simple. Then a silhouette rose up in the air. Mr. Shui, I saw that someone was practicing some fire skill over there. I knew that you were going to come, said that person who was wearing a fire Changpao. He was surrounded by fire too. He looked at Lin Feng with his eyes filled with flames. Don't tell me that this little boy is able to attract the fire of the sun, said the old fire Zun cultivator while staring at Lin Feng. The latter had the impression that a scorching hot fire was about to ignite on his body. The old man, in one glance, could make people feel like they were going to burn. Lin Feng understood that the old man was precisely an extremely strong Zun cultivator who was an expert at fire cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, The Annoying Zun Cultivator. Chapter 755, The Annoying Zun Cultivator. The Zun cultivator's fire was rotating around his body. Lin Feng was so young and had already broken through to the 9th Qian layer. Do you think that I was the one who used sun fire? Said the old man in snowy white Changpao while laughing. The fire cultivator looked at him and said, So it's you. What the hell are you talking about? Are you a moron or what? Said the old snow cultivator rudely, which astonished Lin Feng. Those cultivators were Zun cultivators. They were extraordinary. They didn't belong to the normal world anymore. However, they were two old men at the same age, but they were acting like little boys. Maybe in front of other people they showed one side of their personality, but that between them they were normal people. Actually, they were also people, just extremely strong ones. The fire cultivator didn't doubt about his friend's words. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng pleased. You practiced a sun skill, right? Indeed, said Lin Feng while nodding. It was almost impossible to hide anything from a Zun-level cultivators. Release your full fire intent, show me, said the old fire cultivator. The snow cultivator took a few steps backwards, leaving some space. Lin Feng nodded as a terrifying sound started spreading in the air. A monstrous fire invaded the atmosphere and moved around furiously. It was rotating and roaring. It seemed like it could burn everything. The snowflakes in the atmosphere were melting slowly. That fire was moving like waves in the fire cultivator's direction. The fire cultivator was surrounded by Lin Feng's flames. However, he was just standing there in the middle of that fire. He was calmly bathing in that fire. That fire was extremely far from being able to do anything to him. He was absolutely unaffected. The fire was even weakening next to him. 9th Qian layer, Cosmos Burning Sun Skill, Level 3 Fire Intent. Even though you are talented, you are not strong at all. said the old fire cultivator while sensing that subtle chi. Immediately after, he shook his head. He wasn't satisfied. Why had Mr. Shui brought such a young man to him? A Tian-level cultivator could take care of him, that was definitely enough. He didn't care if Mr. Shui was his friend and had introduced him. It was all the same to him. He didn't feel like teaching a young man such as Lin Feng. What you mean is that you are not willing to become the teacher of the young cultivator I brought to you? Said the snow cultivator mockingly. The fire cultivator was surprised by his interlocutor's tone of speech, puzzled. He didn't understand what it meant. You brought him here, you want me to teach him things. I am convinced that you taught him a few things too though. His cultivation isn't mysterious at all. Initially, he had the strength of the 8th Xianqi layer, now he has broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer. Could it be that you are the one who helped him break through to the 9th Xianqi layer? Asked the fire cultivator. There was a huge difference between the 8th and the 9th Xianqi layer. Besides, level 3 fire intent also meant something completely different between a cultivator of the 8th and 9th Xianqi layer. If Lin Feng had just broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer, it also meant that his intent would increase soon too. Maybe his fire intent would soon be level 4, that would be terrific. Stop talking shit, I am asking you if you want him as a student or not. Said the snow cultivator, upsetting the fire cultivator. He remained silent and said, Mr. Shui, reply to my question. Lin Feng, it seems like he doesn't appreciate us so we'll leave. I will introduce you my friend Jianfeng Zi. Said the snow cultivator while waving, he sounded proud. Immediately after, he rose up in the air and started leaving with Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed a distance of 1 kilometer. Jianfeng Zi? The fire cultivator was stupefied. He jumped in the air towards them, chased them, and said, Mr. Shui, tell me precisely what's going on. Why would you go and see Jianfeng Zi? The fire cultivator had prevented them from moving forwards. Jianfeng Zi was insane, he only liked swords and didn't like people. His sword was his sweetheart, his wife. Mr. Shui wanted to introduce Lin Feng to Jianfeng Zi. Could it be that Lin Feng understood swords too? You are unfriendly, you can stay here alone, let us pass. Said the snow cultivator sounding impatient. No, said the fire cultivator. If I don't accept him as a student, do you really think that Jianfeng Zi will? So you're really curious to see what he can do? Said the snow cultivator. Then he looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, Lin Feng, open his eyes, make him regret his constant humiliations. You know that the region is huge, there isn't only one Zun cultivator here. I can find other friends for you. A's. Lin Feng was stupefied. Those two Zun cultivators were arguing. Their tongues were sharp. In the past, he used to think that Zun cultivator were like deities. Now, he was seeing two Zun cultivators arguing and had the impression that they were normal people. However, he still worshipped them for their cultivation level. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. In a flash his entire body turned into a sharp sword, whistling sounds were spreading everywhere in the sky. Then he released some terrifying sword intent too. The fire cultivator was astonished, he even moved back. That sword intent was swift and fierce. Level 5 sword intent. Said the fire cultivator looking astonished. Level 5 sword intent. Besides, it was extremely ripe. It meant that Lin Feng had been using it for a long time already. He had probably learnt it when he was still of the 8th Xianqi layer. When he still had the strength of the 8th Xianqi layer, he could already use level 5 sword intent and level 3 fire intent. That was much stronger than being at the 9th Xianqi layer and only having level 3 determination. You guessed right, at the beginning when we met, he had only broken through to the 8th Xianqi layer. And then he broke through to the 9th Xianqi layer. Said the snow cultivator. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng and said, continue to surprise him. Lin Feng understood what the old man meant. His sword intent disappeared and in a flash a hurricane started sweeping away in the atmosphere. His body turned into an illusion and started dancing in the wind at incredible speeds, like an illusion. His entire body seemed to be in fusion with the wind. In a flash, Lin Feng made a gigantic loop and came back to his initial position. The wind disappeared, however, the fire cultivator was astonished. Level 2 wind intent. Lin Feng could understand 3 different sorts of intent. Lin Feng must have started practicing sword cultivation at the very beginning. Therefore, his strong point is sword cultivation. Then he must have started learning sun skills that he found coincidentally. Then, he must have started studying wind cultivation. Said the snow cultivator indifferently. Then he jumped forwards and said, alright old man, you don't like us so we're going to see Jianfeng Zi. He will probably be happy to see us. Now, move away. Wait, said the fire cultivator hastily, not letting them leave. He then smiled and said, "It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Shui, it's my fault. Who said I didn't like you? Let's go back together." "No need," said the snow cultivator while shaking his head. "You are unfriendly and rude. We will go and see Jian Fengzi, he will probably be more polite. He won't let us wait outside and then be rude and block our way." The sun cultivator wanted to insult the snow cultivator. That bastard. He was playing with him. Isn't it all due to a misunderstanding though? Even though he wanted to insult the snow cultivator, the fire cultivator was smiling. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, am I wrong? Your sword intent is level 5, with your great cosmos burning sun, your fire intent could also reach level 5. I am a benevolent old man, I want to help you with that." "No, Lin Feng, he was rude to you a moment before. If you accept his proposition now you will lose face. Don't worry, even without him my other Zune level friends can help you," said the snow cultivator. "Lin Feng, I have a Tian level skill here, it's called Spark Explosion. A single spark can start a gigantic fire and destroy everything. It would be perfect for you," said the fire cultivator, trying to tempt Lin Feng. "A Tian level skill of lower quality, whom do you think you are fooling?" said the snow cultivator in a disdainful way. The fire cultivator's heart was beating faster and faster, that old bastard was humiliating him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, Fire. Chapter 756, Fire. A Tian level skill was something incredible for someone who hadn't broken through to the Tian Chi layer. Great sects and clans used to give them to their best disciples only. Most ordinary cultivators started understanding intent after breaking through to the Tian Chi layer and only just a little bit. Tian level skills required understanding intent, and through them you could improve your understanding of intent. A Tian level skill of a lower quality could even help a Tian cultivator become a Zune cultivator. Most Zune cultivators usually only learned Tian level skills, nothing more. Even strong cultivators of Tian Chi rarely had access to Tian level skills. Only the most outstanding geniuses could have access to them. Tian Chi was like that too. Giving extremely strong skills to Xian cultivators would be a waste, they wouldn't be able to understand it fully. Lin Feng also understood how precious Tian level skills were. He had already learnt the Tian level 9 days wind Chi. He had sensed the wind, he had understood it enough to improve his understanding of the wind and thus his wind intent. Intent wasn't easy to understand. Giving a Tian level skill to a cultivator of the Xian Chi layer could help him understand intent and maybe save their life later on. A cultivator of the Xian Chi layer could easily defeat cultivators of the same level who didn't understand intent. "Mr. Shui, don't worry, he's a genius. We're lucky that he appeared here in Tian Chi, I will do my best to help him. If the Tian level skill of lower quality isn't enough to make him understand fire intent, I will give him a Tian level skill of average quality," said the old fire cultivator. He wasn't joking, he was serious and took Lin Feng's case very seriously. The snow cultivator looked at him in a deep and meaningful way. Then he slightly smiled. Old friends were old friends, he could easily understand what he meant. "Alright, since you say so. I will leave Lin Feng with you. In 7 days, if his fire intent is still level 3, you will regret it. You helped him break through to the 9th Xian Chi layer, I will help him improve his fire intent," said the fire cultivator confidently. The snow cultivator looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, you can stay here with him, don't worry about your 2 friends, I will teach them some things." Lin Feng nodded, and in a flash, the snow cultivator disappeared. "Lin Feng, come with me," said the fire cultivator. Then they moved back to where he lived. Even though he was a fire cultivator, it was still snowing all around him. There were thick layers of snow on the ground and around the house. "Sit down," said the fire cultivator while sitting down on the snow. Lin Feng also sat down and waited for the fire cultivator to teach him. What a dream! Lin Feng was definitely overjoyed to be able to have a Zune cultivator teach him. "Lin Feng, what is the intent that gives birth to fire?" asked the fire cultivator to Lin Feng. He was starting from the very beginning. What gave birth to fire? Lin Feng remained silent, he had never asked himself that question, that was a very subtle one. "The will of destroying," said Lin Feng after thinking for a few seconds. Fire was violent, it was brutal, it required a strong intent to kill. It had to be deadly intent. Peasants use fire to cook food. Fire intent belongs to deadly intent. How do you cook food? You destroy the molecules of vegetables and meat, fire can break the molecules, right? Said the fire cultivator slowly. Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng, you're like many others because you singularly want to be monstrously strong. You want your strength and power to be deadly, but you neglect the sources of the energies in different sorts of strength. The very source, the very cause of things, is essential. If you don't understand those essential sources and reasons, you cannot understand intent. Understanding those things will help you in your studies and will help you use them more efficiently. Your sword is very strong because you understand swords. You have to understand that sword intent is also deadly. You can use it to slaughter people. Continued the fire cultivator. Lin Feng remained silent and was calmly listening. He had neglected the very sources of intent. A sword was deadly because it was in harmony with his murderous intentions. He knew that studying sword intent had started when he let murderous intentions invade his heart. People often neglect the simplest things. The source of fire is easy to understand. Fire starts when it ignites, and then it starts burning. Said the fire cultivator. Lin Feng thought about it. That was as simple as that. Fire started when it ignited. No matter if you use fire to cook or to kill, fire must be ignited in order to burn. Besides, there are different methods to ignite a fire and those different methods have different results. Fire burns differently depending on the way it is ignited. The method used to ignite a fire also determines the intensity of the fire intent. Lin Feng, look at this flame, said the fire cultivator while raising his hand. He then shook his hand and a fire started whistling. A fireball shot out and crashed into a mountain in the distance. A gigantic mark appeared and the snow melted. Ha! Lin Feng didn't understand what the fire cultivator meant. However, another flame appeared and it was exactly the same as the one which had just appeared. This fire has the same strength as the fire I just ignited a moment ago, but look, said the fire cultivator. Immediately, his fire became more intense. He shook his hand and just like a moment before, a fireball shot out. However, some subtle sound spread in the air and that thick fire became black and then turned into a beam of light. Snow was melting around it as it crashed on a wall of a mountain. Its power was terrifying. Lin Feng, do you understand? Lin Feng slightly nodded. The way fire was ignited and burnt determined how strong it was going to be. It determined its explosive power. For example, Sun Qi had limits when attacking people. However, a black lotus contained terrifying strength and explosive power. Lin Feng, look over there, said the fire cultivator while pointing at a place in the distance. There was the facade of a mountain. Lin Feng looked over there and heard the Zoom cultivator continue. Lin Feng, try and attack that facade. Remember, just use fire strength, don't use anything else. Lin Feng looked nervous. He had to use flames to destroy the facade of a mountain. Remember, burning fires can make things melt, said the old man. He then waved and said, go ahead, Dot. Lin Feng stood up and slowly walked towards the edge of the mountain. He looked at that mountain in the distance. He had the feeling of a huge stone weighing on his shoulders from the pressure. Use fire to make things melt. Burn, said Lin Feng in a low voice. His fire strength moved towards the facade of the mountain. However, only a small bit of snow melted, leaving him feeling exasperated. However, Lin Feng didn't give up. He was trying to understand what he was doing wrong. He was learning from his mistakes. The mountain was still huge as a few days had passed already. Lin Feng was sitting motionless. He was seemingly thinking about something. In the distance were two people sitting and playing chess. Those people were the snow and the fire cultivators, the two old Zoom cultivators. Next to them was another old man. His facial expression looked sharp just like a sword. That person was glancing at Lin Feng every now and then. Level 5 sword intent was very rare. Jian Feng Zi, stop looking at him. It's disturbing him while he's studying, said the fire cultivator, glaring at Jian Feng Zi. Studying? What could he study with a teacher like you? You're such a bad teacher, said Jian Feng Zi coldly. The fire cultivator ignored the remark and said, he will definitely understand. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. A flame appeared, condensed, then it slowly moved away from his hand. That flame looked normal, but when it crashed on the facade of the mountain, lots of snow melted. The explosive power of his fire had increased a lot. Burn, burn, whispered Lin Feng. It still wasn't enough. The source of fire intent was the way it ignited and burnt. Lin Feng had to understand how fire burnt before understanding fire intent. 6 days later, Lin Feng was sitting at the same place and bathing in a sea of fire. His fire had become so much more powerful compared to 6 days before. Lin Feng was sitting and studying, and while he was thinking his burning fire intent was seemingly increasing. Fire intent depends on the way it burns, understanding that is the only way to make fire stronger. I must control it in a better way. Lin Feng slowly stood up and in a flash, a fire appeared and immediately surrounded the mountain. The mountain was covered in an ocean of flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, 3 Madmen. Chapter 757, 3 Madmen. During a battle, I use fire but people can easily shrug it go off. It has the required strength to burn people to death, but I can't control it efficiently enough. It is because the way my fire burns isn't the right way, thought Lin Feng while putting his hand on the snow. Some flames appeared that looked like they had their own life. They penetrated into the snow and then he started using the strength of his soul. Those flames started turning into a body. However, he didn't release it like he used to do in the past. My Black Lotus is extremely strong, but I must look beyond condensing fire, I must make it merge with my soul. From head to foot, I am able to control it with my soul, thought Lin Feng. He slowly started to understand the different ways he could control fire. With that, he was starting to understand what he needed to focus on. Fire and swords were the same, they had their own life. In order to control them, Lin Feng had to understand them. A terrifying sun she penetrated into the snow. A fire slowly started appearing in the air, but the snowy mountain was surrounded by Lin Feng's fire. Burn, said Lin Feng. However, the fire didn't burn in a brutal and violent way, it was emitting some crackling sounds as water started flowing down the mountain. That was the result of the melting snow, it had turned into small streams which were flowing down faster and faster. Those streams slowly turned into one river. Lin Feng's sun she kept twinkling and then he smiled. The mysterious cultivation of intent was enchanting. Understanding it and being able to use wasn't the same thing, the difference was really subtle. At that moment, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the strength of his fire had become stronger. It was burning with even more vigor. Jin Feng Zi, did you see that? I'll let you to teach Lin Feng, but to show gratitude, you can offer Mr. Shui and me a cup of tea, said the fire cultivator in a relaxed way. With such talent and power of understanding. Just like the snow cultivator had killed Lin Feng and had helped him break through to the 9th Xianxi layer, the other cultivator could also help him. Lin Feng understood things easily, relying on his own natural abilities. He could easily become stronger with little effort. For example, the fire cultivator had done nothing but tell him that the source of fire intent was the way it burnt. Lin Feng came back from the foot of the mountain, the river had turned back into ice again. Lin Feng clearly knew that when the fire cultivator had told him to make the facade melt, he was presenting him with a metaphor. He just wanted him to understand fire intent and study it, he didn't need to continue making the mountain melt. Lin Feng slowly turned around and walked towards the 3 Zun cultivators. He then bowed in front of Jin Feng Zi. He looked at the fire cultivator and said, Mister, when I didn't understand the source of fire intent, I could still use fire determination. There isn't only one sort of intent, right? Of course, I just wanted to tell you that the source of fire intent was the way it burnt. There are different ways to understand intent which gives birth to different sorts of intent. In the past, you were able to use fire intent without understanding its source because you have incredible natural abilities. You are a real genius, you know how to use your brain, said the fire cultivator. Lin Feng nodded, he knew how talented he was. Everything had a cause, the source of sword intent was murderous intentions. The source of fire intent was the way it ignited and burnt. In the past, he could turn his sword into a killer sword because he understood killer intent. After that, he had observed the sun rise and set and then understood the morning sun intent, the radiant sun intent and the evening sun intent. All of those sorts of intent belong to sword intent, and they all required a deep understanding. Understanding the source of things could help Lin Feng increase his strength. For example, he didn't need to add intent to his attacks, he only had to add fire to his attacks to make it stronger than it used to be. The sword cultivator glanced at Lin Feng, his eyes were sharp and twinkling. Lin Feng obviously noticed him. Mister, is there anything I can do for you? Asked Lin Feng. Come with me, said the sword cultivator while standing up. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a pain in his arm, the sword cultivator had grabbed his arm. Feng Zi, you're a bit impudent, said the 2 other cultivators while obstructing his way. They were looking at Feng Zi with a smile, yet holding back a little. What? You want to fight? Neither of you can compete with me, said the sword cultivator, his eyes twinkled as a terrifying sword light emerged out of his eyes. It seemed like the atmosphere was going to be lacerated. One of us alone cannot defeat you, but together we can. said the snow cultivator smiling. He could understand what Feng Zi meant. He had never underestimated the sword cultivator's chi. Feng Zi only liked swords. People who attacked him were insane. Indeed, Feng Zi, if you want to teach Lin Feng, there are two conditions. The first is to show me and Mr. Shui some respect by offering us a cup of tea. The second one is to offer him a sword skill which we both think is worthy. Finally, you must wait until I am done teaching him. Only then you can have him, said the fire cultivator to Feng Zi. He had the opportunity to teach Lin Feng, so he wanted to benefit from it. Lin Feng was astonished. He had always dreamt of seeing Zun cultivators. It was an incredible opportunity. However, he had never thought they would fight to teach him things, and on top of that would fight to give him some incredible skills. At the beginning, the snow cultivator had threatened the fire cultivator, and now they were both threatening the incredibly strong sword cultivator. Lin Feng was smiling wryly. He was really lucky. He had used his full strength to attack the hunter and had been brought to the snow cultivator. Now, the snow cultivator had introduced him to his friend, and they were both introducing him to another friend of theirs. No problem for the second condition, the first one I cannot fulfill, said the sword cultivator coldly. Okay, come then, said the fire cultivator impolitely. The sword cultivator's eyes twinkled, and in a flash a terrifying sword energy rose up in the air like meteorites. Condense! Shouted the snow cultivator, and the atmosphere froze. The ice immediately surrounded the sword cultivator's body, and the fire cultivator moved at the same time. Lin Feng was being dragged by the sword cultivator. Lin Feng was freezing after the snow cultivator spoke. His heart was pounding. They were all Zun cultivators with monstrous intent. With one thought, the earth and sky could freeze. Boom! The sword chi broke the ice chi as a terrifying fireball shot out towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator moved back, but the fireball had already reached Lin Feng's body. Feng Zi, you want to escape from us? You must really despise us, said the fire cultivator with a smile on his face. Lin Feng was speechless. They were all crazy. The sword cultivator looked at them coldly, remained silent for a few seconds, then he said, "All right, I accept." He, that's the spirit. Deal, said the fire cultivator. Both he and the snow cultivator were smiling. Immediately after, they moved back down to the snow. The sword cultivator then prepared some tea. The sword cultivator remained silent. For Lin Feng, he had surprisingly accepted to make some tea for the other two. They were both smiling, looking satisfied. They had regained face. The hunter was on a mountain in the distance and could see everything. He couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw his teacher and two uncles act that way. It seems like I chose the right teachers for him. They all like him, whispered the hunter. Immediately after, he left, hoping that Lin Feng would continue to be lucky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Sword Tempo. Chapter 758, Sword Tempo. The sun was moving in the sky as time elapsed. Then, the moon appeared. In the mountains of Tianqi, on a huge snowy area, a silhouette was practicing sword cultivation. His sword was dancing around in the air as snow was splashing around. Not far from that silhouette was Shui Jian. He was observing Bai Li Shi using his sword and snow energies. Shui Jian thought he was very talented. In 1 month, Bai Li Shi's intent had increased, both his sword and snow intents. At that moment, Bai Li Shi had broken through to the 9th Xian Qi layer. His sword intent was level 3 and his snow intent was level 4. To a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer, that was already incredible. He might even catch up with Tianqi Shui, the pure and holy woman. CRRRRR. CRRRRR. Some subtle sounds spread in the air. Snowflakes were being lacerated by the sword. Bai Li Shi's sword had to kill. It contained some deadly energy. Deadly energy? Shui Jian frowned and said to Bai Li Shi, "Bai Li, is there hatred in your heart?" Bai Li Shi had released some deadly energy. It wasn't only sword deadly energy, it was murderous deadly energy. He wanted to kill people. His sword light disappeared and he put his sword away. Bai Li Shi smiled at Shui Jian and said, "Teacher, I am all right." Shui Jian looked at Bai Li Shi for a moment and then nodded. He didn't continue begging the questions. Since Bai Li Shi didn't want to tell him, he was not going to be involved. Bai Li, in just a month, with your strength and natural abilities, considering the progress you've made, you must be one of the 3 best. If you pay attention and are lucky enough, you will maybe be very lucky in the mysterious world and obtain some incredible treasures. You have to keep the situation under control though, never forget that. You have to remember that your life is the most important thing, no matter what. Treasures are not important, you can abandon them if your life is at stake. Said Shuili Jian to Bai Lishi, who immediately nodded and said, I understand, teacher. In Bai Lishi's brain was a silhouette, it was Lin Feng. His obvious murderous intentions were because of Lin Feng. Actually, nothing had happened between him and Lin Feng, they hadn't even known each other for a long time. But Lin Feng wasn't like him or Han Shouyu, he wasn't famous before the big test. He had suddenly appeared in Tianqi and had drawn everybody's attention. Besides, Lin Feng was much stronger than him, to the extent that Bai Lishi was just like a tiny little insect. Bai Lishi's prestige and fame had been hurt. Nobody cared about him anymore, nobody was closely paying attention to him anymore. Lin Feng had become an imaginary enemy for him, but it could be that Lin Feng didn't even remember him. I wonder what he's been learning so far, since his sword intent was already level 5, he mustn't have made lots of progress. Thought Bai Lishi, trying to guess what Lin Feng's cultivation was like. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a valley full of snow. His sword was emitting whistling sounds in the air and a terrifying sharp and deadly energy seemed like it could destroy everything. Lin Feng's eyes were closed though, he was standing, but he was motionless. The entire atmosphere was filled with a terrifying sword chi, especially above Lin Feng's head in the air. It seemed like there were millions of swords in the air and they were emitting strident whistling sounds. Suddenly, Lin Feng abruptly moved. Both his hands reacted as all the swords moved to another direction where he was pointing. Alone, he was controlling millions of swords and they were all performing the same actions. That was a perfect move, the sword formation was perfect. Lin Feng could control millions of swords at the same time, but any other strong sword cultivator could do that. However, Lin Feng's goal was to make those swords fuse together and become one. That was extremely difficult, those swords seemed like they had become Lin Feng's hands. 10,000 swords unity, said Lin Feng. There were 3 people in that valley and they were standing there watching Lin Feng. That was the first try, could he succeed with just one try? Millions of swords in one breath. It seems like those endless swords were all breathing at the same time, Lin Feng only needed a few days to succeed. How incredible, said the snow cultivator while smiling. He felt very lucky to know Lin Feng. He is even stronger than Jin Fengzi when he was young. Jin Fengzi couldn't manage to make those swords breath at the same time when he was at the Xianqi layer, said the fire cultivator, smiling and glancing at Jin Fengzi who remained indifferent. They wanted to first teach Lin Feng a Tian level skill of lower quality called sword tempo. Lin Feng was understanding and studying swords, that skill contained some terrifying sword intent. Boom! A muffled sound spread in the air and then Lin Feng started running. In a flash, the snow around him was lacerated by some sword chi. Mud appeared, Lin Feng raised his hands once again, slowly towards the front, and then millions of swords rose up to follow his movements. Together, kill! Shouted Lin Feng all of a sudden. A terrifying sword light appeared out of his mouth and the millions of swords emitted incredible whistling sounds which moved in the same direction altogether. Those countless number of swords suddenly turned into one, boom boom boom. A terrifying sound spread in the air as the ground started shaking violently. That sword had penetrated into a mountain and pierced right through it. There was a tunnel in the middle of the mountain now. One sword had sufficed to open a mountain. Phew. Tian level skills are very difficult. In more than 10 days, I have only learnt the first part of the skill, said Lin Feng, breathing in deeply. He felt like a hero in his heart, he hoped that he would be able to become a monstrously strong cultivator someday. According to the rumors, extremely strong cultivators could destroy mountains and make rivers go dry. Now, he could already pierce through an entire mountain and see the other side. If other people had known his thoughts, they would have spat out blood. In 10 days, Lin Feng had managed to learn the first part of a Tian level skill and was complaining that it took too long. Besides, what he was learning was a Tian level skill of medium quality. Many cultivators of the Xianqi layer would have needed months or years to learn the first part of the skill. Teachers, said Lin Feng while looking at the 3 old men and smiling. Lin Feng, did you study sword intent too? Asked Jin Fengzi. A little bit, but I need to confine myself for a few days in order to improve my sword intent. Then I will be able to reach the level 6. Said Lin Feng after remaining silent for a second. Don't worry, when I had the strength of the 9th Xianqi layer my sword intent was only level 2. Many cultivators barely understand sword intent when they break through to the Tianqi layer. It gets more and more difficult, even beyond studying and practicing day and night. Don't worry, there will be one day when your sword will reach the clouds. The sword cultivator was worried about Lin Feng, he didn't want Lin Feng to push himself too hard. Actually, Lin Feng's intent was already terrifying. He had relied on only himself to reach a level 5 sword intent. After some time, he would break through to the Tianqi layer. That would be terrifying. His intent would definitely reach the level 6 then. How scary. Lin Feng nodded, didn't insist and didn't say anything more. He knew that he could increase his sword intent level, he only needed some time alone to visualize a sword. However, Lin Feng also understood that it was going to get harder and harder to become stronger. Higher intent levels and higher cultivation layers would be harder to reach. A month was too short, we don't have time to teach you anything. But with your current strength, you can go to the mysterious world without worrying. Please be very careful there though. When you come back from the mysterious world, we will teach you more things and we will help you break through to the Tianqi layer, said the old snow cultivator. 1 month had passed too fast. Lin Feng had only learnt the sword tempo skill and used half of his time doing so. They didn't have any time to teach him anything more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, Stronger Again. Chapter 759, Stronger Again. You only have a few days left. Lin Feng will go to the mysterious world. For the few days left, you can choose a teacher, said the snow cultivator. A few days were left before going to the mysterious world. Many strong cultivators were getting ready to leave. The mysterious world was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Lin Feng would probably have incredible opportunities there. Incredible cultivators from the region would meet there. They had all been getting prepared for such a long time. Even in Tianqi, extremely strong cultivators were getting ready to go. Those from the Tianxian peak but also the others from the 6 other main peaks of Tianqi, the geniuses selected by Tianqi, were all getting ready. Of course, in the outside world nobody knew that Tianqi had 7 peaks. Only those from Tianqi could know about it. It will soon be time to leave, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. In the mysterious world, there would be Duan Wu Dao, Duan Wuya, people from Dragon Mountain, from Jade Heaven, from Shingong and so on. Lin Feng remained silent for a while and then looked at the Zun cultivators. I want to practice alone during these last days. They were surprised when they heard Lin Feng. Another cultivator would have never left them until the very end. However, Lin Feng wanted to practice cultivation alone. It seemed like he possessed high self-confidence when it came to cultivation. All right, said the snow cultivator while nodding, you can practice alone, we won't disturb you. When the right time comes, we will call you. Then, the snow cultivator and the 2 others left together while glancing at each other. They stopped watching Lin Feng while he was practicing. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and penetrated into his own world. There were some memories in his head. There was a gigantic desert. There was a gigantic, celestial sword that crashed on the ground and slightly penetrated into it. There were some fissures and cracks. In the air there were millions of sword lights and a terrifying sword chi. There was only one sword, nothing else. Lin Feng had already become so much stronger in terms of sword cultivation. However, in that world he couldn't help but be continuously amazed. That sword had its own life. It was calmly lying there and could make the world and the sky change. Such a terrifying sword didn't need to be created or released, it was just there and Lin Feng could observe and analyze it. Unconsciously, Lin Feng released some terrifying sword chi which became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng was extremely focused while observing that sword. It seemed like he had forgotten everything around him. He didn't know what was happening outside anymore. He was only focusing on that sword. Gradually, Lin Feng started having hallucinations. His entire body gradually started turning into a sword which could destroy the earth. Lin Feng wasn't a human being anymore, he was a sword. He was calmly standing there while releasing some terrifying sword chi. A few days passed as the snow and fire cultivators were playing chess. Jian Fengzi was aside and his eyes were closed, as if the other's chess game had nothing to do with him. Mr. Shui, is it time to go to the mysterious world? It would be good for Lin Feng to improve his cultivation level even more, but... At that moment some whistling sounds spread in the air, just like those of a sword. Those who were playing chess were surprised as they looked down at the valley. There was a very strong sword chi rising up in the air. The sword cultivator opened his eyes and slowly stood up before gazing into the distance. Brother, after all those years I have never seen Jian Fengzi care about anything, said the fire cultivator looking pensive. He then continued playing chess. If I were incompetent, Fengzi wouldn't be so obsessed by strength, said the snow cultivator while shaking his head. He looked a bit saddened. The sword cultivator was the youngest of them, he had joined their group after a while. Even though he was the youngest one, he was also the strongest because he had a very strong willpower, intent, and incredible natural abilities. Brother, no need to feel guilty. We all understand that you are acting in the interest of Tianxian. You are not weaker than Feng Zi. Back when our teacher was there, Tianxian was the strongest of the 7 peaks. After he left to travel in the continent, no news came back, so Tianxian started fading a little. However, now we have been able to attract some geniuses and we even came across Lin Feng. It was the first time you came and introduced him to me. I didn't care because I thought he wasn't the one we were looking for. But now, said the fire cultivator. He then continued, but now, Lin Feng could become a deep vein in Tianxian, he could become important here. Feng Zi probably thinks the same way as me. Back then, his best disciple became a part of Tianxian and he is extremely happy. No, said the snow cultivator. The fire cultivator was surprised and asked, you don't agree with me, dot. The snow cultivator was staring at the fire cultivator and replied, I hope that Lin Feng can become a high-ranking official in the Empire of Tianqi. I hope that he can become the only spokesperson of the snowy mountain of Tianqi. The fire cultivator shivered when he heard him. He wanted Lin Feng to become a spokesperson. If Lin Feng became a spokesperson, that would be incredible. But it was easier said than done. The sword cultivator didn't listen to their discussion, he just watched Lin Feng in the valley. At that moment Lin Feng was surrounded by a terrifying sword chi and intent. He was borrowing some strength from the earth too. Some more fire, said the sword cultivator. Then Lin Feng started shaking, he had the impression that he was going to suffocate in his world with so many swords. Destroy everything, nothing can block you, swords are holy. They can slaughter everything, said the sword cultivator. Words which resonated in Lin Feng's heart, swords could annihilate everything. At that moment, Lin Feng had nothing in his way to prevent him from becoming stronger. He could lacerate the sky. Break! The sword cultivator shouted extremely loudly, resonating in Lin Feng's brain. Break, break, break! That word was resonating in Lin Feng's brain and heart like a drumbeat. A terrifying sword energy dashed to the skies, and his sword intent level seemed like it was going to explode. Sword intent level 6. The Zun cultivator was blankly staring at Lin Feng. The 2 others' silhouettes flickered and they arrived next to Feng Zi. They were all staring at Lin Feng. His sword intent level increased, the 2 Zun cultivators were stupefied. Lin Feng had just practiced a few days, had wanted to practice alone because he was filled with self-confidence. And now he had managed to do it, his sword intent was now level 6. He had made progress. His strength was terrifying. With that, Lin Feng will surprise many people in the mysterious world. Thought the 3 Zun cultivators, they were getting even more impatient to see Lin Feng in the mysterious world. They were all impatient to see how Lin Feng would be in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, Shut Up. Chapter 760, Shut Up. Lin Feng opened his eyes, he had a radiant smile on his face. His sword intent was now level 6. As expected, he was much stronger. He stood up and looked at Feng Zi. Then he bowed and said, Thank you, teacher. He knew that a moment before, Feng Zi had helped him become stronger. Feng Zi's voice had resonated in his heart and brain. It had mixed with his sword chi and had helped him break the limits of the 5th level. The strength of a Zun cultivator was incredible, he didn't need to move but could still help him. The Zun cultivator's intent level was incredible. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how high their intent levels were. Zun cultivators were the best cultivators in an empire of middle quality. Anywhere in such an empire, they were respected by others and even worshipped. Zun cultivators could annihilate an empire of middle quality using only one hand. In a tiny little country such as Shuiyu, it was extremely rare to see Zun cultivators. If there was one crossing the country, nobody even knew about it. No need to thank me. If you were not smart, I wouldn't have been able to help you. Besides, helping you doesn't cost me anything, so no need to mention it, said the sword cultivator smiling. Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the Tianqi layer but his sword intent was already level 6. Lin Feng would be terrifying after breaking through to the Tianqi layer. The higher a cultivator's cultivation level was, the more difficult it was to find opponents. The difference between the different cultivation layers was ever increasing. Besides, understanding intent was increasingly more important as their cultivation level increased. They could injure or even kill people easily by better understanding intent. Lin Feng, it's good that your sword intent is now level 6. It is time to go to the mysterious world. I have to remind you that the mysterious world isn't a normal place, maybe that place is the palace of the emperors. Maybe it is the tomb of the emperors. In order to become an emperor, one must have reached cultivation emperor level. Nobody is stronger than a cultivation emperor. A cultivation emperor has Zun cultivators as subordinates. One shout and they can make the earth and sky change. Tian cultivators are their slaves. Now, even though there are some great treasures there, you cannot neglect the dangers and perils. You have to be extremely careful there. Even if there are incredible treasures, don't risk your life for them. Your life is the most important thing, said the snow cultivator in a solemn way. He was really worried about Lin Feng. Even a Zun cultivator in front of a cultivation emperor, also known as a Huang cultivator, was insignificant. According to the rumors, in the world there was one Huang cultivator known, and it was said that he had died already. But for him that was only a small limitation, only a restriction. He could still annihilate an infinity of Tian cultivators, and even Xian cultivators. In front of a Huang cultivator, they were all like tiny and insignificant objects. People had heard that in the holy city, there was a myriad of Tian and Zun cultivators who wanted to become his students. They wanted to become students of the Huang cultivator. Each and every single one of his students was admired and worshipped. They were all extremely strong and talented. Many of them had never even seen the Huang cultivator in person. They were just some of the Huang cultivator's students. That was a social status. It was already an honor just to have that social status. It was an incredible glory and an extraordinary achievement in one's entire life if they were taught by the Huang cultivator in person. I understand, said Lin Feng, feeling happy that the snow cultivator was worried about him. 3 Zun cultivators had been teaching him. Lin Feng could only be grateful. He had never thought that such a thing would happen in his life. Sometimes, Lin Feng was wondering if he wasn't like a luck vampire, taking his family members and friends' luck. He was always so lucky while people around him were usually not. Good, then get ready to go to the snow palace, said the snow cultivator. He moved his hand and a snow rug appeared in the air. Lin Feng jumped on it. Lin Feng, take care, said the fire cultivator. The sword cultivator was impatient to see how Lin Feng would evolve in the future, but he said nothing. Those 3 Zun cultivators appreciated Lin Feng a lot. Lin Feng then bowed in front of the 2 cultivators who were remaining there and jumped onto the snow rug next to the snow cultivator. Snowflakes were floating around in the air. In a flash, they arrived back where the snow cultivator lived. Tang Yu saw Lin Feng and smiled. She had completely recovered. Besides, the Zun cultivator had taught her some things. Her cultivation level was at the very top of the 8th Xianqi layer and she was about to break through to the 9th Xianqi layer. Shui Linglong ran on the ground and jumped up in the air. Lin Feng hadn't even landed before she was in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng smiled in a warm and gentle way while petting her. He then nodded at Tang Yu. Did you recover? Asked Lin Feng. He was worried about her and it was showing. I completely recovered, said Tang Yu while releasing some qi. There was absolutely no problem, her qi wasn't weak anymore. Lin Feng felt relieved. Mister, let's go, said Lin Feng to the snow cultivator. All right. We need to pick up the 6 others and then we'll go to the snow palace together, said the snow cultivator nodding. He had already told the hunter to have the 6 others gather where the hunter lived. The hunter lived at the place where the 8 geniuses had gathered for the first time, in the snowy mountains. There were Bai Lishi, Han Xiuyu, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan. With them were also their teachers. The teachers were impatient to see what kind of geniuses their mountain, the Tianxian mountain, had chosen. They also wanted to say goodbye to their students. After having spent 1 month with those geniuses, they could be considered their teachers. Bai Lishi's teacher, Shueli Jian, looked at Chun Yang and was surprised. It seemed like that Han Xiuyu was much stronger than Bai Lishi. Otherwise, the hunter wouldn't have chosen Chun Yang as a teacher for him. The Tian cultivators behind Bai Luo and Huang Quan also looked at Chun Yang. Han Xiuyu also noticed that his teacher was the stronger one. Amongst those 4 people, Bai Lishi is the second strongest. If we count Tian Qi Shui, he's the third. I wonder how strong the 3 others are. It seems like this time the selected geniuses are quite strong, thought Shueli Jian. Some sounds spread in the air. Tian Qi Shui was flying through the sky wearing snowy white clothes and she looked extremely beautiful. However, she looked upset. Little Shui, why are you not waiting for me? Asked Huang Fulong, sounding simple-minded and silly. He was running after her. Tian Qi Shui was gnashing her teeth. They had been practicing cultivation together for a month now and she had suffered from all sorts of torments because of him. He had only been shameless. He said every day that she would be his future wife. On top of that, he had called her honey or darling many times. Tianqi Shui felt like she was going to explode. Everybody was surprised. Was that simple-minded young man was one of the 8 geniuses? "Stay away from me. At least 100 meters away," said Tianqi Shui when she saw that Huang Fulong was getting nearer. Huang Fulong smiled in a silly way and said, "Alright, anyways, everything will be alright as soon as your heart and my heart are connected." Tianqi Shui almost fainted when she heard that. This guy was really shameless. "Little Shui, who's that?" asked Chun Yang smiling. Apparently, he knew Tianqi Shui. "I don't know him," said Tianqi Shui in an indifferent way. "Mister, my name is Huang Fulong, but you can call me Da Hai Chong. I am little Shui's future husband," said Huang Fulong giggling. Chun Yang frowned and then smiled. That guy was funny, but he must have been quite smart too because he had managed to get the same teacher as Tianqi Shui. In the distance, there were 3 silhouettes flying on a snow rug through the air. Amongst them was a young man and a small animal. The Tian-level teachers were astonished when they saw them, then they immediately looked at Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu in a deep and meaningful way. Shui Li Jian smiled wryly. A hunter had given him by Li Shi. He was only stronger than the twins by Luo and Huang Quan. The others were all stronger than Bai Li Shi, and the 2 people who were arriving at that moment had even received Zun-level teachers. A sword cultivator. Why would he be with a snow cultivator? Said Bai Li Shi mockingly when he saw Lin Feng. "Shut up," said Shui Li Jian while glaring at Bai Li Shi furiously. Bai Li Shi was astonished. Then he saw the Tian-level teachers move away and bow respectfully in front of the snow cultivator who was arriving. Then they said in unison, "Mr. Shui, dear and venerable Zun cultivator, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 761, The Battle in the Snow Palace. Chapter 761, The Battle in the Snow Palace. Zun cultivator. Bai Li Shi was about to collapse. He had the feeling that his entire body was freezing, he couldn't move. A Zun cultivator was with Lin Feng. A real Zun cultivator. His teacher and the other teachers even bowed respectfully in front of him. They worshipped the Zun cultivator. And the worst thing was that a moment before, he had been making fun of Lin Feng because a snow cultivator was teaching him, even though he was a sword cultivator. However, he could only admire that Zun cultivator. He was also afraid of him. And he was terribly jealous of Lin Feng. Why had Lin Feng obtained a Zun-level teacher? His teacher had only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. Was he really that far from Lin Feng? "Hello," said the snow cultivator, nodding and glancing at the crowd. He even glanced at Bai Li Shi but didn't pay much attention to him. Bai Li Shi had the impression that he was going to freeze. How cold, very cold. The snow cultivator only glanced at him for a second as if Bai Li Shi didn't even exist. Maybe the ice-cold expression in the Zun cultivator's eyes was due to the fact that he was a snow cultivator. Apart from Bai Li Shi who was jealous, the others were also astonished. Tianqi Shui's heart was pounding. The dear and respectable Zun cultivator Mr. Shui, surprisingly had been chosen to be Lin Feng's teacher. How incredible! Such incredible opportunities were usually only for her Tianqi Shui in the district of the Tianshan Mountain. But now, Lin Feng also had such an opportunity. She was astonished and one could see it from her beautiful eyes. She could still remember how Lin Feng had remained cold and indifferent, even proud in front of her. She felt uneasy. She had never seen a man feel so indifferent and even cold in front of her. It seemed like Lin Feng had never cared about her. "Teacher," said the hunter while walking towards to the snow cultivator and bowing. "Is everybody here?" asked the snow cultivator to the hunter. The hunter nodded and said, "Indeed, teacher, they are all here." "All right." The snow cultivator was glancing at the crowd again. Then he said, "Everybody, maybe you are not familiar with the snowy mountains of Tianqi. Let me explain some things to you, very briefly. The snowy mountains of Tianqi are divided into 7 big snowy mountains. The snowy mountains of Tianqi have some rules. When you were in the outside world you were like one, you represent the snowy mountains of Tianqi. Tianqi was divided into 7 snowy peaks. It seems like they only knew a small part of the truth. An empire of middle quality was incredible and mysterious. It was impossible for common people to understand how strong it really was. I am telling you this because you have to understand that apart from you 8, the other snowy mountains will also send 8 geniuses, and they will go to the mysterious world with you. There might be some tensions between you guys, but I am warning you, you are not allowed to fight against each other. Do you understand?" "Understood. I understand." Everybody nodded one after the other. It seemed like what they thought before was completely wrong. They had thought that only 8 of them would go to the mysterious world. They had thought that they were the only 8 geniuses of the empire. However, there were actually 48 other people who were going to go with them. In total, there were going to be 56 people. And they were all going to represent the Tianqi Empire. What a terrifying number of people to represent an empire. But there were going to be so many treasures in the mysterious world that sending so many people was probably worth it. "Bring them to the Snow Palace," said the Snow Cultivator to the hunter. He nodded and told the geniuses, "Follow me." Then, they all started running in the snowy immensity. The 8 silhouettes were flying in the air together, closely following the hunter. Apart from Tianqi Shui, nobody knew what the Snow Palace was. They traveled in the sky for an hour and then arrived in front of a gigantic snow palace. Everybody was shivering. Tianqi seemed to be really gigantic. Besides, they had just understood how incredible those 7 snowy Tianqi mountains were. On the way they had seen a few gigantic mountains, and at some point they had seen a mountain which was really high, much higher than the others. It looked majestic and domineering. "That is the 7th mountain, the Tianqi mountain," said the hunter to the crowd. He then jumped forwards and landed on that mountain. At the very top of the mountain was the Snow Palace. The 8 geniuses were climbing the mountain. They had climbed half of the mountain so far. There were many snow palaces. The Tianxian Snowy Mountain looked small and miserable compared to the Tianqi Snowy Mountain. Many people sighed with exasperation. Tianqi really deserved to be called the king of the Tianqi Mountains. The Tianqi Mountain peak was a huge and vast piece of snowy land without any footprint. In the distance was a gigantic palace which looked majestic, grandiose, magnificent. It made people want to prostrate themselves before it with respect and pay homage to its creators. The hunter slowly brought the geniuses to the top of the mountain. Feng raised his head and looked at the snowflakes floating in the air. He had the impression that if he raised his hand, he would be able to touch the sky. Practicing cultivation in such a place would give any cultivator the feeling of practicing in outer space, giving birth to heroic feelings in their heart. They realized that several people had arrived already. They also realized that those people were divided into groups. Those were probably groups formed by the 6 other snowy mountains where they came from. They were all wearing different sorts of clothes depending on the mountain where they were from. There were stars on their clothes too, which enabled others to know which mountain they were from. The crowd turned to greet Tianxian as they arrived. They were a bit surprised at first and then they looked at them in a mocking way. "People from Tianxian really are the weakest. Their reputation is definitely honest. They don't deserve to be with us. What will the other empires think of us if we accept such people?" said someone mockingly. The 8 geniuses of Tianxian were upset. They couldn't believe that someone would humiliate them immediately after arriving. "Shut up," said Tianqi Shui loudly. Many people considered Tianqi Shui as a goddess, but she was considered as a goddess only in the region of Tianxian Snowy Mountain. Even the seniors of Tianxian considered her as the best young cultivator, but outside of her region she was a nobody. People just assumed that she was simply representing Tianxian, nothing special. Tianqi Shui is prestigious in Tianxian, however. Was what I just said wrong? Don't forget that cultivators from Tianxian are the weakest. That's why you get bullied by the others. Maybe Tianxian hasn't taught you enough, said the same person mockingly. Many people started laughing when they heard him. They all despised Tianxian. In the past, Tianxian was respected and admired, but then some incredible ancestors disappeared from Tianxian and it started falling in popularity. Until it became the weakest group of Tianqi, then it became the subject of various jokes and the 6 other groups were constantly making fun of them. "Your mouth is filthy," said Tianqi Shui jumping forwards. In a flash, a terrifyingly cold ice chi spread in the air and rolled towards that person. It contained some ice and snow intent which started freezing that individual. "Tianqi Shui, this is the Snow Palace," said someone moving in front of the one who had just made fun of them. That person released a terrifying chi which moved straight towards Tianqi Shui's ice chi and stopped it. "Move," said Tianqi Shui while attacking the one in front of her. She was furious. Immediately after she used an ice punch attack. Battles were also a way of comparing the strength of the various snowy mountains. "Get lost," said that person while jumping with strength. Snowflakes started flying in a flurry and that person used another ice punch. Rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. Tianqi Shui was sent flying. Her face looked even colder. "Hee, can you see now Tianqi Shui? The leader of Tianshu, Ling Shui, is very strong. You could be married with him. You wouldn't be able to find anyone better in Tianxian anyway," said someone behind them. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 762, Finger Threat. Chapter 762, Finger Threat. Tianqi Shui looked even colder. The people from Tianshu were really going too far. Yes, Tianqi Shui, Ling Xie is the strongest young man of Tianshu. But we're not like Tianxian where, apart from you, nobody dares attack. You should get married with Ling Xie and join Tianshu. Continued the same person. They only were saying this after seeing how weak the people from Tianshu were. Asshole! Swore someone, astonishing the entire crowd. Then they saw someone behind Tianqi Shui. Huang Fulong was the one who had just cursed. Huang Fulong made huge steps forwards, flames of fury were burning in his eyes. He was staring at the people from Tianshu and said, Tianqi Shui is my wife. Tianqi Shui was surprised and glared at him. That bastard. Da Haichong, you are the weakest of us 8. Ling Xie is the leader of Tianshu. Go and have a try with him, said Tianqi Shui. Even though she wanted to insult him, she knew that he was extremely strong. He had a monumental physical strength and his dragon fist was terrifying. All right, said Huang Fulong. He immediately ran forwards at Ling Xie, making him feel uncomfortable. Huang Fulong looked like a terrifying dragon at that moment. I will crush anyone that dares humiliate my wife, shouted Huang Fulong extremely loudly. He then continued running forwards with some terrifying force in his hands, oppressing Ling Xie's body. Whistling sounds spread in the air and the chant of the dragons started resonating. The crowd was stupefied. Huang Fulong looked like a dragon suddenly. Ha! Ling Xie frowned and his long hair started fluttering violently with his clothes. Huang Fulong's force was impressive. Ling Xie frowned and moved back, but then he stopped. How could he retreat in front of so many people? As the leader of Tianshu, could he move back? Piss off! Shouted Ling Xie furiously and a fist launched out at Huang Fulong. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar emerged out of Huang Fulong's body. That sound came from Huang Fulong's terrifying force. It was brutal and violent, it seemed like it could crush anything. Boom boom boom. The two fists collided and the crowd sensed a terrifying hurricane brush away on their skin. Some crackling sounds spread in the air as the crowd saw the leader of Tianshu slide backwards in the snow. Arf ha! Then the crowd heard a terrifying and furious shout which resonated in their heads. The crowd was looking at Huang Fulong who was surprising everyone. That guy had a terrifying strength, his blood and muscles seemed really strong. Humph, so that is the leader of Tianshu. Nobody can defeat us, Tianxian? You cannot even defeat the weakest genius of Tianxian. You're quite shameless, said Tianqi Shui coldly, upsetting the geniuses of Tianshu. However, Huang Fulong had attacked a bit hastily. Ling Xie didn't have enough time to react properly. Although unfair, he had still managed to make him move back, leaving everyone speechless. Huang Fulong was smiling like an idiot. He scratched his head and said, indeed, the leader of Tianshu is nothing special at all. CRRRR. Ling Xie coughed up some blood when he heard Huang Fulong. Indeed, Huang Fulong's violent and brutal attack had injured him, he had been too careless. There would have been no problems if he had chosen to move back, but he was the leader of Tianshu. He would have lost face if he had retreated. All he could do was suffer in silence now. Is that so? Since he is the weakest of Tianxian, I want to see and test someone else's strength, said the first one who had joked about Tianqi Shui. His face looked hideous. Huang Fulong's strength was terrifying, he was probably the strongest one. The one who had joked didn't believe that they were honest about Huang Fulong. He glanced at the crowd from Tianxian and eventually noticed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had broken through to the 9th Xian Qi layer but he looked a bit weak. Besides, his Qi wasn't that impressive, he had probably just broke through to the 9th Xian Qi layer. Fighting against people who had just broken through to the next cultivation layer was easy because their cultivation wasn't stable yet. You want to fight against Lin Feng? Mocked Huang Fulong. He shouldn't have talked, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut because the other one was staring at Lin Feng. Besides, he was smiling mockingly. Lin Feng was almost as strong as him, choosing him would make no difference. Tianqi Shui was speechless, she was happy about that guy's choice. Get ready. I will attack you. We, people of Tianshu, are not like you. If we want to fight, we challenge people without surprise attacks, said that person mockingly. He was referring to the fact that Huang Fulong had attacked a bit too suddenly. I am also the weakest person of Tianshu, let's see how strong people of Tianxian are, said that person. He jumped forwards and rumbling sounds spread in the air. There was a terrifying physical strength emerging from his fist, as well as some ice intent which was blowing on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng looked at the opponent coldly, slowly raised his hand, actually just one finger. A terrifying sword energy was in that finger, but because of the pressure, his sharp chi was being constricted. "Get lost!" shouted the opponent loudly. A terrifying physical strength made the ground shake. Lin Feng raised his finger and a terrifying sword intent emerged from it. People could sense it all over their bodies. CRRRR. CRRRR. Lin Feng moved his finger towards the enemy's fist and they crashed into each other. Aha! The opponent emitted a blood-curdling shriek. He immediately withdrew his fist and moved back to his initial position. He couldn't stand the pressure. He was blowing on his fist to try and alleviate the pain. Cold sweat was flowing on his forehead. Drip, drip. 2 threads of blood were dripping on the white snow. It was an incredible scene. People raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng. That young man who had remained silent was extremely impressive. He had used a single finger to crush his opponent's fist, and even injured him. "You really are weak," said Lin Feng, making the other person extremely angry. His cheeks were burning with humiliation. People from Tianshu were all depressed. Their leader had been projected backwards, then another one had been defeated and injured by one finger. The Tianshu group had lost a great deal of face. It seems like the Tianxian group contains some pretty good cultivator. Fought some people from the other snowy mountains. They didn't look at them mockingly anymore. Being strong was the only way to be respected. In the world of cultivation, strength was the most important thing. "Interesting, it seems like the Tianxian group is quite good," said someone wearing purple clothes while moving forwards. People who belong to the Tianji group wore purple clothes. "I wonder how many of those people will come back alive," said the person sounding arrogant and proud. Tianchi Shui glanced at that person but she said nothing. The one who was talking was the leader of the Tianji group, Yu Tianji. He knew some secrets of the universe. Translator's note: Tianji means secrets of the universe in classical Chinese. Yu Tianji held the greatest potential in the Tianji group. He would be able to climb the hierarchy in the future and would be respected by everybody. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, For the Empire. Chapter 763, For the Empire. Lin Feng looked at that young man in purple. Those who were from the Tianji group were at the very front and seemed very arrogant. Yu Tianji looked particularly arrogant and proud, more than the others. It seemed that the cultivators of the Tianji group respected him a lot. He was also a sort of leader in their group, just like Ling Xie and Tianshu. Besides, he seemed to be even more respected than Ling Xie. Tianji, some people were glaring at the people from Tianji, but others were looking at them respectfully and maybe enviously. They wished they could be part of the Tianji group. They wished they could be arrogant and proud, rather than being a member of Tianxian and being humiliated by others. Bai Li Shi was one of those thinking that way. Those from the Tianxian group are not bad this time, but Tianxian is still too weak. If you are not resigned to give up, we will get very angry and crush you," said Yu Tianji indifferently. He sounded way too pompous. Maybe he would climb up in the hierarchy in Tianxi later, so he was practicing acting like a great leader. But Yu Tianji's tone of speech annoyed Lin Feng. Most people were looking at Yu Tianji as if he had been a real leader, so they were convinced that his words were holy and undeniable. However, Lin Feng didn't see anyone as a leader. Everyone was equal before him. The students of Tianxi were all equal. Even if Tianji was a strong group, it didn't give them the right to humiliate others. Students who belong to the Tianji group have the same status as anyone else. Surprisingly, some people still think that it's normal to consider themselves as leaders. How servile. And yet some people are willing to accept such idiocies, said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng was making fun of the servility of some people. How audacious. Did he think that he was so terrific because he had defeated someone who belonged to the Tianshu group? Yu Tianji frowned. He was staring back at Lin Feng as if he had been trying to see through him. Ha! Lin Feng frowned and he also stared at Yu Tianji aggressively. The lights twinkling in Lin Feng's eyes were so dazzling that Yu Tianji had to close his eyes. Humph! Lin Feng groaned coldly when he stared at Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji was trying to use a special skill to see through Lin Feng, see his special techniques and skills. However, that required a stronger soul than Lin Feng. But, it was almost impossible for anyone at the same level as Lin Feng to compete with him. Lin Feng just had to glare at Yu Tianji in an aggressive way to make him stop. Yu Tianji quickly opened his eyes again and continued staring at Lin Feng. You broke it. This is the first time that someone at the same level as me managed to break my special clairvoyance skill. I only managed to see that his sword intent was level 4, it stopped increasing after. He might possess a level 5 sword intent. I can't see clearly. That guy is really strong. It seems like he should be considered as the leader of the Tianxian group. He is much stronger than Tianqi Shui. This time, we will go to the mysterious world together, thought Yu Tianji, staring at Lin Feng. After groaning again, Yu Tianji turned back to the crowd and said, we're going to the mysterious world, so let's spare no effort. Yu Tianji didn't add anything more. He was considering the fact that Lin Feng was so much stronger than Tianqi Shui. He was probably able to compete with all the strongest cultivators from the other snowy mountains. But the crowd was thinking something else. Yu Tianji had suddenly changed the topic while looking at Lin Feng. Was he simply going to let Lin Feng off without doing anything? Only Lin Feng had a definite idea of what that meant. Yu Tianji's glance had given him a clue, he wasn't going to let him off. He probably wanted to surprise attack him some other time. However, it wasn't possible at the Snow Palace. Some small tensions were allowed, but fighting fiercely in front of the elders wasn't suggested. The hunter was calmly observing the scene. Tianqi was divided into 7 mountains and they had never prevented the geniuses from confronting each other. Only by going through such frictions could they become adults. That was precisely how geniuses stood out and became respected. Tianqi wasn't the only one with this mindset, the greatest sects and clans were all like this. There were always tensions between people in the cultivation world. Places entirely dedicated to cultivation had to be at the center of fights and tensions. This time, Tianxian will not get bullied so easily, thought the hunter, feeling relieved. They would remain proud and protect their dignity. Tianqi Shui, Huang Fulong, Han Xiuyu were all very strong. They didn't fear anyone else. Besides, there was someone who could resist the so-called leaders from the other groups. Just like Yu Tianji had guessed, Lin Feng was their unofficial leader. Gong! The sound of a solemn and majestic bell spread in the air. Someone slowly came out of the Snow Palace wearing a purple changpao. That was a senior cultivator of the Tianji group. He had extremely long white hair, his beard was long and went down to the chest. He looked like a celestial being, majestic and domineering. Is everyone here? Asked the person indifferently. He hadn't spoken loudly, but his voice had clearly penetrated into people's thoughts. Those who had brought the different groups to the Snow Palace all bowed and said, they are all here. All right, said the old man, glancing around at the crowd. He was looking over the 56 young people, and nodded with satisfaction. Tianqi doesn't prevent you from fighting against each other because battles and tensions help you maintain your ardor and keep you hot-blooded. You become stronger in your heart when you argue. Tianqi is divided into 7 groups, so it is normal that tensions appear. No matter how you fight, there will be no consequences. But I have to remind you, this time you're going to the mysterious world and Tianqi will not be the only group to send people there. There will be other people from the region of Ganyu. There will be some terrifying geniuses there and none of them will be weaker than you. Therefore, I hope that you will not fight against each other in the mysterious world. You must forget about the small tensions existing between you, said the old man slowly. Am I clear? Understood, said everyone, nodding. The old man nodded and put his right hand on his chest. Then he slightly bowed and said in a solemn way, everything for the Tianqi Empire. The crowd did the same. Everybody put their right hand on their heart, bowed and said, everything for the Tianqi Empire. Everything for the Tianqi Empire. Gong! The calm and solemn sound of a bell resonated in the air again. That bell was ringing to remind people that they were missionaries of Tianqi, everything was for the Tianqi Empire. No matter how serious the inner tensions were, people had to remember that their ultimate goal was to make the empire stronger. They were a big family, the empire supported them and they supported the empire, that was why the Tianqi Empire was such a strong empire. The solemn and relieving sound of the bell resonated in Lin Feng's head. He also raised his right hand and put it on his chest while saying, everything for the Tianqi Empire. The excitement of being a missionary was improving his determination and willpower even further. He felt like he belonged to a cohesive group. The sense of belonging to a group was influencing everybody in a positive way. That sense of belonging was penetrating deeply into their souls. Everybody felt like they were brothers and sisters, they had to maintain the cohesion to remain strong together, but... The old man with the white beard glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. He had noticed that Lin Feng was different from the others, but at that moment, Lin Feng was accepting to become a part of that big family. He was letting that cohesive force influence his heart. He had accepted Tianqi and participated with mindset of improving the empire. That way the Tianqi empire would engulf more and more geniuses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764, Taboo. Chapter 764, Taboo. The old man with the white beard looked around and said, "Alright, you're the most outstanding geniuses of Tianqi, get ready to go on a journey." The crowd looked at him respectfully. They were finally going to traverse the mysterious world. Many of them had been preparing for such a long time. This time, they were going on an adventure, a journey. That journey was going to be filled with dangers and opportunities. Afterward, they would come back to Tianqi as heroes. They might even come back with more determination and with great treasures. However, they might never come. Their bodies would slowly decompose in the mysterious world. This might be their last chance to see these snowy mountains. However, everybody looked determined to give it a try. Nobody was going to stutter, they had chosen this path. Since they had chosen to become strong cultivators, they had to walk forwards with indomitable will. Death and dangers were part of that journey. Strong cultivators had to face dangers bravely, there was no space for cowards on the path of cultivation. The old man, called Mr. Baisu. Then he slowly raised his head to the sky, raised his hand, and in a flash a terrifying quantity of snow energy started rotating in the sky. Evoa! A few sounds spread in the air off in the distance. The snowflake suddenly turned into a vortex as whistling sounds spread in the air. Bestial Qi! Lin Feng was stupefied, there was bestial Qi in the air. He raised his head and saw 7 snowy white beasts in the sky. They had gigantic wings which created hurricanes as they clapped. Those 7 beasts were eagles, and they were glancing at the crowd on the ground. Their eyes looked like those of beasts, but at the same time revealed the intelligence of wise beings. "Snow eagles, come down," said Mr. Baisu indifferently. Then the 7 beasts came down from the sky and disappeared. They had transformed into human beings. Those were Tian-level beasts that could transform into human beings. However, those beasts had chosen the half-transformation option, where they keep their 2 forms instead of turning into authentic human beings. Those snow eagles still had their wings projecting from their back when they transformed into humans. "The snow eagles will bring you to the mysterious world," said Mr. Baisu. The 7 snow eagles made a line and turned into eagles again. Then they crouched down and waited for the cultivators to jump onto their backs. "Go," said Mr. Baisu. The crowd bowed and then jumped onto the backs of the eagles. Each group had their own eagle. Clap, clap, clap. The snow eagles clapped their wings and a strong wind started blowing again. The 7 white eagles then rose up in the air and reached the clouds. "We're off," thought Lin Feng while looking at the ground. Some people were looking up at them excited. The snow eagles flew even faster as they went off into the distance. Surprisingly, nobody else is coming with us, thought Lin Feng. There were only the 56 geniuses and the 7 beasts. Nobody else was accompanying them while they were flying. But he quickly forgot about it, Lin Feng wasn't going to focus on the small things. Tianqi had its own policies and ways of doing things, in any case, nothing could happen to them. "Are you cold?" asked Lin Feng to Shui Linglong in a low voice. The wind was extremely strong and they were very high in the air. Besides, the speed of Tian-level beasts was incredible. Shui Linglong's small paws were on Lin Feng's chest and she slightly shook her head. She looked delighted, one could see it from her eyes. She didn't look sad to be a beast again, she could stay in Lin Feng's arms all the time. Actually, the happy expression in her eyes was even more resplendent than in the past. Even though she was small, Lin Feng's pure qi was surrounding her body to prevent any sufferings from the strong winds. Being in Lin Feng's arms gave birth to warm, sweet and tender feelings in her heart. "Isn't it only a beast?" asked someone indifferently yet mockingly. He slowly turned his head and looked at Bai Li Shi. He was just looking at the landscape below them, he was pretending that he had never said anything. "Who are you talking to?" asked Lin Feng coldly. He was glaring at Bai Li Shi who was only a few steps in front of him. Lin Feng's eyes looked as sharp as swords. Bai Li Shi remained silent as if he hadn't heard Lin Feng. He was previously paying attention to Lin Feng back when he heard Lin Feng talking to a beast as if he had been talking to his wife or his girlfriend. He couldn't help but take a jab. However, he regretted it when he remembered how Lin Feng had defeated and injured the strong cultivator of Tianshu. Now he was ignoring Lin Feng, hoping that he would forget about it. "I am asking you a question," shouted Lin Feng furiously, his voice made Bai Li Shi's heart shake. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible on these birds. Bai Li Shi turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, scared. Lin Feng, don't forget the purpose of our trip, said Tian Chi Shui when she saw that Lin Feng was furious. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Tian Chi Shui. He slightly opened his mouth, showing his teeth as he said, "You, shut the hell up." Tian Chi Shui was speechless. Lin Feng was releasing a scary ice-cold energy. He looked extremely furious. Nobody could humiliate Meng Qing, no matter who they were. Tian Chi Shui looked at Huang Fulong. He was lying down and his eyes were closed. It was as if he had heard nor seen anything. Lin Feng, you're really going too far. It's only a wild beast, isn't it? Asked Bai Li Shi. At the very second he finished the last word of his sentence, he saw Lin Feng arrive next to him and a terrifying oppressive energy surrounded his body. Bai Li Shi raised his hand to block, but he just heard the sound of some cracking bones. A terrifying coldness invaded his entire body and he couldn't breathe anymore. He couldn't even gulp down, his eyes seemed like they were going to burst out of their orbits. All of this because Lin Feng had grabbed him by the throat and was slowly raising him up in the air. Huang Fulong slowly opened his eyes, the 6 others were looking at Lin Feng and shivering. That guy was really scary when he was angry. He didn't care about giving face to anyone. Bai Li Shi was a genius, but he was a weakling in front of Lin Feng. Talking about that beast is taboo. Lin Feng cares about it a lot. Everyone was understanding. Bai Li Shi grabbed Lin Feng's hand with his hands and tried to pry him off. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was red. Flames of fury were burning in Lin Feng's eyes. This time, I will let you off. However, if you dare offend me again, even if it means making Tian Chi furious, I will kill you, said Lin Feng coldly. He particularly stressed the word kill. The atmosphere cold and people were all shivering. They could sense Lin Feng's murderous intentions. He wasn't threatening Bai Li Shi, he was making him a promise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, Terrifying Beast Chi. Chapter 765, Terrifying Beast Chi. Lin Feng slowly loosened the pressure and dropped Bai Li Shi on the back of the beast. Bai Li Shi's face was still red and he looked furious. He wished that Lin Feng would die. However, he could do nothing but stare back at Lin Feng. He could still sense a scary coldness in his body. Lin Feng was really strong, he could easily kill people like Bai Li Shi. There were great differences between the geniuses. Bai Li Shi was a genius, Lin Feng was a genius, but Bai Li Shi would never have the chance to compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced back at Bai Li Shi coldly once again and then returned to his initial position. He then sat down cross-legged and ignored Bai Li Shi. That guy is really arrogant, thought Tian Chi Shui, gnashing her teeth. She was realizing that her pride was being crushed by Lin Feng step by step, just like the first time they met. Han Xiaoyu also looked at Lin Feng as well as at the beast in his arms. He was wondering what their relation was. Such a little beast was so important to him. That Bai Li Shi's insignificant joke had made him furious to the extent that he was ready to kill. Lin Feng was brutal, violent, and scary. Only Tang Yuyu understood what connected Lin Feng and that little beast. She was Lin Feng's sweetheart. Lin Feng had turned into a demon because of her. He had almost given up his soul for her. He had drowned himself into a killing frenzy. How deep was their love? She was the most important person in Lin Feng's heart. Tang Yuyu was certain that if anyone from Tianqi humiliated Meng Qing again they would die. Lin Feng would kill them in front of the strongest cultivators of the empire. Everybody remained silent after that. The snow eagles were flying extremely fast. In one day they could travel across 50,000 kilometers. In a 2-day timeframe, the crowd had crossed a myriad of countries and empires. They kept seeing different patterns, cities, and landscapes below them. They had seen some small and insignificant countries, and they had seen some bigger nations. The mysterious world is really far, thought the crowd. The Tian-level beasts were flying extremely fast, and after 2 days they still hadn't arrived. They were just now noticing that they were extremely far from Tianqi. However, the places on the ground all belonged to the Ganyu region. Therefore, they couldn't be that far away. They even saw some places which shared a border with the holy city. Whoa. The wind was extremely strong. The turbulences in the clouds woke up all the geniuses. They couldn't keep their eyes closed while practicing cultivation in these conditions. Besides, they were getting close to the mysterious world now. Phew. The wind was becoming more and more violent and it seemed like it contained some terrifying bestial energy. Everybody found it difficult to open their eyes now. Who? Shouted an extremely loud voice at that moment. It came from one of the eagles. The pupils of the snow eagles suddenly started flashing with sharp lights. The wind was more and more brutal, the atmosphere suddenly became darker, the snow eagles stopped flying forwards and stopped, their eyes looked ice cold. That beast Chi was becoming more and more powerful. What a terrifying beast Chi! Thought the crowd, eventually realizing that the Chi was bestial Chi. They all looked nervous. How come there was beast Chi in that place? Besides, they had the feeling that they were suffocating. Venerable and respectable sir, may I ask who you are? Asked one of the 7 snow eagles while they all turned into human beings. The geniuses fell down from their backs, but they still had the impression that they were suffocating under that beast Chi. Suddenly, they were surrounded by beast Chi, they could even see the surroundings clearly. A Zun beast. The crowd was astonished and shaking. Tian-level beasts were already incredible and revered, but in that place there was a Zun-level beast. How terrifying! A terrifying ice-cold Chi invaded the entire atmosphere, it seemed to contain some snowflakes. Slowly, the wind carried away some snowflakes which fell onto the geniuses. That beast Chi was piercingly cold. Shui Linglong moved away from Lin Feng's arms and into the air. Her beautiful eyes kept twinkling as if she had realized something. Ha! Lin Feng didn't understand what Meng Qing was doing. She was usually indifferent about what was going on in her surroundings, but now she was behaving strangely. Whoosh! Meng Qing flew into that rolling Chi. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. What was wrong with Meng Qing? Lin Feng jumped forwards and followed Meng Qing. He couldn't even see his fingers in that dense bestial Chi. Lin Feng! Cried out Tang Yu in alarm. She also jumped in the air and penetrated the bestial Chi. Everybody was astonished, they were crazy. Those 2 people were insane. They were following that snow beast into the bestial Chi. Meng Qing penetrated into the bestial Chi as if it didn't exist in the first place, it couldn't harm her, it seemed. Meng Qing! Said Lin Feng following her. Then he grabbed Meng Chang and hugged her, she remained staring into the distance. The bestial Chi was coming from a black silhouette which appeared in the distance and was coming at them. It was a woman, she seemed to be about 45, her long hair was snowy white and she was wearing a black Chang Pao. How strong, thought Lin Feng. He had a feeling of insignificance when looking at that woman. Even more so than when he was with the 3 Zun cultivators in Tianqi. Apart from looking majestic and domineering, that woman was releasing some terrifying bestial Chi. That woman wearing a black Chang Pao was a ferocious wild beast. Maybe she really was a Zun beast. Meng Cheng wiggled out from Lin Feng's arms and flew towards that woman. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Meng Qing! Said Lin Feng, jumping forwards. He wanted to block her, but he heard someone groan coldly, and then he couldn't move. Now, Meng Qing had already arrived in front of that woman. Lin Feng still wanted to struggle forwards, however, he saw the woman lower her head and look at Meng Qing in a warm and gentle way. She didn't look like she wanted to harm Meng Qing. Lin Feng was becoming clear-headed again. Meng Qing is acting strange, she even jumped towards her, she probably knows her, thought Lin Feng. Suddenly, it seemed like he had understood something. He had reacted too hastily because he didn't understand what was happening. Lin Feng stared at them and as expected, it seemed like Meng Qing was very close to the woman. She even put her paws on her face. Then looked at Lin Feng, from her eyes Lin Feng could see that she was happy. Lin Feng felt relieved, it seemed like Meng Qing really knew that woman. Little Shui, why did you do that? Asked the woman while petting Meng Qing. She looked saddened as she said, that animal made you leave the Black Wind Mountain. It's his fault. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, The Snow Beast's Tower. Chapter 766, The Snow Beast's Tower. Meng Qing emitted some small sounds to the woman. How could I not get angry? Said that beautiful middle-aged woman. At that moment, her beauty was masked by her fury. A moment before, Meng Qing had told her not to get angry. Linglong, you have to turn into a human being. Why didn't you stay with me and wait until the end of the process? Your celestial chi was affected so badly that now, without a good alchemist to concoct some pills for you, I cannot help you achieve the process. Sighed the woman, frowning. People were at the origin of the 10,000 things of creation. They were often much more outstanding than beasts, in various fields, for example in alchemy. Beasts which could concoct pills were extremely rare. Meng Chang lowered her head and moaned as if she had been telling a story to the woman. I know, I saw everything that happened in the mirrors. I also saw that you risked your life and were attacked by those damn human beings that interrupted your transformation process. She was sounding colder and colder. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes were twinkling with sharp bestial lights. Lin Feng had the impression that two invisible hands were holding him, preventing him from breathing. Boom! A terrifying chi emerged out of the woman's body and Lin Feng had the impression that a gigantic snow beast was moving towards him. Lin Feng! Yelled Tang Yu behind him. She looked terrified. She hadn't thought that Shui Ling Long knew such terrifying beasts either. It seemed like they were very close to each other. That snow beast was probably going to attack Lin Feng. Woo woo! Meng Qing kept emitting small sounds at the woman. The woman was holding Meng Qing tightly though, preventing her from moving away. Do you know who I am? Said the snow beast, her voice was terrifying. I don't know. Said Lin Feng while shaking his head. The gigantic pressure was painful but he didn't try to resist. That snow beast was probably one of Meng Qing's family members. I am the one who raised Shui Ling Long, said the snow beast coldly. Lin Feng was surprised. Meng Qing had been raised by that woman in the black clothes. Lin Feng struggled to move and managed to bow in front of her in a respectful way. One could see some gratitude in his face. If Meng Qing had been able to talk at that moment, she would have called that woman mother. Ling Long is my fairy fox, her blood is extremely strong. I am her protector. Said the snow beast sounding even colder. Beasts were often united by a certain cohesion. When they encountered another beast which had strong blood, they protected it. They helped the latter become stronger and stronger, they could even sacrifice themselves for stronger beasts. Even though I protected Shui Ling Long, she is like this now because of you. How should I punish you? Said the snow beast sounding even colder. Lin Feng was staring at the beast. Lin Feng said, I will definitely help Meng Qing recover. Meng Qing? Whispered the beast. That's the name you gave to Ling Long. You cannot even protect her, how could you help her recover? What makes you feel so confident? Lin Feng didn't have an answer for the woman, he was speechless. Indeed, he wasn't strong enough so he couldn't refute the statement. Meng Qing had suffered because he wasn't strong enough, therefore others hadn't hesitated to bully her. Lin Feng clenched his fists, all he had at that moment was his determination. Meng Qing doesn't want to come with me, but if you die she will forget about you. I think you should die. Said the snow beast darkly. No, Tang Yu looked terrified and kept shaking her head. She was panicking, she couldn't do anything against such strong cultivators. I can't die. Said Lin Feng. Are you not afraid of death? Asked the snow beast mockingly. I will not let you take Meng Qing away from me either. Said Lin Feng, ignoring what the beast had just said. He started shaking as it seemed that something was moving in his body. It was an evil energy that was starting coming out. I cannot resist against you. You want me to die but I don't want to. I want Meng Qing to stay with me and I want to help her regain her human form, I am ready to do anything to help her. Said Lin Feng, releasing some more cold chi. Do you think that you can resist me because you have the evil swords? Said the snow beast mockingly. She then opened her mouth and groaned in a terrifying way. Her voice made Lin Feng's body shake violently as sound waves resonated in Lin Feng's brain. All his thoughts were interrupted, he couldn't react, his brain was paralyzed for a moment. And then his entire body was surrounded by an ice-cold chi. Lin Feng was nothing in front of such a monster. A gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng and some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng had the feeling that his viscera were exploding and his head was emitting buzzing sounds. Ling Long, let's leave. We will find a solution to make you retrieve your human shape. Said the woman to Meng Qing. Then Meng Qing said something, there were tears in her eyes. The woman's facial expression kept changing and in the end she just sighed. The snow beast disappeared and the woman glanced at Lin Feng, out of her eyes emerged some lights. Suddenly, a monstrous pain invaded Lin Feng's body, his sleeve was lacerated and blood splashed. A beam of light spread in the air, Lin Feng had the impression that something had connected to his brain. But he was still paralyzed, he felt dizzy and nauseous, almost like he didn't know what was happening. You made Ling Long's life a sheer hell, I should kill you. But, she said that she would die if you died, so I have to be merciful today. She said she wanted to be with you so I will wait until you break through to the Tian Chi layer and then I will meet you in the Black Wind Mountain. If you have any problems or fear that your life is at risk, I don't want Ling Long to get involved. Said a voice inside Lin Feng's brain. In a flash, the bestial chi moved away into the distance. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, the woman in black had disappeared. Meng Qing had also been taken away. Our guy. Lin Feng roared violently as a sound wave spread in the air, it sounded like a ferocious wild beast. Lin Feng's face was red and his eyes bloodshot. Meng Qing had to leave him because he was too weak. Lin Feng, she's doing those things for Meng Qing. Once you break through to the Tianqi layer, you will be able to go and pick her up," said Tang Yuyu when she saw that Lin Feng was going insane. Some crackling sounds spread in the air because Lin Feng was clenching his fists painfully. Lin Feng had to break through to the Tianqi layer in the frame of this journey. He understood why the woman had taken Meng Qing away. She was afraid for her. Roar, roar! Lin Feng was stupefied. In front of him appeared a tower full of ferocious wild beasts. Lin Feng had the feeling he was suffocating under their strength. Tian-level beasts are inside that tower, thought Lin Feng. He had the impression that there was a relation between him and the tower. Even though the woman in black clothes with white hair had left, she had given him that tower. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the blood on his arm. He had clearly sensed that some kind of a link was created between him and something else. It must be thanks to Meng Qing, thought Lin Feng. Of course, Meng Qing had protected him all the way and had defended him. That beast tower could save his life when he later fought cultivators of the Tianqi layer. "Shut the hell up now!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He was in a very bad mood, as expected. Even though the beasts were furious, they stopped shouting. They couldn't say anything when they were under the control of the Mother Master, but now a weak human being was controlling them. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and then the tower became small. He then put it away for later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767, Encounter in the Sky. Chapter 767, Encounter in the Sky. The rolling beast chi disappeared and the cloud made of bestial energies disappeared too. The people who were prisoners of it suddenly felt relieved. The beast chi had been too terrifying, they were prisoners inside of it, unable to see anything at all. They hadn't even seen the beam of light in the air. On top of that, they decided not to move. They might survive if they played possum. The geniuses were not the only ones who had been strongly affected by that beast. The snow eagles had been just as terrified. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu were together hovering in the sky. Lin Feng was gazing into the distance as if something was drawing his attention. The crowd was confused because they didn't know what Lin Feng had just gone through. That beast chi. Where had it come from? Why had it suddenly disappeared? Lin Feng probably knew the answer to those questions. By the way, where is the small wild beast? Someone realized that Lin Feng's small beast had disappeared. That small and adorable snowy white beast was very important to Lin Feng. He was ready to kill people because of her. But now it had disappeared. It must have been something that Lin Feng couldn't control, otherwise he would have never let the beast leave him. Could it be that the little animal disappeared because of that beast chi? Thought some people. Let's continue, said a snow eagle. Lin Feng turned around, took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. What mattered most now was to become stronger. Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng landed on the back of the snow eagle with the Tian Shen group. They continued their journey trying to forget about the unexplainable yet terrifying bestial chi which had emerged a moment before. It seemed that Lin Feng wasn't going to tell them anything. "Ya!" shouted a snow eagle sharply. Immediately after, the snow eagle started plummeting downwards. Their pupils shrank. Had they arrived? The ground was slowly becoming clearer and more distinct in their field of vision. They were about 1,000 meters in the sky at that moment, but they could clearly see the ground. It was a vast and wild region with mountains, forests, and lakes. An ancient wild chi had emerged out of that place. It seemed like it had been there for millions of years. "There is someone," someone said at that moment. The crowd looked downwards and it seemed like some extremely strong cultivators were approaching. They were riding ferocious wild beasts as well. There were geniuses everywhere, just like those people from Tianqi. The ones who were approaching were very young, but there were also some people who looked older. Without any exception, all those people were of the Xianxi layer and at the top of the Xianxi layer even. Those who were not extremely young had all broken through to the very top of the Xianxi layer. They all seemed to be one step away from breaking through to the Tianqi layer. They were older, which meant that they were as strong as those young people, but it also meant that their natural abilities weren't as high as that of those young men. But surely they had their own strengths. They were mature, experienced. Even though they hadn't managed to break free from the limits of the Xianxi layer and break through to the Tianqi layer, their cultivation level was still at the top of the Xianxi layer. They had spent many years with the strength of the Xianxi layer. They were going to be more frivolous than those young people, but some of them were going to be quite dynamic too. Because they hadn't managed to break through to the Tianqi layer earlier, it meant that they have a problem in their heart or brain, or maybe their willpower and intent hadn't been strong enough. The different groups and spheres of influence had decided different sorts of people to represent them in the mysterious world. Tianqi had decided to choose young people to help them go through hardships and dangers, necessary factors to become stronger. Besides, there was the possibility to acquire some treasures and possibly keep them. People who didn't belong to the same groups were enemies in the mysterious world. People from the Tianqi Empire. Someone recognized them because of the snow eagles and the 7 stars they were wearing, which represented the 7 snowy mountains of Tianqi. They were people from Tianqi, from the southeast of the region of Ganyu. The people from Tianqi didn't know where those people were from. The Ganyu region was gigantic. There were 18 countries of average quality there, and many powerful sects and clans too. Even though all those people were strong, the people from Tianqi couldn't know everybody. The 7 snow eagles' eyes were twinkling because they knew who those people were. However, they didn't say anything, they just looked at those things flying in the sky. Many people were arriving from the south. That group was composed of people riding several gigantic winged horses, but those horses had dragon scales all over their bodies. They were so large that 7 or 8 people could ride them. They had a terrifying physical strength and had dragon blood flowing in their veins. How impressive! Thought the crowd. The dragon-scaled horses were singing the chant of the dragons. Their chanting was melodious and clear. All the people on the back of those horses looked proud and arrogant. Their chi was imperial, almost like monarchs. Those people were from the Jade Heaven imperial family. They are from the Tianqi Empire, where there are gigantic and vast snowy mountains. The place called Tianqi in the Tianqi Empire is a holy place for them. Explained a strong cultivator who was standing at the front of the group to those following him. The group of people nodded. They had heard about the strong and powerful groups of the region before. The Tianqi Empire sent 56 people that are all young. Their lowest cultivation level is the 8th Xianqi layer. A great majority of them have broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer, however, they are not ordinary cultivators. Said someone slowly. He was stupefied, his pupils shrank. Lin Feng. Said the young man coldly. That young man was actually Duan Wu Dao, the crown prince of Shuiyu. Surprisingly, 1 month after the incidents in Shuiyu, he was seeing Lin Feng again. Ha! Many people from Jade Heaven turned their heads and looked at Lin Feng. Was that Lin Feng? Lin Feng's name had become famous in Jade Heaven. They had heard about how he had turned into a demon and was possessed by a murderous frenzy. Surprisingly, he hadn't died and was instead with the people from Tianqi. Lin Feng's eyes made people shiver. He was staring down 2 people, Duan Wu Dao whom he had to kill, and the cultivator of the Tianqi layer who had gone to Shuiyu to attack him. If Lin Feng had the occasion, he wouldn't let the people from Jade Heaven off. They had hurt Shuiyu, they had injured his friends and relatives, they had made everyone suffer. The cultivator of the Tianqi layer was pulling a long face. Lin Feng hadn't turned into a demon and had become himself again. He would probably fight against the people from Jade Heaven in the future. That person had murderous intentions seeping from his eyes. If there was any opportunity to kill Lin Feng, they had to eliminate him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, Making the Situation Worse. Chapter 768, Making the Situation Worse. Duan Wu Dao was upset because Lin Feng hadn't died. Back at the great competition of Shuiyu, Lin Feng had defeated him in front of everyone and had finished first. Now that Duan Wu Dao joined the Jade Heaven imperial family, he was taught various things by some great cultivators. He's made so much progress in making his intent even more powerful. But now, how strong has Lin Feng become? Will it be possible to kill him? Someone asked while walking towards a leader of the Tianqi layer. The cultivators of the Jade Heaven imperial family all knew about Lin Feng. They wanted Duan Wu Dao to kill Lin Feng as soon as they entered the mysterious world to avoid further troubles. Do you think that people from Tianqi are helpless? One of the strong cultivators asked. All the people Tianqi chose to enter the mysterious world must be strong. Those cultivators represent their future. Do you believe it will be so easy to kill any of them? Those 7 snow eagles are extraordinary, they're incredible. If those eagles weren't so strong, Tianqi wouldn't have taken the risk of sending their geniuses here without any protection. That same person continued. The one who asked the question was moved. He obviously understood what was meant. Killing Lin Feng wouldn't be easy. People from the Tianqi Empire wouldn't let their guard down. The dragon-scaled horses continued moving forwards as they emitted rumbling sounds in the sky. They headed in the direction of the snow eagles, leaving trails in the sky behind them. Lin Feng closed his eyes and breathed in deeply, trying to control his anger. He had to control himself and act carefully. He couldn't let his thoughts become chaotic. He had to focus on the advantages that the mysterious world would provide. Look at how many people are over there. Have we arrived already? Someone asked in the distance. They could see so many black dots in the distance. There are so many strong cultivators who have broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer. It must mean the mysterious world hasn't opened yet. They thought. Lin Feng opened his mouth. He saw something gigantic in the distance. It looked like a large tomb. A crowd had surrounded it, seemingly protecting it. A tomb. The tomb of the emperor? Lin Feng was stupefied. Was what the strong cultivators had told him true? The mysterious world was the tomb of the emperor? We arrived. That coffin has to be the entrance to the mysterious world. Everyone was excited. They had finally arrived. Those who had already arrived at the coffin were looking at each other, trying to guess where everyone was from. People from Tianqi and Jade Heaven Imperial family have already arrived. How fast? There were still some days to wait before going to the mysterious world, and half the forces of the Ganyu region were already there. Those who were eligible to enter the mysterious world were there, only a few minor groups hadn't arrived yet. The mysterious world was either the palace or the tomb of the emperor. Not just anyone could go there. All the strongest forces of the Ganyu region had come, so people from the other regions would inevitably be rejected. The only force which could put up a fight would be the Holy City, because they were monstrously powerful, but they already possessed incredible quantities of resources. They weren't going to waste time with the tomb of the emperor. Some of them were already related to the Cultivation Emperor. Becoming a student of the Cultivation Emperor was something extraordinary which guaranteed a successful future. Some of the strong cultivators were going with hopes of becoming the emperor's student. Of course, even if people were from Ganyu, they weren't necessarily eligible to go to the mysterious world. Only those groups widely recognized were accepted and could send their pupils. The 7 snow eagles turned into human beings as they landed. Everybody stared at that absolutely normal hill. How could it be the entrance of the mysterious world? Lin Feng looked at the gigantic hill and the various persons around it. It was then that he noticed someone from before and suddenly released an ice-cold chi. He could see the East Sea Dragon Palace people. Their leader was wearing a purple golden dragon robe. As if he had sensed something, he frowned. He looked in the direction of the people of Tianqi. How come someone from Tianqi was acting so hostile? They had just arrived. However, he was astonished to see Lin Feng. Apart from the Dragon King, who was wearing his familiar purple golden clothes, 2 others were now surprised. They had both been chosen to join the Dragon Palace, Di Ling and Duan Wuya. As Lin Feng yelled, Di Ling couldn't forget the past, even if Lin Feng's chi had changed a lot since the competition. However, Duan Wu Dao was seemingly indifferent. Even though he was surprised, he was smiling. This smile wasn't warm or friendly, it was filled with evil intentions. The second prince of Shuiyu was famous for his warmth and friendly demeanor. He was easy to approach. However, he had shown his true colors and was so much more evil than Duan Wu Dao. Hundreds of thousands of troops had died because of him. He had planned on Duan Wu Dao and Lin Feng to fight, then he wanted Shinggong and the Jade Heaven Imperial family to fight. Duan Wuya had plotted to best benefit the East Sea Imperial Palace succeed and become glorious. He was certainly a master manipulator. If Lin Feng had to choose one person to kill, that person would be Duan Wuya. Lin Feng's murderous intentions were violent. Duan Wuya was looking back at Lin Feng and smiling, but he knew that Lin Feng wanted him to die 10,000 deaths. Duan Wuya was actually scared of Lin Feng. The past can't be changed now. Against all expectations, his diabolic plan to kill Lin Feng had failed at the last minute when he turned into a demon and almost killed everyone. But Lin Feng hadn't died. He was still alive and had seemingly managed to recover from his demonic possession. Lin Feng shouldn't be able to control the evil swords yet, but he had managed to recover somehow. He must have had another stroke of luck. On top of that, he hadn't joined Shinggong but another group of influence. The people of Shinggong had arrived already. They had managed to take some geniuses from the great competition of Shuiyu too. Isn't the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu supposed to represent you in the mysterious world? Duan Wuya was poking fun at the people of Shinggong. They looked in the direction of Tianqi's people and noticed Lin Feng. Duan Wuya was trying to deteriorate the situation between Lin Feng and Shinggong even more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, Serious Consequences. Chapter 769, Serious Consequences. Lin Feng. It's really Lin Feng. Lin Feng had finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu and became famous in Shinggong, especially in Shinggong North. Just as there are tensions between the 7 snowy mountains in Tianqi, there are tensions between the different groups in Shinggong, more precisely between Shinggong North, Shinggong South, Shinggong West and Shinggong East. Lin Feng was supposed to go to the mysterious world representing Shinggong North. After what happened in Shuiyu, Lin Feng had turned into a demon and crazily attacked them. In the end, they had given up and abandoned Lin Feng. On top of that, they had given Lin Feng's free spot to someone else for the mysterious world. After all, he had turned into a demon, what could they do? He was in a murderous frenzy. However, Lin Feng now appeared again, his eyes were twinkling just like those of a deity. Even though he looked cold, he hadn't turned into a demon. Surprisingly, he was now representing the Tianqi Empire. Bei Ming and Lei Mang pulled a long face. Since Lin Feng hadn't turned into a demon, shouldn't he represent Shingon in the mysterious world? How could he be representing the Tianqi Empire? Apart from Bei Ming, a few others were also staring at Lin Feng. Those people were those who had participated to the great competition of Shuiyu and had chosen to join Shingon. They had thought that Lin Feng was deep and mysterious, especially when they had found out the things going on between Yu Tianming and him. Yu Tianming obviously knew what had happened in Shuiyu. His grandfather Yu Qingshan had almost died in Shuiyu. Lin Feng. Bei Ming came out from the group representing Shingon. Lin Feng, we were extremely grieved when we heard about what happened to you in Shuiyu. We just had the feeling that those loved by the gods always died young. We even sent some strong cultivators to save you. We all hoped that you would recover, but now it seems that we were too worried. You managed to stay safe. I would like to thank you and allow you to go to the mysterious world as the leader of the Shingon group. The crowd looked back at Lin Feng. They didn't know what social status the young man had, but Bei Ming attached so much importance to him. Bei Ming was ready to make him become their leader. The people from the Tianqi Empire also looked at Lin Feng and realized that the young man who had suddenly appeared in the Tianxin group was famous. The group on the dragon-scaled horses knew him, and the people from Shingon. It seems like he isn't absolutely unknown. He is already famous amongst several different groups of influence. No wonder Lin Feng was so strong. He was already famous in other places. But Lin Feng had already joined Tianqi. Could he join Shingon again? Joining Tianqi was easy, there were no requirements. They even did their best to help geniuses become stronger. However, if Lin Feng joined Shingon, he would violate the only rule of Tianqi, which was to betray them. They were all staring at Lin Feng to see what he would reply. Lin Feng glanced at Bei Ming. Bei Ming looked indifferent as if he hadn't noticed that Lin Feng was with Tianqi. He was just proposing him to become the leader of the Shingon group as if it were absolutely normal. Mister, thank you for your generosity. But because of some issues, I decided to represent the Tianqi Empire and to become one of their citizens. I will not betray my empire, so I hope that you can understand. Lin Feng seemed final with this, nodding to Bei Ming respectfully. If the Shuiyu incident hadn't occurred, Lin Feng would have fought for Shingon. Unfortunately, nothing could be changed anymore. How audacious! Shouted Lei Mang furiously while releasing some thunder. He glared, Lin Feng, Shingon raised you, we even saved your life. And now you're saying that you're a citizen of the Tianqi Empire, don't you think that's a great offense? You really despise us, don't you? If Shingon hadn't appeared the other day, I would have represented Shingon. Lin Feng sounded neither furious nor resentful. Lin Feng, if there is anything that makes you unsatisfied with Shingon, we can talk about it. We will do our best to make you happy so that you come back to Shingon. Bei Ming wouldn't give up. Some things cannot be changed. Lin Feng said, shaking his head. On the other day in Shuiyu, people from Shingon came and I understood that you were, all in all, only interested in yourself and your own success. You don't care about me, you don't care about my relatives and friends. I can even say that you just looked at them getting attacked and killed without doing a thing. Therefore, I will never do anything for Shingon, but... They were confused. I had given them the order to do anything to protect you. I hadn't thought that they would only protect you and forget about your friends and family members. I made a mistake, my orders weren't clear enough. If you come back to Shingon, I will offer you great skills and techniques, you will become monstrously strong. Said Bei Ming. Now Lin Feng felt even more angry. Was he trying to tempt Lin Feng with skills and techniques again? Could Lin Feng forget about his friends and family members because of some skills and techniques? Bei Ming's words proved that they only cared about their own success. I won't change my mind. There's no need to talk anymore. Said Lin Feng indifferently, giving Bei Ming no face. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't going to join Shingon, and now he was humiliating Shingon. Bei Ming, you did your best and tried to plan everything. You helped lots of cultivators during the great competition of Shuiyu, but even the champion of the competition isn't willing to join Shingon. The Dragon King was mocking him. His words hurt like daggers. They made Bei Ming feel even worse. He glanced back, Dragon King, don't think that I have forgotten about those who plotted against us since the beginning. The people from Tianqi were still staring at Lin Feng. He was the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu? That was why so many groups of influence wanted to have him. Shin-gong even wanted him to become a leader. Dragon King, I know that you've been plotting against us this entire time. The Dragon Palace is sly and evil. Bei Ming continued. The Dragon King only smiled coldly, without knitting his brows, and said, plotting? Duan Wuya is an incredible genius. Even though he didn't participate at the great competition of Shuiyu, he isn't any weaker than his brother Duan Wu Dao. He accepted to join the East Sea Dragon Palace and collaborate with us. He accepted to help us achieve incredible things. How could the East Sea Dragon Palace refuse such an offer? You should instead think about what happened with Lin Feng and how deal with that problem. What a humiliation. Did I ask you for advice? Bei Ming asked coldly. He looked back. Lin Feng, are you sure that you won't change your mind? Lin Feng just nodded indifferently without even glancing at Bei Ming. You want to die? Shouted Lei Mang furiously. He jumped forwards and released terrifying thunder energy which drummed across the sky. It seemed like the entire atmosphere was becoming the center of a thunderstorm. However, at that moment, a person in white appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was a beast with 2 wings which issued a hurricane that collided with the thunders. Lei Mang, stop immediately. Bei Ming was furious. Lei Mang reluctantly recalled his thunders. The snow eagle had defended Lin Feng. Be very careful, said Bei Ming to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng looked determined and stubborn. It seemed like he had anticipated everything. He showed no surprise on his face. The past couldn't be changed and he had to bear the consequences. Everything held serious consequences. Phew. The people from Shin-gong's side. Back then, at the great competition of Shuiyu, Shui Wuchang had attached a lot of importance to Lin Feng. He had seen him become stronger, step by step, until he became the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu. He had always been aware of Lin Feng's monstrous and terrifying natural abilities. Of course he had hoped that Lin Feng would join Shin-gong. However, Shin-gong failed to make friends with Lin Feng. That's life, things are impermanent. Shin-gong is very sad to lose you. Shui Wuchang was furious at Lei Mang. He had sent him to protect Lin Feng and his friends, but because of a small mistake, the guards had the opposite effect. Shin-gong will regret that in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770, 2 Traitors. Chapter 770, 2 Traitors. Lin Feng. Someone called from elsewhere. It came from a group of people in black changpaos. Their chi was ice-cold and evil. They looked scary and others were afraid to get close to them. Do the people of the Necropolis sect know Lin Feng? Thought everybody astonished. It seemed like everybody knew Lin Feng. The Necropolis sect was an evil sect, so they weren't active and dynamic in the outside world. They weren't like the East Sea Dragon Palace who actively looked for new geniuses all the time. The crowd was surprised to see that they knew Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we would love to have you as a disciple at the Necropolis sect. You can join whenever you want, and we will choose a great Zun teacher to teach you. The crowd was astonished. The Necropolis sect wanted Lin Feng just like Shin-gong. Their proposition was even more tempting. They were ready to offer him a Zun teacher. That was the dream of so many people. Thank you very much for your kindness, but now I am a citizen of the Tianqi Empire and I will not change my mind. Lin Feng turned down the Necropolis sect and with certainty. It was no secret that he had turned into a demon in Shuiyu. Even the Necropolis sect knew about it. With the evil sword, Lin Feng was absolutely eligible to join the Necropolis sect. Even without it, he was still eligible to join them. Then forget about it, but our door will always be open for you. You can join whenever you want and we will welcome you then, said the strong cultivator from the Necropolis sect. Thank you, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile on his face. That guy really has endless opportunities. So many strong groups are fighting for him, and they are all offering incredible things to try and tempt him. Thought the people from Tianqi, their eyes were twinkling. Shin-gong was offering him some incredible skills and techniques while the Necropolis sect was offering him a Zun teacher. In the distance, there were more ferocious, wild beasts arriving. Someone got off their beast and looked around when they saw the strong cultivators surrounding the gigantic coffin, as if they had been looking for their group. Imo, she arrived, said Tang Yu in a low voice. She had been waiting for him. She felt embarrassed because Lin Feng and her had joined Shin-gong. She wanted to explain the situation to Jun Moshi. Lin Feng heard Tang Yu and he slowly turned around. Jun Moshi and Yun Fei Yang had come together. As if they had sensed something, they turned to Lin Feng and Tang Yu. Strong cultivators' perceptions were extremely acute. Lin Feng, Jun Moshi and Yun Fei Yang were surprised. They felt relieved knowing that Lin Feng had recovered. They immediately flew towards Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu. Many people were surprised seeing two extremely strong cultivators appearing, especially Jun Emoshi who had broken through to the 9th Xian-Qi layer. They seemed to know Lin Feng. Jun Emoshi looked particularly enigmatic and unfathomable. "Lin Feng, are you alright?" asked Jun Emoshi. The crowd understood that he was one of Lin Feng's friends. "Lin Feng," said Yun Fei Yang while staring at him. He had seen Lin Feng turn into a demon and leave, but he had been extremely worried. He feared that Lin Feng would kill everybody. However, it seemed like Lin Feng had recovered and felt much better. They thought that they would never see Lin Feng ever again. "Don't worry, I am normal now," said Lin Feng smiling. Lin Feng had surprisingly managed to recover. What luck! "Lin Feng, I heard a rumor about a stone plate which could restrict the evil power in your body. It is an incredible treasure with fantastic magical powers called the sealed evil stone plate. According to the rumors, it was broken and it turned into several stone plates, for exactly, which spread in the continent. They contain a terrifying intent. If you manage to obtain one of those stone plates, you will be able to use it to control the evil power in your body." Jun Emoshi was smiling. "However, it seems like you don't need it anymore since you recovered. This means that you already managed to defeat the evilness in your body without using any outside help." Lin Feng was speechless as he smiled. Jun Emoshi had also heard about that stone plate. That was precisely what had helped him. Without it, Lin Feng would have never been able to control the evilness in his body. "Emoshi, you said that the stone plate was divided into 4 pieces. How can I find one?" asked Lin Feng. Jun Emoshi frowned when he heard Lin Feng and said, "In the Ganyu region, there is a valley called the Death Valley. It is said that there are extremely strong demons there. Those who go there almost always die. Many years ago, a demon came out of the valley and a monstrously strong cultivator restricted the power of that demon and sealed it in a gigantic stone plate. Do you think that we could obtain such a stone plate? That valley is called Death Valley because anyone who enters it dies, right? So how could we ever get that stone plate? It could be extremely dangerous." Lin Feng inquired. Jun Emoshi nodded. Lin Feng was right. The stone plate had been used to seal a monstrously powerful demon. Lin Feng would be in great danger if he tried to steal it. "Jun Emoshi, thank you," said Lin Feng looking grateful. Such information was difficult to obtain. Jun Emoshi really cared about his friends. "You're alright, that's the most important thing," said Jun Emoshi shaking his head. "By the way, how come you two are here?" He had noticed that Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu weren't with Shingon people, they were with another group of people. On that day in Shuiyu, Shingon people came and didn't help. They looked at Lin Feng's friends and family members getting attacked or killed, but didn't act until Lin Feng was already in great danger. Explained Yun Fei Yang, who had also helped Lin Feng on that day. Of course, Jun Emoshi understood the entire story. Even though they hadn't directly killed his friends or family members, they watched without doing anything. Lin Feng was right not to join Shingon. Jun Emoshi wouldn't either. Jun Emoshi was surprised to hear the story. Lin Feng had been friendly to Shingon, but they were really only interested in their own success. "You two can join Tianqi if you want," said the Tianqian Snow Eagle to Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang. "We care about our geniuses. What you obtain in the mysterious world remains yours and you don't have to offer the Empire anything. The treasures are all yours and only yours. Besides, we can also help you become stronger. There is only one thing we ask our citizens: they cannot betray us, Tianqi. I am the Prince of the Dragon Mountain Empire, he is the Prince of Mou," said Jun Emoshi to the Snow Eagle. "That is no problem at all. The Dragon Mountain Empire and the country of Mou can form an alliance. You will just be considered a part of the Tianqi Empire and you won't have to renounce any of your other social statuses, for example, Prince." The Snow Eagle understood what Jun Emoshi meant. "Is the Tianqi Empire insane? You're trying to steal my geniuses." Bei Ming was writhing in anger. He had lost Lin Feng and had no choice but to accept it. Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang were also incredible geniuses. Jun Emoshi had even finished 4th at the great competition of Shuiyu. "I am just inviting them, they can make their own decisions. You choose, we are not forcing you, we've never forced anyone to do anything," said the Snow Eagle mockingly. His eyes were twinkling while looking back at Bei Ming. It seemed like he was making fun of Shingon. "I accept," said Jun Emoshi, stopping Bei Ming, who was about to say something. "So do I," said Yun Fei Yang. Bei Ming looked extremely upset. Leader, back when Lin Feng was only a half-member of Shingon, he hadn't accepted to join. He said that he would represent Shingon in the mysterious world. However, when he went through some incredible hardships, Shen Gong abandoned him. Because of you, his friends and family had almost died. Back then, Lin Feng still counted on Shen Gong. Considering all those things, how can I be sure that after acquiring fantastic treasures in the mysterious world, Shen Gong will not kill us and steal our treasures? I am sure that getting rid of someone after he has served his purpose is something you're capable of doing. Explained Jun Mo Shi while releasing some vital chi of righteousness. Lin Feng had been in great danger and had abandoned him. Who knew what Shen Gong was capable of doing? Everybody had the impression that Jun Mo Shi was right. Shen Gong was shameless and had no moral values, which was why the situation had changed so drastically for them. People who were blaming Jun Mo Shi and Yun Fei Yang for joining Tianqi were wrong. Shen Gong, sighed the Dragon King. The Dragon King was actually sighing as a sign of mockery. It seemed like Shen Gong was absolutely incompetent. We organized the great competition of Shuiyu and had spent so much time and energy, but in the end we were betrayed, said Bei Ming, looking at the leader of Shen Gong East in an ice-cold way. Bei Ming was furious. He glanced at Lin Feng and the others while turning around. He didn't want to leave, he wanted to kill them all. He was so furious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, The Palace. Chapter 771, The Palace. Jun Mo Shi, how come Chang Meng Xian didn't come with you? Asked Tang Yuyu. She hadn't seen Chang Meng Xian appear yet. Back then, Chang Meng Xian and Tang Yuyu were very good friends. They were the most beautiful and strongest female cultivators of Dragon Mountain. She thought that Chang Meng Xian would come with Jun Mo Shi. Her teacher didn't allow her to come, said Jun Mo Shi. Her teacher has more ambitions for her. Chang Meng Xian is a member of the Cosmic Pavilion. Her natural abilities are much higher than those of her fellow disciples. Therefore, her teacher attaches too much importance to her and was afraid to lose her. Coming to the mysterious world is dangerous. There are extremely strong cultivators from empires of average quality. Chang Meng Xian might not be considered outstanding enough in this crowd. Tang Yuyu understood. Her father didn't want her to come either. There were too many strong cultivators. The mysterious world was so much more dangerous than the great competition of Shuiyu. The great competition of Shuiyu was only about Shuiyu, a region composed of 4 empires of lower quality. However, the Ganyu region was vast and incredible. People from Ganyu despised people from the Shuiyu region. That journey will be extremely dangerous. We all have to be prudent and careful to come out alive, said Tang Yuyu. Nobody knew what they would face in the mysterious world. Don't worry, I will not die because a star is protecting me. My life won't be that short, joked Jun Mo Shi while the 3 others laughed. Lin Feng stretched his hand. Tang Yuyu, Jun Mo Shi and Yun Fei Yang also stretched their hands, and then they rose up in the air at the same time with a show of unity. This was a promise to themselves that they were going to come out alive. The snow eagles smiled resplendently when they saw their determination and bond. Ferocious beasts were usually emotionless, but Lin Feng's group moved them. Usually, the weak were the prey of the strong. It was difficult to find friends in such a world. However, Lin Feng and his 3 friends were smiling honestly and wholeheartedly. It seemed like nothing could destroy their friendship. They're simulating their friendship. Ling Xia from the Tian Shu group was mocking them. He was probably jealous to see that Lin Feng had such good friends. Lin Feng glanced at him but ignored him. Why should he pay attention to such insignificance? Lin Feng was a far stronger cultivator. Hee, can I join you guys? Huang Fulong surprised them with his idiotic smile. However, Lin Feng slightly smiled back and nodded. Between all the seas of the universe, friends are like brothers. Even if we just met, brother, come and join us, said Jun Mo Shi cheerfully. Jun Mo Shi was filled with the vital energy of righteousness and could sense good intentions. Indeed, like brothers, said Huang Fulong while stretching his hand out as the now 5 friends made another show of unity. Huang Fulong simple-mindedly said, My name is Huang Fulong, you can call me Da Hai Chong. Da Hai Chong, that is quite a vulgar name, joked Yun Fei Yang indecently as the 5 of them laughed. Huang Fulong actually liked the name Da Hai Chong. Sure, it sounded rough, but he liked it, so why care? They looked happy and carefree in that world of cruelty and emotionlessness. It felt good to be supported by friends and feel united. Groups continued to pour in. For the most part, the crowd didn't pay attention to any of them. They would only stare at the gigantic coffin, calmly waiting for time to pass. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He was calm and serene, nothing could perturb him. However, not everybody could remain as calm as Lin Feng. People were increasingly excited or nervous. The moment they could enter the mysterious world was approaching. Nobody knew what awaited them though. Would they benefit from incredible treasures or would they get injured and even die? Boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly everyone's hearts started beating faster. Somewhere in the vast area, there was a particular sound spreading. Bzzzzzzz. A buzzing sound spread in the atmosphere. They could feel their bodies shake along with the sound. However, as soon as they sensed it, it stopped. It is time, thought the crowd. The time to go to the mysterious world had finally come. Bzzz bzzz. The buzzing sound started again and the crowd started shivering. Everybody looked determined and nervous as they slowly stood up, their eyes filled with willpower and determination. They were staring at the gigantic coffin with clenched fists. They had waited so long and finally, they were about to enter the mysterious world. Bzzzzzzz boom boom boom. The loud buzzing sound then transformed into rumbling sounds. On the ground, stones and sand shifted as if there was an earthquake. However, the atmosphere held only an eerie silence. The leaders of the group started walking forward slowly. Their mission was about to start. "Look out for yourself," said the 7 snow eagles as they walked forwards. It seemed like their steps weighed millions of kilograms at that moment. A terrifying pressure invaded the atmosphere as a terrifying chi emerged out of the ground. The strong cultivators from Tianqi all moved forwards along with the others. "Let's attack together," someone said. The crowd saw a terrifying strength move towards the coffin. It was ice-cold, swift and fierce. It surmounted to make the top of the mountain break. Sand and stone splashed through the air as the ground opened. Boom! A silhouette violently trampled on the ground as dust rose. Then, terrifying lights appeared. Sky. A light beam spread in the air. Earth. Boom boom. Another person trampled on the ground which made it shake even more violently. Another light beam appeared. Water. Fire. Thunder. Mountain. Wind. Metal. Boom 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 boom. The earth kept shaking as silhouettes kept jumping forwards. Suddenly, there were light beams everywhere, but trigrams appeared in the sky and merged into one, transforming into a gigantic trigram structure which looked like profound magical spell. These cultivators are all at the Tianqi layer and can create formation, thought Lin Feng astonished. He had learned some magic spells and formations before. He knew how terrifying they were. The mysterious world adventure seemed like it couldn't start by itself. These strong cultivators knew what to do, as if they had received instructions. Boom boom boom. An infinite number of light beams fused together with the trigram in the sky. The mountain immediately flattened. But it stopped moving, as if there was some restrictive energy. Break break break. The light beams in the sky became more dazzling. The destructive energy rose in the air. The crowd closed their eyes. The ground under their feet was shaking vigorously. The rumbling sounds were terrifying as the 8 trigrams pattern in the sky had disappeared and a gigantic palace appeared in the ground. It slowly started emerging out of the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Getting into the Mysterious World. Chapter 772, Getting into the Mysterious World. The crowd was awestruck, staring at the majestic palace. It looked vast and domineering. The walls of the palace had 5 colors. Surprisingly, there's a palace. Could it be the emperor's residence? Thought the crowd while continuing to stare. There were 8 trigrams on the facade of the palace, as if something had been restricting the energies it contained. Dazzling lights emerged out of the palace and blinded people's eyes. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Someone who wanted to get close to the palace got stabbed by the lights and died. He then turned into a dry corpse on the ground. There was no blood at all, as if the fluid of the corpse had been sucked out in a flash. Gulp gulp gulp. The crowd panicked. People were so scared that they moved back. Those who wanted to foolishly rush into the palace a moment before all suddenly stopped. The lights diffused by the palace could kill people. Until the tunnel completely opens, nobody can get close to it. Someone shouted furiously. Those cultivators of the Tianqi layer were still releasing their energy, putting pressure on the palace. Boom! At that moment, a silhouette rose up in the air and released a monstrous chi. A Zun cultivator. Pupils shrank. Surprisingly, from the palace had appeared a Zun cultivator. Boom boom boom. Chi continued spreading in the air as silhouettes appeared on all the corners of the 8 trigrams. Those people were so strong that their chi appeared unfathomable. Zun cultivators. Mr. shouted the crowd in unison. Those people were respected Zun cultivators. Zune cultivators from some of the great influential groups had appeared. There was more than a dozen different sorts of powerful chi in the atmosphere. Those Zune cultivators' energies contained some abstruse significance energy. Arf! The Zune cultivators were releasing abstruse energy as snowflakes fell from freezing skies, while the sun shined fierce. It seemed like something was boiling as those terrifying threads of abstruse energy fell onto the palace. The palace shook violently, incredible lights containing death energy attacked the Zune cultivators. Now! Open it! Shouted a few people in unison. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light rose up in the air and it suddenly seemed like there was nothing but swords in the air. Boom! That sword light lacerated the atmosphere and crashed onto the palace. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as those deadly lights pushed back the sword light, and on the palace, a gigantic golden door appeared. Lacerate! Shouted the sword Zune cultivator furiously. A sword light illuminated the atmosphere, lacerating everything on its way and crashed onto the golden door of the palace. Quickly, we don't have much time. Someone said. They used more powerful energies now. The 8 trigrams seemed like they contained a gravitational force. It was almost as if those strong cultivators hadn't been fighting against the palace but against a person. Break! One person turned into a sword of light and dazzling lights invaded the entire atmosphere. The door of the palace broke and the sword Zune cultivator appeared in the air again. His chi was floating around him as he stared at the door with a smile on his face. Go in quickly. We don't have much time so we must rush. The sword cultivator shouted to the crowd. Let's go. Feng ran towards that door too. The Zune and Tian cultivators were using all their strength to put the palace under pressure. They were helping keep the door of the palace open. So, they had no time to waste. Jun and Moshi closely followed Feng as they all ran for the door. Piss off! Someone shouted while releasing their intent at the crowd, slowing everybody down. His chi was too strong. Tian chi layer. Many people were blocked by this smiling madman. Then, he moved into the hole after them. The cultivators continued moving forwards looking like they wanted to laugh. They were watching a dead man. If that cultivator of the Tian chi layer entered the mysterious world, wouldn't he die? The person thought that he was extremely lucky because those cultivators of the Zune and Tian chi layers were holding the door open for everybody, but he was ignoring the rule. People of Tian chi layer and above couldn't enter the mysterious world. As he passed through the door, a dazzling light appeared containing abstruse energy. He raised his head and immediately disappeared. Moron! Since ancient times, that palace had contained a terrifying death energy, especially the door. Those who had broken through to the Tian chi layer and above who tried to enter the palace died in less than a second. However, cultivators of the Xian chi layer could enter the mysterious world. Entering it felt the same as entering an empty world. Feng was moving extremely quickly using wind intent. It only took a moment before he arrived next to the door. He turned his head around, looked at Jun Emoshi and the others and said, "Let's go in." Feng then jumped into the hole. The dazzling lights appeared and in a flash, he arrived in another world, a world of darkness. Boom boom, boom boom boom, Feng had the impression that he could hear someone's heartbeat. With his cultivation level, moving through darkness wasn't difficult. However, he couldn't see anything because of how dark everything was. He didn't know where he was. He only knew that around him were many people. They were probably like him, lost and unsure whether to move. The change was too sudden. A moment before, there had been dazzling lights everywhere and now they were in this pitch-black world. Everybody was fighting to enter the mysterious world first and after entering, there was only darkness. The crowd couldn't help but remain absolutely silent. It was an eerie silence. Nobody knew if there were friends or enemies next to them. Feng. It seemed to be Tang Yuyu's voice. Boom! A terrifying deadly energy spread in the air and shot at the voice at full speed. Tang Yuyu sensed that terrifying punch, but she couldn't react fast enough. Boom! That terrifying punch landed on a body and a person smiled coldly. Someone just talked. Did that person want to die? Suddenly, that person stopped smiling because a pair of hands grabbed his head. You want to die? Said another cold voice. A cracking sound spread in the air, the sound of bones being crushed. In that world of darkness, there was only coldness. Actually, the person who was punched wasn't Tang Yu, but a young man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, The Mysterious Marks in the Dark World. Chapter 773, The Mysterious Marks in the Dark World. I'm here. Feng said without fearing the dark. The eerie silence and the darkness of that place was giving a dreadful sensation to the cultivators. Someone had attacked another person and ended his life in a flash. His spinal cord had been shattered. How terrifying. People didn't dare act recklessly. Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu was relieved to find Lin Feng. He stretched one hand and touched Tang Yuyu. They held hands as Lin Feng said, "Stay next to me." Lin Feng was circulating the strength of the Harukas in his body. His corporeal body was so solid that almost nobody could hurt him. Tang Yuyu could stay behind him and would be safe. "Where are we?" asked Jun Emoshi, providing some vital energy of righteousness to his body. Immediately, some weak lights started flashing, but it seemed like those lights were constricted by the darkness. His energies could only illuminate his surroundings up to 10 meters. Lin Feng could clearly see that some people were looking in their direction and their eyes were twinkling gloomily. He clearly understood that everybody in the mysterious world was a potential enemy. The dark world was vast, with only the weak lights diffused by Jun Emoshi's energies. It was impossible to see the edges. Lin Feng and his friends were glaring at everyone else, making them look elsewhere. They knew that Lin Feng was strong. With Yunfei Yang and Huang Fu Long behind Jun Emoshi, the 5 friends were back together. "It is too crowded here, let's move to the aside." The other 4 followed Lin Feng in a direction. They soon come upon a strange wall. Jun Emoshi continued to release his energy of righteousness to illuminate the atmosphere. Slowly, his energy illuminated the different parts of the facade. There were strange marks on the walls. It seemed like those marks were alive and had their own will. "Those marks are so strange." Yunfei Yang and everybody else agreed. Using the faint lights diffused by Jun Emoshi, they looked at the marks with more detail. They had the impression that these weren't simple marks but geysers of monstrously strong energy which could erupt at any moment. "Let me try something." Huang Fu Long sounded excited. Pure chi emitted from his body as faint lights. He illuminated one of the strange and enigmatic marks from the beginning to the end with his chi. A terrifying physical strength appeared. Huang Fu Long's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. How strong! Those marks contained a terrifying strength. "Don't go too hard on it." Lin Feng interrupted Huang Fu Long, who then stopped releasing his pure chi. The terrifying strength disappeared right away, leaving Huang Fu Long puzzled. What was going on? Ah! A horrible shriek broke the eerie silence of the dark world, surprising their group. They turned around and saw that the wall had released some deadly energy which penetrated someone's body who had done what Huang Fu Long just did, killing him on the spot. Phew, Huang Fu Long took a deep breath. His mouth was dry as he looked back at Lin Feng. How dangerous! If Lin Feng hadn't interrupted Huang Fu Long, he would have been the one who died. They now knew that the walls were dangerous, to a terrifying level. As expected, each step in the mysterious world was dangerous. Nobody knew where or when danger was awaiting them. Many others paid attention to before, so they gradually all left the walls and headed towards the middle. But Lin Feng and his friends didn't leave because they understood that if they didn't attack the walls with pure chi, nothing would happen. Besides, Lin Feng was really interested in those marks. What kind of marks were those? What gave them such a power? Lin Feng's intuition was telling him that there was more to this wall. Lin Feng touched the marks with his fingers and then whispered to Jun Emoshi, "Maybe if we copy those peculiar marks we can gain something. Or maybe we could use them in some way." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Jun Emoshi nodded. Those marks held such strength, not attempting to understand them would be a pity. They were in the palace of the emperor. Could things be that easy? Lin Feng nodded at Jun Emoshi, who seemingly understood. Jun Emoshi stopped illuminating the surroundings and everyone else guessed they left. Lin Feng put his hand on the wall and started sensing the marks under his hands. Very quickly, he touched the marks and tried to remember the patterns. "Oh no, I can't remember all of them, surprisingly," thought Lin Feng. After putting his hand away, he couldn't remember the patterns. He was puzzled because it seemed like he had forgotten half of the pattern. After a short time, the others gradually told him that they couldn't remember the patterns either. "Those marks are quite mysterious," said Jun Emoshi. Even though they should have been able to remember the whole pattern, each time they moved their hands away, they forgot at least half of it. Cultivators could memorize things very easily, having learned to use their heart and brain. But this task strangely seemed beyond them. "It seems we can't gain anything from those marks," sighed Jun Emoshi. "Let me try again." Lin Feng was upset. He looked at the pitch-black wall and suddenly, ice-cold lights appeared in his eyes. They looked emotionless and expressionless. Lin Feng's eyes revolved in their orbits. Immediately after, a picture appeared in his eyes, as if his brain held a hard copy picture. Copy. His eyes were twinkling while using his celestial spirit. It seemed like lights were emerging out of his eyes and scanning the surface of the wall as images kept appearing in his brain. He didn't forget them this time. As expected, my celestial spirit enables me to overcome this difficulty, thought Lin Feng, whose eyes were twinkling with delight. The others gradually turned to him. Lin Feng's abilities seemed endless. He could do everything. Lin Feng continued moving towards another wall. He then inspected the marks of that wall and another complete image appeared in his brain. Lin Feng looked absent-minded and exhausted. Surprisingly, using his celestial spirit to inspect the wall was very tiring. It felt like his vitality was being absorbed. Those marks in the wall had something particular yet difficult to grab. What scary marks? Could it be that the Emperor of the Rumors carved them himself? Thought Lin Feng, who had never heard of such marks. Lin Feng continued inspecting the 3 other walls. In the end, Lin Feng had only been able to detect 5 walls filled with those mysterious marks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, Sacrificial Altar. Chapter 774, Sacrificial Altar. So Lin Feng, what did you find? Tang Yu couldn't help but ask. Those marks are way too mysterious. With my cultivation level, I can only inspect 5 walls. Now I need to see if I can understand them, Lin Feng said in a deep and forceful voice. Even if he had finished inspecting the walls, he was unable to understand the marks with his current cultivation level. When analyzing the images in his brain, he couldn't focus on them and immediately felt exhausted. He was still too weak. It's okay, being able to inspect 5 walls is not bad already. I can't even inspect one, Tang Yu reassured, smiling wryly. Jun Moshi and the others were the same. They couldn't remember the patterns either. There was a peculiar force in those patterns. Those patterns were either too difficult to understand or their cultivation level was too low. They continued moving forwards while others stayed and tried to understand the patterns. They too discovered the patterns, but they had the same problem as Lin Feng and his friends. They couldn't understand them. They couldn't even remember the patterns formed by those marks. A faint light appeared on the walls made of pure qi. Because someone had died before, many had moved away from the walls, but now there were people who felt like trying again. However, each time they sensed the extremely powerful deadly energy, they stopped. Lin Feng and his friends moved forwards and continued exploring the area. Since they couldn't understand them, they didn't feel like wasting too much time thinking about them. An extremely powerful qi then emerged, making Lin Feng nervous. In front of him was an extremely powerful energy filled with the strength of the mysterious marks. Die, said an evil voice. Some pure qi lights appeared in front of them and then the walls were covered with pure qi light. Deadly energy spread in those mysterious marks which looked like veins and arteries. Lie down, shouted Lin Feng furiously, listening to his own instinct. With incredible speed, he threw himself backwards and fell flat. CRRRR. A purple light emerged in the air and passed before Lin Feng's eyes. That light was dazzling. Lin Feng's eyes felt painful, some blood even dripped out. Aha! A terrible shriek spread in the atmosphere. That purple thunder immediately beheaded someone. 2 trails of blood splashed in the air. His eyes were wide open at the moment of his death. He didn't even know how he died. Lin Feng. Tang Yu was stunned holding him. She sensed that Lin Feng's hands were on his eyes. His eyes were burning. He felt like he was blind from the pain. Pure qi revolved in the air and rose up to his hand. It moved into his eyes and relieved a bit of the pain. He slowly opened his eyes again. At the same time, Jun Moshi and Huang Fulong had already thrown themselves to the one who had attacked Lin Feng. In the darkness, there was an ice-cold energy like ice or snow that emerged. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Huang Fulong and Jun Moshi moved back to where they were standing before. They were furiously glaring at the person. The elders of Tianqi said that we couldn't attack each other. Against all expectations, you people from Tianshu dare sink to such levels. You're really shameless. Huang Fulong was pissed. The one who had just attacked the wall with pure qi was the young man who was defeated by Lin Feng the other day. Nobody replied as the stepping sounds became faintly discernible. The opponent had moved farther away. Nobody knew where he went. Lin Feng, are you alright? Asked Jun Moshi, releasing some vital energy of righteousness to see Lin Feng clearly. I almost went blind, but I'm alright, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. The energy of the mysterious marks was terrifying. With a little bit of pure qi, the walls could release a terrifying energy. Were those people from the Tianshu group? Lin Feng wanted to know. Indeed, it's the one who attacked you the other day. Ling Xia is probably the one who bears the responsibility for that. Huang Fulong was still furious. It seemed like they had overestimated others' integrity. Even though the elders had warned them not to attack each other and to do everything for the Tianqi Empire, those geniuses were used to acting arrogantly. Last time, Lin Feng had humiliated them and they hated him for that, and now they almost killed him. Since it's that way, don't blame me for being rude, said Lin Feng while gazing into the distance. Look at the walls. Lin Feng hadn't thought that people could use the walls to attack others. Only those who were really sly and evil could think of such cheap methods to attack others. Now, everyone knew that they could use the walls to attack others. They all walked towards the walls and put their hands on the walls. They released some pure chi as the walls released deadly energy in response. It seemed like the walls were about to kill. Immediately, those in the dark felt oppressed by the deadly energies. However, nobody attacked. If they killed other people, maybe they feared retaliation. The pitch-black tunnel seemed endless, like an authentic tomb. The crowd continued to walk for a very long time until they finally arrived to a place with light. The light was gradually getting brighter. The crowd could see a gigantic tombstone in front of them, and around the tombstone were strange marks which looked like veins and arteries. Those marks looked like the marks on the walls in the tunnel. However, they were much more complex. They crisscrossed together to form interweaving patterns. It seemed like a sea of vasculature was connected to that tombstone. Actually, it didn't look like a tombstone, but more like an altar. These mysterious marks contain deadly energy as well, but they are interweaving, so the strength released will probably be much more powerful than those in the tunnel, thought Lin Feng. He still couldn't understand those marks though. Lin Feng glanced around him. There was no other exit. There was only a network of mysterious marks around the tombstone. It seemed like the only way of moving forward was to destroy the tombstone. Look, that tombstone has some flaws, some parts are missing. Someone was pointing at the tombstone. Indeed, many people could see some holes as if it had been attacked many times. This is not an altar and even less a tombstone. Someone contemplated coldly. People looked in the direction where the voice had come from and saw Yu Tianji wearing purple clothes. He never thought that such a thing really existed, except in rumors. If it's neither an altar nor a tombstone, then what is it? Someone was upset that he didn't spill all the beans. That Yu Tianji seemed like he was just showing off, as if he had been smarter than the others. Just sense it and you will see. Yu Tianji was smiling in an enigmatic way. He walked forwards and wiped the dust off the stone. It seemed like it had been there for millions of years. He released pure chi onto the stone, which flowed into those strange vein-like marks. The crowd sensed an oppressive energy invade the atmosphere. They had the impression that the molecules in the air were starting to move chaotically. Space felt like it was moving around them. According to rumors, some incredible cultivators could travel over hundreds of thousands of meters in a flash using a tool which turned into a sacrificial altar and modified space. Could it be the sacrificial altar from the ancient scriptures? Someone speculated this when he sensed the molecules in the air moving in a chaotic way. Many people suddenly remembered that they had already read such a thing in ancient books. For these supreme beings, the laws of space and time were inexistent and they could manufacture a sort of sacrificial altar which enabled others to do the same. Could it be that the so-called palace, or tomb or whatever it's called, of the emperor is not here? On top of that, we're supposed to go to another place to get there? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775, Crossing Space. Chapter 775, Crossing Space. If that's a sacrificial altar, are we supposed to use it to get to the tomb of the emperor? Somebody was curious. A lot of people frowned. There were more than 1,000 people here and the altar could only send 100 at most. The altar probably existed for millions of years. What if there was a problem with the time-space? They could get lost and die. Some were harboring unfathomable motives, who wished to cross space with enemies? It seems like we have to go to the emperor's tomb and that's the only solution we have. Yu Tianji was indifferent. Since everybody is scared, the people of Tianji will give it a try first. Yu Tianji said, smiling. He stepped forwards and entered the sacrificial altar. Yu Tianji was considered a strong cultivator, others followed. When he entered the altar, others followed him. No, many people had doubts when they saw Yu Tianji's enigmatic smile. Someone couldn't help but say, since our ancestors have already been to the emperor's tomb, nothing can happen. If they arrive first, they will get the treasures before us. Indeed, why should people from Tianji go first? Others chimed in. If I don't volunteer, you all have doubts, but if I go and you also have doubts, what do you want me to do? I am asking everybody, who is willing to go in first? Tianqi doesn't necessarily have to be the first group to enter. Yu Tianji was upset. Let them go in first. First or last, does it matter? Someone tall from the East Sea Dragon Palace wearing a dragon robe and looking quite strong decided. Ao Jiao was the strongest young cultivator from the East Sea Dragon Palace, he was the leader of his group. Even Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling were his assistants. After all, Ao Jiao had always been a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling were strong but were new, so the East Sea Dragon Palace didn't completely trust them. You go first. Someone wearing white clothes said, carrying a sword. His facial expression looked as sharp as a sword. They were from the Nine Cloud Swords sect. The young man who spoke before was Kong Jiuyi. Everybody remained silent, letting the Tianqi sect enter first shouldn't cause them harm. Yu Tianji saw that everybody remained silent and smiled. He released his pure qi which floated around his body and started flowing into the mysterious vein-like marks. Space and time began undulating and everything became bright. Oh no. I have the feeling that I'm going to get swallowed by space and time too. The altar was diffusing a light which enveloped everybody. Lin Feng stared at Yu Tianji, he only saw him smiling in a mysterious way. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng said to Tang Yuyu, let's go in. Jun Mo Shi and the others followed suit. Bzzzzz, the crowd's thoughts were chaotic, they were terrified. It was as if their world was crashing around them. A terrifying hurricane emerged. People were scared to death, they were crossing space and time and buzzing sounds were resonating in their head. The deadly energies around them kept flowing which reminding them of ritual sacrifices. Could people die if they touched it? Aha! Immediately after, a terrifying sound spread in the air as a black hole appeared, swallowing somebody. Hearts were pounding when they saw that. Was that person going to die? Ah! Now, many started producing horrible and blood-curdling shrieks. The atmosphere kept undulating and changing, rumbling sounds kept piercing through their eardrums, every horrible shriek made everyone else shake even more intensely. It meant that someone else was swallowed by the black hole. The crowd was going insane, all those extremely strong cultivators were being swallowed except for the Tianqi people who were in the light diffused by the altar, like a bubble. There was no exception, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist. Lin Feng thought about how powerful space and time were above the altar. That place was supposed to be the emperor's too, but that emperor, how strong was he? What was his cultivation level? Lin Feng didn't know the answers to those questions. Everyone except for those who were in the light were swallowed, rumbling sounds spread in the air in front of them, the atmosphere was changing as the lights disappeared. Suddenly, they were falling from the sky. Boom boom boom. They had no time to react as gravity crashed them into the ground, creating a deep crater. Lin Feng was no exception, he had also been terrified, his heart pounding rapidly. The buzzing sounds in his head were unceasing. He had no time to react, falling on the ground head first. Lin Feng's corporeal body was extremely solid, so he took his head out of the ground and looked at the others. Fucking sacrificial altar. Cursed Huang Fulong, crawling up and scratching his head. How strong is that guy, thought Lin Feng while glancing back at Huang Fulong who seemed to have no injuries. The others were all more or less injured. From the 5 of them, Tang Yuyu was the most wounded, with bruises and wounds everywhere. She was the weakest of all of them. Those who had been swallowed by the black hole probably didn't die, it is more likely that those who were in the altar can cross space together while the others must have been thrown around in various places randomly. Said Jun Mo Shi while looking at the new place. It was a vast area, it appeared dreary and contained an ancient death qi. The other groups from Tianqi were there as well, nothing too critical had happened to them either. We all stood on the altar and traveled through space together. Now that we have the advantage of staying together, we can easily hunt and kill others. Yu Tianji's face was filled with murder, but he looked absolutely calm and confident. But I guess some people's heart is filled with evil intentions and are not willing to do so. A member of the Tianshu group accused Lin Feng and his friends. Right, some people suddenly decided to become citizens of Tianqi, how can we be sure that they are not evil? Someone else chimed in. We have to put these tensions aside, don't forget about our initial goal. We represent Tianqi, we are not 7 different groups, we have to stay united. Said Yu Tianji. I have no objection, but I am afraid that the people who became members of Tianqi at the very last minute could cause us trouble. Someone else said mockingly. Lin Feng glared at the people from the Tianshu group, rabid dogs like to bite other people. Lin Feng hadn't settled accounts for what happened back in the tunnel. Surprisingly, he hadn't even mentioned it, and yet someone was taking the initiative to provoke him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, Inner Battle. Chapter 776, Inner Battle. I know why those people joined our group. It's because they only harbor evil intentions. As soon as they entered the mysterious world, they showed everyone what their true colors were. Someone said while staring at Lin Feng coldly. They were the ones who had almost made Lin Feng become blind. He continued, you joined Tianqi because you needed to come to the mysterious world and steal the treasures, but you didn't want to give it to the group who sent you there. You've never considered yourselves as citizens of Tianqi or members of our group. Look, you Tianqi, we came to the mysterious world to join hands to fight against enemies. The Zune Cultivator asked this, but it seems like some people are trying to destroy our cohesion and unity. Those people have a dubious background, so we should kill them. If we don't, something catastrophic might happen to our group. Someone else said with aggression. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends. The other members of the Tianxian group frowned. The Tianshu group wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends. The other members of the Tianxian group would be in a critical situation if such a thing happened. Bloody liar, you're all disgusting, shut your filthy mouth. Huang Fulong was still furious at Tianshu. He continued to shout, you're all shameless, you attacked us by surprise in the dark and wanted to kill us, yet you dare talk in the name of the elders. Shut the hell up, we listened to the Zune Cultivator. We never tried to attack you by surprise, we would never act in such a cowardly and slyly way. Now, you're just trying to change the topic, that's fine. Why do you need to find so many excuses? He looked at the crowd and said, everybody, did you see that? If those people stay alive, they will be a source of great problems for us later. Huang Fulong started releasing some terrifying qi, silver lights were twinkling in his eyes, and his voice sounded like thunder. What a bunch of bastards! You are evil and sly, just a bunch of losers. How shameless! You're showing your true colors now, said his interlocutor with a cold smile. No time to waste my breath on you. Huang Fulong started circulating his physical strength in his body as a terrifying strength which seemed to come from ancient times rose up in the air. Everybody, look who is not listening to the Zune Cultivator's instructions. He wants to attack us. If he really wanted to maintain the unity and cohesion of the group and collect treasures in peace with the rest of the group, he wouldn't threaten us like this. We have to kill them. They continued. They were speaking as if they were the ones who were benevolent. Ling Shi just calmly watched and remained silent. It seemed like what was happening had nothing to do with him. He was staring at Lin Feng and his friends indifferently. If I don't kill you, I don't deserve to be called Da Hai Chong, shouted Huang Fulong furiously. He lunged forwards, the ground shook and some rumbling sounds spread in the air. The ground even broke under the pressure. Huang Fulong raised his fist and attacked the one who was spouting poison. Indirectly, he also wanted to avenge Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he wants to kill us. He really despises Tianqi, said another member of Tianshu while smiling coldly. One of the Tianshu members who had a huge hat threw himself at Huang Fulong's dragon fist. Two people were attacking Huang Fulong at the same time. Boom! A terrifying and extremely brutal energy which seemed to have the power to crush a mountain, emerged from Huang Fulong. Out from Huang Fulong's body slowly emerged a dragon which pushed them back. He was too strong. How audacious, you're trying to kill my people, said a third one while attacking. Some snow and ice condensed in the air and turned into an ice sword aimed for Huang Fulong. Piss off! Shouted Huang Fulong furiously. Dragon Qi emerged, making the last attacker feel febrile and weak. His ice sword shattered into pieces. How impressive, how brutal, how violent, thought the crowd. They hadn't thought that Huang Fulong, who looked dull and stupid, was that strong. He could resist 3 opponents, 3 geniuses of the Tianshu group. Die! Someone else attacked Huang Fulong, his hand was shot out with incredible speed. That fist contained terrifying ice energy. The atmosphere was filled with a terrifying force as the wind created by the fist sent shivers down Huang Fulong's spine. Enough! Said Lin Feng coldly as he moved like the wind. The ice wind crashed onto his body now that he was directly facing the one who last attacked. For fighting against one, how incredible! As expected, you really listened to the Zune Cultivator's instructions, said Lin Feng while staring down the opponents. That person wanted to move back, but then he saw Lin Feng raise and stretch out his hand. Lin Feng grabbed his arm as a terrifying physical strength invaded his body. Die! Shouted someone furiously while releasing ice intense straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surrounded by ice in a flash, however, he released some terrifying sword energy. It was as if he had unsheathed a peerless sword as the ice disappeared without a trace. Another member of the Tianshu group was getting ready to attack, but Lin Feng turned his head, looked at him coldly, and opened his mouth, lacerate. A terrifying sword light at the person, who retreated back trying to dodge. Boom! Lin Feng's fists crashed onto the shoulders of the person in front of him. That person emitted a horrible shriek as his shoulders were crushed. An ice-cold chi spread in the air. Every member of the Tianshu group felt like they had to attack when they saw that Lin Feng went on the offensive. Everybody, don't you see? He wants to kill the people of Tianshu. If we didn't fight back, we'd just be cowards, said Ling Xie indifferently, emphasizing every word. He actually thought he could get away with his sly words against Lin Feng and Huang Fulong. Since you're saying that we want to kill the people from the Tianshu group, I will indulge you, said Lin Feng, glancing back at Ling Xie and releasing some terrifying, deadly energy. He jumped forwards as his energy crashed onto the person who just talked, blood splashed out of his mouth. A terrifying physical strength then crushed his internal organs, breaking them. Needless to say, that person immediately died. At the same time, an incredible quantity of ice energy moved towards Lin Feng. The people of Tianshu were all attacking Lin Feng at the same time. The sky suddenly filled with snowflakes as everything began to freeze. Do you intend to sit there and watch? Lin Feng was trying to involve Tianqi Shui and the others. Lin Feng, you shouldn't have killed him, said Tianqi Shui coldly. Lin Feng had killed someone from Tianqi, that was a crime. Now they had an excuse to kill him. What you mean is that I should have let them come and kill me? Said Lin Feng calmly. Tianqi Shui was surprised yet remained silent. You don't deserve someone like Da Haichong, he's too good for you, said Lin Feng indifferently. He then decided to ignore Tianqi Shui. It was the first time that someone told her that she didn't deserve someone. In the Tianqi Empire, every young man liked her and considered her as a goddess, they all wanted to marry her. The people of Tianshu have been plotting against me, and then that wild dog started biting. He pissed me off so bad, he even tried to kill me. Well then, come and fight, try to kill me. Lin Feng challenged all of them. The only thing that mattered here was strength. Snowflakes were pouring down. These snowflakes contained snow and ice intent. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong's blood were already starting to freeze. If they had been a little bit weaker, they would have died from the difficulty. Die. All the members of the Tianshu clan were attacking. A terrifying ice intent fell on Lin Feng and Huang Fulong's bodies. Huang Fulong's pure qi almost stopped flowing, his entire body was under too much pressure. Lin Feng's fists were covered with a layer of ice when a terrifying fire ignited and melted the snow instantly, leaving only a puddle on the ground. Do you think that you can stop all of us, even if your fire intent is strong? They continued attacking together as they increased the power of their ice intent. They really wanted to kill Lin Feng. CRRRR. CRRRR. Now a terrifyingly sharp sword chi spread in the air, scaring the ice and snow cultivators. That terrifying and peerless sword was about to cut through their bodies. They suddenly felt tiny and insignificant, even their intent was cut to pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, Who Can Stop Him? Chapter 777, Who Can Stop Him? Level 6 Sword Intent, thought the crowd watching Lin Feng. They were suddenly terrified as a certain coldness spread through their spinal cords. Their hands were shaking. How terrifying! They couldn't resist someone whose sword intent already reached level 6. I really don't know what makes you think that you are so strong. Lin Feng remained standing in the middle of those snowflakes as they flew around chaotically, but unable to reach him. His sword intent cut them before they could get close. The crowd was terrified that they were going to die at any moment. Die! Lin Feng shouted furiously while his sword light descended from the sky. The one standing closest to him immediately condensed some snowflakes, but blood started dripping on the ground from between his eyebrows, tainting the snow red. Am I dying? That person died with his eyes wide open. He had become a genius in Tianqi. He had been chosen to go to the mysterious world, but he hadn't the opportunity to see the emperor or acquire treasures. On top of that, he had died in the hands of someone from his own group. What a pity! Lin Feng jumped forwards with the wind. It seemed like he was controlling the air around him. Wind intent, thought the crowd stunned. First, he had used fire intent, then he used a terrifying sword intent, and now he was using wind intent. He moved like the wind, it was the only explanation. Lin Feng, alone, could use 3 different intents. Besides, he was extremely skilled at using all of them. especially sword intent, which ranked at level 6. Condense. Lin Feng stretched one finger in which he condensed a terrifyingly sharp sword energy. It seemed like his body contained millions of swords. He crashed into someone who was reduced to powder. They couldn't compete with Lin Feng. You want to kill me, but can you? Lin Feng looked at the crowd. Anyone whose eyes met Lin Feng's immediately looked elsewhere. They didn't dare look at him, the sharp lights twinkling in his eyes were too dazzling and painful. Lin Feng continued moving forwards and looked at the one who had been plotting against him. How come? How come Lin Feng was that strong? How was it possible? How come Lin Feng's intent could make him feel so weak? First, you plotted against me, then you wanted to kill me, then you wanted to kill my friend. It is not that I didn't listen to the elders, it's because you are sly and evil that I must kill you. Lin Feng jumped forwards. That person ran back, terrified. However, Lin Feng had also broken through to the 9th Xin Shi layer, and with his wind intent, there was no chance of escape. Lin Feng caught up with him, his sword streaked across the sky as it took a life. Another extremely strong cultivator had died. Lin Feng could kill cultivators of the 9th Xin Shi layer as if he had been killing simple insects. Lin Feng had killed 3 people already but didn't stop. The people from the Tianshu group had said twice that they wanted to kill him. They had attacked him by surprise in the tunnel and again in this new place where they had started again. Since it was that way, Lin Feng couldn't show any mercy. He had to make an example out of this group. Lin Feng turned his head around as sword lights illuminated the sky. They were pointing at the cultivators from the Tianshu group. Back! The cultivators of the Tianshu group were terrified. A million sword lights were facing them and they felt that their judgment day had come. How is that possible? He's a monster. Their hearts were pounding violently. Why are you running? I thought you wanted to kill me? Lin Feng was smiling coldly now. His 10,000 sword lights were moving faster towards them, the colors of the earth and sky were changing, his sword lights were whistling furiously. Condense and kill. Lin Feng stopped toying with them. His 10,000 sword lights condensed into 4 swords. The whistling sounds disappeared as the 4 deadly swords made their way. Although they retreated, they knew they couldn't resist anymore. The light shot straight through them as blood dripped from between their eyebrows. Of the 8 geniuses from Tianshu, only one remained, the leader of the group, Ling Xie. Huang Fulong looked delighted, yet stunned and speechless. He opened his mouth to say something to Lin Feng, but nothing came out. He never thought that Lin Feng could be so terrifying. Ling Xie couldn't help but shiver. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng could become so strong. Nobody was able to stop him. You killed everyone from the Tianshu group and betrayed Tianqi. Ling Xie was gnashing his teeth. I betrayed Tianqi? Lin Feng seemed to find humor in this. You originally wanted to kill me, but I instead killed you all when push came to shove. What fault is there in self-defense? Lin Feng took a step forwards. We came as a group representing Tianqi with one rule, not to betray our country. You exterminated the Tianshu group. Only an incredibly evil person could think to get away with this treason. You're ridiculous, so ridiculous that it's sad. You tried to kill me but failed, so I killed you. I am convinced that the elders of Tianqi will side with me. Lin Feng was done arguing. He condensed some sword intent which was vast like an ocean, emitting whistling sounds as it whipped about. That's enough. You've killed enough of them already. Do you really want to exterminate the entire Tianshu group? Someone was furious. The person was from the Yao Guan group. Ling Xia was the last member of the Tianshu group. It would be difficult to explain if the group came back like this. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the leader from the Yao Guan group. Indeed, Lin Feng, you killed 7 of them, that should be enough. Someone else decided to chime in as well. I think you went too far. You are a member of the Tianxin group but you broke our one rule. You betrayed Tianqi. Everybody was suddenly criticizing and blaming Lin Feng, but his heart was unshakable. He smiled coldly and said, they plotted against me and you all know it. The Tianxin group is always getting bullied and maltreated, and nobody protects us when it happens. The only reason you are all getting angry is because you were scared that the Tianxin group could rise. You want to keep us under control so your groups can instead shine in the future. How audacious. You are really impudent and arrogant. Everybody was refuting Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng slowly turned around and didn't look at them. Those who want to kill me must die. Countless swords appeared in the sky again as Lin Feng attempted the Tian-level skill of average quality. He had only done it once before, but coupled with his level 6 sword intent, he was completely confident. A sword fell down from the sky as the leader of the Tianshu group, Ling Xie, immediately died. He didn't even have time to react. It didn't matter if you were the leader of the Tianshu group or any other genius, there was only one result when facing Lin Feng. The crowd was tense now that the Tianshu group died. Alright. Lin Feng, let's travel the mysterious world together. We can assure you that we won't upset you anymore. Let's listen to the elders. Unite and join hands? Lin Feng looked back at the crowd. You think that you are strong enough to join me? You can continue alone. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and left looking heroic. They were in the mysterious world, so no one could challenge him below the Tianqi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, The Skeletons of the Strong Cultivators. Chapter 778, The Skeletons of the Strong Cultivators. The crowd was left in low spirits. Lin Feng was a quiet guy who joined them from seemingly nowhere. Suddenly, he showed them his incredible strength but refused to help them. The Tianxian group had different thoughts. Bai Li Shi's eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng was a lot stronger than him. Tianqi Shui was surprised. Lin Feng was a lot stronger than what she'd expected. She had found Lin Feng unpleasant from the first time she saw Lin Feng. She had seen how Lin Feng didn't care for her and now realized that Lin Feng despised her. She was the goddess of Tianqi, but in Lin Feng's eyes this meant nothing. He added insult to injury when he said that Huang Fulong was too good for her. Jun Emoshi and the others watched Lin Feng leave, including Huang Fulong, who glanced back at Tianqi Shui. He shouted, Lin Feng, you're so strong that I don't need to stay next to you. Instead of remaining useless, I will stay here and protect my future wife. Lin Feng turned his head back to look at Huang Fulong. He could only scratch his head. What could he do? Huang Fulong really was an idiot. Surprisingly, he still dreamt of getting married with Tianqi Shui. Alright, but leave her once you realize you don't actually like her. Lin Feng really didn't like seeing Tianqi Shui and Huang Fulong together. She was considered as a goddess in Tianqi, but she was too arrogant. She despised Huang Fulong and yet he kept sticking to her. Alright. Huang Fulong was still smiling like an idiot. Then, Lin Feng then turned around. This incredibly vast place contained some dreary and ancient energies. The mountains looked majestic, the rivers were flowing. Everything had been untouched for centuries. You wouldn't find chi from a single living creature because there were none. This place too vast, we don't know where we have to go from here. Does the tomb of the emperor really exist? Lin Feng paused as he looked up at the sky. The desolate and dreary chi of the area was floating above his head. Cultivators had come here before, and the rumors stated that those who made it out were extremely strong, so much so that they were treasured by empires of average quality. It can't be too easy to find treasure, especially seeing how we've come after those who already took away some of it. Jun Emoshi sympathized. Lin Feng agreed. Our group crossed the space first. If we wander around aimlessly, we'll lose our initial superiority. We have to keep to a direction until we find something. Tang Yuyu was searching the sky. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She was trying to decide on a direction to go. I don't even know where we came from. Tang Yuyu now shook her head. While they were crossing space, they felt dizzy and their heads were spinning. They couldn't know which direction they had come from. Tang Yuyu wasn't the only one, the others were also lost. Lin Feng looked pensive, then said, let's go north. Why north? Tang Yuyu curiously. The death chi is extremely thick there. Lin Feng reasoned that the best rewards were found with the greatest danger. The others looked at each other and nodded. The death chi really was thick in the north. Without wasting time, the group headed north. They must have made the right decision as they saw nobody on the way. After an hour they discovered a steep slope where the strong death chi was emanating from. A skeleton. Lin Feng had found a skeleton not far in front of them, dried with age. So many skeletons. The others found many more. They continued moving forwards. A gentle breeze was brushing their skin. Some skeletons turned to dust as the breeze swept them. They had probably been there for an inconceivable amount of time. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer confused with the earth thanks to the human-earth fusion. They remained determined even after death. These bodies disappear with a breeze, so they must have been cultivators of the Xianqi layer. Jun Emoshi picked up a lot of information from the scene. If that's the case, there must have been a great battle. They probably wanted to take a treasure and fought for it. Yun Fei Yang guessed. He continued to the top of the mountain. When he arrived he shouted, hurry up, come here. The others followed to see what was so surprising. There were many buildings, thatched huts, caves, etc. Clearly, people used to live here in the past. The skeletons were probably the result of war which had resulted from tensions between those who lived here and those that came from their world. Let's go and see. Lin Feng ran ahead. Of all the shabby huts and houses, there wasn't a single construction which had remained intact. Let's separate so we can cover more ground, Lin Feng said to the three others. They nodded and left in different directions. Lin Feng chose a cave and found pieces of furniture and basic utensils covered by dust. There was a skeleton on the ground as well, sitting cross-legged. They must have died without any time to react. Lin Feng grabbed the skeleton and inspected it closely. Even with the crackling sounds, he could tell that the skeleton was extremely solid. That cultivator had broken free from the limits of the Xin-Chi layer, he thought, looking at that calm and peaceful-looking skeleton. There were no signs of damage on the skeleton. What kind of cultivator could have killed this person who had broken through to the Tianqi layer, without giving them the time to react? Lin Feng couldn't find anything else in the cave besides the skeleton. He left the cave and entered a house. There were skeletons in almost all the caves, houses, and huts. It seemed like they had been touched by other people before as well. They were all in the same position, as if they had been killed on the spot without the time to react. After an hour, the group still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, a cold chi streaked across the sky. Everyone raised their heads to see the group of people from Tianqi. They decided not to stop though. The leader of the Tianqi group was leading them, Tianqi. Just as Lin Feng had heard, cultivators of the Tianqi layer were the cultivation emperor's slaves. Maybe they had been killed by him before. Silhouettes passed by every now and then. They were other strong cultivators who came to the mysterious world with them. Surprisingly, they hadn't died and they now looked like they were in a rush. A place with so many cultivators of the Tianqi layer must be wealthy. There must be treasures to collect elsewhere. They decided to stop wasting time and continued moving north. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779, The Holy Marks. Chapter 779, The Holy Marks. After leaving the area filled with houses, caves and shabby huts, the atmosphere was still the same, filled with death chi. Once in a while they would notice a skeleton lying on the ground. Sometimes the wind they blew traveling about was enough to disintegrate them. It seems like there was a monstrous war here in the past. So many strong cultivators have died. Lin Feng still couldn't decide what happened. The skeletons which disappeared with a gust of wind were originally weak cultivators, but those who didn't had, at least, broken through to the Tianqi layer. Just what happened here? They continued moving forwards and gradually discovered some resplendent mountains and rivers. Even though the atmosphere was still filled with a death chi and seemed dreary, the landscape was gorgeous and luxuriant. They stumbled across another broken pavilion too. Haven't you noticed something? Tang Yu asked the three others. Girls had intuition. She had noticed something particular about the region. The landscape is becoming more beautiful as we move forwards, and the environment is more adequate for cultivation, muttered Yuan Fei Yang. Lin Feng and Jun Mo she seemed to have just realized that. They couldn't help but glance at each other. It means that this place could be the cultivation emperor's house and the area we just crossed was where his guards lived. It would explain why the environment is becoming more beautiful. Tang Yu pondered. What you mean to say is that this place was the cultivation emperor's territory? Well then, if you are right, we just crossed the guards' territory who were cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Then this must be where the Zun cultivators lived. Lin Feng said. Possibly. Tang Yu still wasn't sure. The territory of Cultivation Emperor was divided into the territory of the slaves who were at the Tianqi layer and another territory where the guards resided, as Zun cultivators. We must be getting closer to the heart of the territory. As soon as they understood this, they began moving again, past many houses, pavilions, and caves. If the cultivation level of the cultivators increased as they moved forwards, the treasures they were likely to find should also be more valuable. There's a palace over there. Tang Yu spotted it in the distance. It looked majestic and imposing, much better than the pavilions, caves and houses in the surroundings. That must be the heart of the territory. The palace had also been damaged, but its chi remained. Its chi was extremely sharp, like sword chi dashing to the skies and reaching the clouds. The one who lived in the heart of the territory should be someone incredible. The sword intent here is incredible. That palace is enveloped by a mysterious magical spell. They all felt excited and anxious at the same time, but Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. The palace contained sword chi. Lin Feng had to check it out. Let's go and see. Lin Feng running forwards and jumping in front of the palace. Standing at the foot of the palace, it seemed even more majestic. There was a small forest and a big spring fountain, but it was already dried up, the trees were rotten and just as dead. They continued towards the garden and noticed a small cultivation house. The sword chi came from inside. They passed through the arched gate and entered the small house, which was made of stone. Everyone stopped. The ground was littered with skeletons covered in dust and sand. Threads of sword chi emanated out of them. Yun Fei Yang trampled on the ground and a gentle wind swept away the skeletons, all except for one remained. It hadn't been damaged by the wind whatsoever. That particular skeleton was sitting on a stone. In its orbits, one could almost imagine a pair of eyes remembering the past with nostalgia. The skull was deformed with a crack in it. That person must have been killed by a powerful punch, strong enough to penetrate their skull, which also held threads of sword chi. As if that cultivator wasn't resigned to abandon their sword, even after death. Lin Feng, look at the drawings on the wall. Tang Yu pointed toward a particular wall. From left to right, the drawings were becoming more distinct, and the sword chi became more intense. Those drawings resembled a sword, but the last drawing looked particularly strange and intriguing, like someone had written the instructions of a terrifyingly powerful sword technique. Of course, what surprised Lin Feng the most was that the last drawing didn't look simple. There were many strokes joining together like veins. They looked like the mysterious marks in the tunnel of the beginning. Those mysterious marks again. They were convinced that those drawings were the instructions of an extremely powerful sword technique. However, after the instructions of the sword technique, those mysterious marks appeared again. Were all those marks the instructions of incredibly power skills and techniques? Those mysterious marks can make pure chi detonate. I don't know what they are? Lin Feng said while slowly walking towards the wall. The sword chi was even more intense, like it was about to penetrate into his body. He glanced back at the three others and they gradually moved back. Lin Feng moved closer to the wall and put his hand on the wall. A thread of pure chi gradually moved into the last drawings and started flowing in them. CRRRR. CRRR. Boom! In a flash, a terrifying sword chi emerged out of the wall and emitted a dazzling light. It seemed like it could cut the space around them. It emitted rumbling sounds in the atmosphere which resonated all around in the garden. When the sword chi disappeared, a cloud of dust rose up in the air. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. Panic-stricken, he moved back his hand. He didn't dare continue releasing pure chi. If he continued, the results could only be catastrophic. What a terrifying sword. The others were looking back at the patterns. That was a sword technique. There are 81 drawings. The last ones turned into a monstrously powerful pattern of mysterious marks. Perhaps an extremely strong cultivator used to practice sword cultivation here? Thought Lin Feng, staring at the mysterious patterns in detail. From left to right, it seemed like the cultivator's understanding of swords gradually became deeper. The drawings on the right were carved deeper in the stone than the first ones and were more complicated. It seemed like an extremely sharp sword had been used to carve them. The four of them understood something. The incredible strength contained in those mysterious marks was abstruse and mysterious. They might have to wait and become Zun cultivators before understanding the abstruse significance or abstruse energy, before able to understand those mysterious marks. I have the feeling that what we are facing here has a strength which exceeds that of the Tian Qi layer, said Tang Yu in a low voice. However, all the others heard her clearly and had the same feeling. Those mysterious marks had a strength which exceeded that of the Tian Qi layer. They couldn't understand it, but mysteriously, they could use pure chi to make those marks release some power. Yun Fei Yang frowned and looked pensive. Fei Yang, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng noticed that Yun Fei Yang had something on his mind. I think I know what those marks are. Yun Fei Yang's eyes were twinkling sharply. He continued, in an old and incomplete ancient book, it was said that during the flourishing age of cultivation there were monstrously powerful cultivators who had reached enlightenment. They could borrow the strength of the sun and the moon. There was nothing impossible for them. They were omnipotent. Those extremely strong cultivators could destroy the entire world, and could carve mysterious marks into different surfaces, called holy marks. Those holy marks could also borrow the strength of the earth and sky, the sun and moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Familiar Faces. Chapter 780, Familiar Faces. Holy marks, whispered Lin Feng. Cultivators of the Tian Qi layer relied on intent and the corporeal strength provided by their cultivation level, which enabled them to carry out extremely strong attacks. However, in front of those holy marks, cultivators of the Tian Qi layer were insufficient. Releasing a little bit of pure chi on those holy marks sufficed to create a terrifying attack, so the people who controlled the holy marks were probably terrifying. What does it take to carve those things? Do they need to condense physical strength or do they use something else? Lin Feng was figuring something in his head. It must be that way. No one really knew. If the marks could release that much power, what else could it be? I want to stay here. Lin Feng announced to the other three, adding, even though I don't know what we have here, those 18 drawings contained abstruse sword energy which turned into the holy marks. If I manage to understand one or two of the drawings, I'm sure I will become stronger. Since this is the first place we discovered, let's consider it fate. You all should go and find more treasures, don't wait for me. We'll meet later. Lin Feng didn't want to leave the holy marks, they contained sword secrets. In the past, many had come, but they had been so weak that they died from the holy marks. The others were undecided until Junimoshi nodded and said, a strong cultivator who can carve holy marks can kill cultivators only by slapping them. You can imagine how strong they were. However, in the mysterious world, such places must be numerous. This place is precisely adequate for sword cultivators. Lin Feng practices sword cultivation, so it makes sense for him to stay. Let's leave him here and continue. Alright, but Lin Feng, in the vast and almost endless mysterious world, we're like ants in an ocean. You can't be too greedy here, so don't hesitate to leave if you have to. Yunfei Yang said to Lin Feng. Amongst the group who had come to the mysterious world, no one had broken through to the Tianqi layer. He was certain they couldn't kill Lin Feng. But still, Yunfei Yang thought that it would all be for naught if Lin Feng died because of the dangers innate to the mysterious world. I understand. Lin Feng understood that if continued, he might be able to find other treasures. However, those holy marks on the wall seemed like they had been created for him. It was his karma to find those marks. More people will come, so I will stay and protect you. Tang Yuyu was unwilling to leave Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was in a deep state of cultivation, others might attack him by surprise. No need Yuyu, with our cultivation level we can sense any movement in the surroundings, even a gentle breeze brushing away a speck of grass. Unless, we're in a special state of meditation. Lin Feng said while shaking his head. What if you do enter in such a special state of meditation? Tang Yuyu asked. The probability was so low, but he couldn't deny that nothing would happen. Actually, maybe something really would happen. The drawings on the wall contain intent and abstruse energies. Although I am not a sword cultivator, I can still learn something from them while protecting you. All in all, I think this is a very good idea. Insisted Tang Yuyu. Yuyu is right, if you get interrupted while you're going through a crucial moment of cultivation, it won't end well. Having someone to protect you is beneficial, even for your cultivation. Junimoshi agreed with her. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Alright, you can stay. Emoshi and Fei Yang can go. More people will be here soon. Yes, you two be careful. Then Junimoshi and Yun Fei Yang left. Yuyu, let's practice cultivation together. Penetrating into a special state of cultivation isn't so easy. He went back to looking at the wall, starting with the first drawing. He was analyzing the first drawing using his heart and brain to feel it out. The first drawing was only a stroke which started from the bottom and moved forwards. It looked like a sharp sword wanting to reach the clouds. Lin Feng noticed that it seemed to be moving. Sensing those movements, it felt like a sword which had fused together with the earth. His head started hurting from this sword. Lin Feng was realizing how terrifying the power of that drawing was. There were 81 drawings in total and the very first was enough to make him feel exhausted. Swords exist in many different forms and every form is extremely sharp. The stroke represents a pure and simple sword, however, it contains a terrifying explosive energy. That was the first movement of his sword attack, the sword formula skill. With it, Lin Feng could make 1,000,000 swords fuse together. Lin Feng shivered. That first drawing seemed to contain the same strength as his Tian level skill of medium quality sword formula. 1,000,000 swords moving separately fused together into one simple sword which could annihilate everything. That's only the first sword. He seemed to realize something. He became completely absorbed by the drawing again. Then he continued analyzing the other drawings. The first drawing was like the first part of his sword formula skill, then the 9th drawing seemed to be a special metamorphosis state. For example, when Lin Feng used his sword formula skill and fused together his millions of threads of pure qi into 1, 2 or 3 swords, that 9th drawing was precisely a particular state. Lin Feng could decide what he wanted to do when using such a skill. Tang Yuyu was sitting outside. One day had passed and every once in a while someone would pass in the sky. It seemed that most people had understood what kind of place this was. The palace was gigantic with sword chi dashing to the skies, but people who weren't sword cultivators wouldn't be interested. Then, 2 silhouettes carrying swords appeared, having sensed the sword energies, landing outside the palace. It's you. They recognized Tang Yuyu. That person looked extraordinarily strong, however, they had lost an arm. Ling Xiao. Tang Yuyu was surprised. He was a genius disciple from the great competition of Shuiyu, where Lin Feng had cut off one of his arms with his sword intent. After, Ling Xiao had decided to join the Nine-Cloud Sword sect. Back then Ling Xiao was filled with an incredible sword chi, he used to be extremely proud. Ling Xiao had wanted to prove to his beloved female fellow disciple, Yu Xiao, how much he loved her and how strong he was. But, he attacked Tang Yuyu to do so and hurt her in the process. Lin Feng became furious and defended Tang Yuyu, he cut off one of Ling Xiao's arms. This time Ling Xiao didn't look so arrogant and proud anymore. He looked like an ordinary sword cultivator. He was humiliated but understood that there were many more geniuses stronger than him. After joining the Nine-Cloud Sword sect, he confined himself somewhere and practiced cultivation endlessly. He was also given a teacher who helped him practice cultivation day and night. He had even fought against some cultivators of the Tianxi layer to become stronger, for the sole purpose of becoming stronger, otherwise he knew his female fellow disciple would never become his wife. Of course, Ling Xiao's efforts had been extremely beneficial, to the extent that everybody in the Nine-Cloud Sword sect had been surprised. Ling Xiao's sword intent was now level 5. You know her? Ling Xiao's companion was curious. Of course I know her, I lost my arm because of her. Ling Xiao came off very cold. Was that beautiful woman strong enough to cut off Ling Xiao's arm? If you don't want to lose your other arm, I advise you to piss off. Tang Yuyu seemingly hadn't forgiven Ling Xiao. He said, bullshit, you've always been far from my level. Unless Lin Feng attacks me, nobody else will be able to cut off my other arm. Lin Feng doesn't appear to be here, so it seems I can get my revenge. Ling Xiao released a terrifying sword intent at Tang Yuyu, surprising her that the sword intent was level 5. Ling Xiao had progressed too quickly, she couldn't deal with him still. However, Tang Yuyu regained her composure, you've progressed a lot, congratulations. You will have to see how strong Lin Feng is. Do you really want to lose another arm? She moved aside and pointed to someone behind her, look who's inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Xiaoyao Sect. Chapter 781, Xiaoyao Sect. Ling Xiao looked to where Tang Yuyu was pointing and saw a silhouette sitting down, motionless. They looked skinny, his body was as sharp as a sword. He was swallowing sword chi, it seemed like a peerless sword chi was fermenting, like it could explode at any moment. Ling Xiao became visibly upset. That person was Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murder and coldness. Ling Xiao's arm had been cut off by Lin Feng. He hated Lin Feng. He had been practicing cultivation extremely diligent at the Nine-Cloud Sword sect with the hope that he could kill Lin Feng one day. However, he hadn't mentally prepared himself to meet Lin Feng right now. He thought that he would throw himself at Lin Feng and kill him in a flash, however, he was shaking and hesitating now. Back then, Lin Feng's sword intent was level 5. 3 months had passed now and Lin Feng had trained at a powerful empire. He definitely improved, it would be impossible for Lin Feng not to make any progress. Besides, he was sitting down cross-legged right now with terrifying sword lights twinkling around him, lights capable of cutting stones. Just like Tang Yuyu said, Lin Feng had made great progress too. The young man who was with Ling Xiao asked, brother, he's the one who cut off your arm? Ling Xiao remained silent and nodded. His face was still filled with murder but he looked hesitant. At that moment, Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. If they attacked him by surprise they might be able to finish him instantly. Tang Yuyu obstructed their way to Lin Feng and said, Ling Xiao, 3 months ago you couldn't compete with him, what makes you think you can now? Lin Feng could shred you to pieces with his sword. I advise you to leave lest Lin Feng wakes up, otherwise he will cut off your other arm and leave you crippled. Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth, how humiliating. Tang Yuyu had the nerve to humiliate him. He was an extremely strong cultivator with sword intent at level 5. Could he look at Lin Feng and then leave that easily? Could he forget about his arm which had been cut off by Lin Feng? Brother, help me kill the girl and then move back. No matter what, you cannot fight him. Ling Xiao whispered to the young man next to him. Finally, I will get my revenge and cut off his arm. Only then will I be able to forget about the past. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent rose up in the air and invaded the atmosphere. It was swift and fierce, seemingly capable of cutting anything around it. Tang Yuyu's looked upset, surprisingly, Ling Xiao wanted to attack. 1,000 shadows. Tang Yuyu shouted as she turned into many clones. Die! A terrifying deadly chi spread in the air and Tang Yuyu only saw a sword light shooting out towards Lin Feng. Ling Xiao turned himself into a terrifying sword aimed to kill Lin Feng. Thunder Sword! Ling Xiao's friend shouted as he moved at the same time. His sword chi invaded the entire atmosphere as furious sword sounds started rising. It seemed like they wanted to destroy mountains and oceans. Tang Yuyu was about to be swallowed by his swords. Lin Feng, be careful! Tang Yuyu shouted furiously, trying to awaken Lin Feng. CRRRRR. CRRRR, in a flash, Tang Yu's clones were destroyed by the swords. Then, Ling Xiao's friend immediately rose up in the air and moved away, just like Ling Xiao had advised to him. Even though Ling Xiao was his fellow disciple, Ling Xiao was a lot stronger than him. And even then, Ling Xiao's arm was cut off by Lin Feng. Therefore, he could imagine how strong Lin Feng was. A terrifying sword energy shot out at Lin Feng. Ling Xiao's body was like a sword, his eyes looked ice cold and filled with murder. Lin Feng was practicing cultivation, but suddenly a terrifying sword energy emerged out of Lin Feng's body. At that moment, it seemed like Ling Xiao's sword was surrounded by a million swords. It seemed like there was an ocean of swords pointing at him. Die! Ling Xiao stopped moving forwards. Instead, he released some sword lights and rose up in the air. Boom boom boom! The atmosphere was suddenly filled with deadly energies. Lin Feng's energy had turned into millions and millions of swords which collided with Ling Xiao's swords. The collision created a massive vortex of deadly energies in the air. At the same time, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes as terrifying sword lights appeared and he rose up in the air. Those two were two beams of light colliding, moving with incredible speeds. Phew! Lin Feng started moving like the wind using his 9 days wind chi. 9 silhouettes appeared and chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and his friend noticed that Lin Feng was furious, their faces dropped, especially Ling Xiao's. He seemed to be particularly worried at that moment. He hadn't seen Lin Feng for 3 months, he had been practicing cultivation endlessly and still couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Brother, use Jasper. Ling Xiao produced a shiny jasper. Pure chi twinkled and some crackling sounds spread in the air. The jasper broke into pieces and a light surrounded Ling Xiao's friend, who turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Ling Xiao followed suit, taking out a life-saving jasper and breaking it. He too disappeared in a flash. Even though using a jasper was painful, it could get you out of dangerous situations. In the 9 Cloud Swords sect, everybody had only one jasper, seeing how they were an extremely precious stone. The two of them hadn't even found treasure, yet they had to use their jasper already. What a waste! Lin Feng stopped in the air and watched as the silhouettes vanished, looking strange. A moment before, Ling Xiao had sensed how strange Lin Feng was and decided to use the jasper. After analyzing the holy marks, extremely strong cultivators from the antiquity could cross space and time. They could travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The jaspers that they just broke used the strength of pure chi. Were they related to the pure marks? Lin Feng looked at the marks and thought about the sacrificial altar. The infinite number of holy marks on the sacrificial altar enabled people to cross space. Their power was mysterious. Maybe, if Lin Feng was extremely strong, each of his movements would result in the condensation of those mysterious holy marks. Using the holy marks enabled cultivators to drain the strength of the earth and the sky. No wonder using that power, cultivators could cross huge distances in a flash. Those holy marks were also useful regarding skills and techniques. If I find you again, I will cut off your other arm. Lin Feng said menacingly. He didn't continue chasing Ling Xiao, they were probably too far away. Lin Feng turned around and returned to the hut. There was some rumbling sounds in the distance where people were fighting. Back at the garden, many people had encircled Tang Yuyu and were assailing her with obscenities. They were attacking Tang Yuyu's clones together. Your agility techniques are not bad. Surprisingly, you're alone here in a place full of treasures. If you give us your treasures, we might only play with you, instead of killing such you. A young man in blue clothes was laughing mockingly. On his side were 2 people wearing the same clothes as him. They were all disciples of a large sect from Ganyu, the Xiaoyao sect. Bro, we're so lonely here in the mysterious world and that girl is so hot, we should cripple her cultivation and keep her on our side. When we're bored we can have some fun with her. What do you think? Another one laughed mockingly and then everybody burst into laughter. Bro, that's the way we are at the Xiaoyao sect, right? Such a beauty is right in front of us, she can be considered the first treasure of our trip. Another one said while laughing loudly. Suddenly, they all sensed a terrifying sword descending from the sky and they started shaking. There was a young man in a changpao, standing in the air and looking both proud and arrogant. From head to foot, he was covered with sword chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, The Ancient Scriptures of Xiaoyao. Chapter 782, The Ancient Scriptures of Xiaoyao. The sharp sword qi was astounding. They stared at Lin Feng and one of them asked, "Your Excellency, what brings you here? How may we help you?" "Die." Lin Feng jumped forwards as he released a terrifying sword qi which rolled in the air like waves. The members of the Xiaoyao sect felt like they were suffocating. Immediately, lights flickered and a few threads of sword qi lacerated the atmosphere. Blood splashed everywhere in the air as the few people surrounding Tang Yuyu died on the spot. They didn't even have the time to give horrible shrieks. Lin Feng arrived next to Tang Yuyu and saw that she had a few wounds. Lin Feng's facial expression became cold. The other strong cultivators from Xiaoyao sect were astonished by his sword. He killed so many cultivators in only one sword attack, how terrifying and cruel. The young man in blue clothes stared at Lin Feng with eyes were filled with murder. "Do you know who you just killed?" "No idea." Lin Feng turned around and lunged forwards, releasing a terrifying sword energy into the air. Those who faced Lin Feng had a strange impression. They felt like they were facing an infinite number of swords. "I only know that you're all going to die." Lin Feng stretched out his hand which was shining. Lin Feng's swords despised them, the millions of swords enveloped them, leaving them in a dead end in the air. What a strong attack! The cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect ducked and dodged to avoid the beams of sword light. They didn't feel the pressure as they avoided the beams of light so naturally. "Kill him!" They shouted as they flew towards Lin Feng in perfect harmony. Lin Feng only had the impression that it was an illusion. Boom boom boom. A terrifying fist shot out at Lin Feng, filled with a frightening qi. Boom. A few punches crashed onto Lin Feng's body, but he was an illusion. Lin Feng moved backwards using the 9 days wind qi, leaving 9 illusions of Lin Feng behind. Wind swept away as Lin Feng jumped into the air, while stretching out both of his hands and releasing sharp sword qi. Ah! 2 people were immediately killed by the sword qi and blood gushed in the air. The others became panic-stricken and began running around. Lin Feng's agility techniques were too powerful. CRRR. Lin Feng's sword tore through their clothes as flesh flew. There were only 3 people left who decided to attack at the same time. Their punches were filled with a powerful physical strength which seemed like they could distort the atmosphere. Rumbling sounds sounded as the sword qi was broken. They took this moment to escape. Nice agility techniques, Lin Feng thought as he landed on the ground. But even with their speed he had injured them all somewhat. Lin Feng jumped forwards and condensed sword qi again. They stared at Lin Feng and said, "Your Excellency, you are extremely strong. We are sorry that we offended you and we are sorry for offending your wife too. Apologizing is pointless." Lin Feng said without emotion, smiling darkly. These people were rude and shameless, they needed to die. His sword qi was filled with killer energy. "We are disciples from the Xiaoyao sect, please don't have us lose face, be merciful." The guy in blue clothes started begging. "I've never heard of the Xiaoyao sect." Lin Feng said as he then lunged forwards again, sword qi rolled in the air like huge waves. The young man in blue clothes was speechless. Who didn't know about the Xiaoyao sect? How ignorant could this guy be? The Xiaoyao sect is one of the most influential and powerful groups of the Ganyu region. We have some influence in the Holy City and other places in the continent of the Nine Clouds. We have an incredible reputation. Our sect is actually a branch of the divine Xiaoyao sect from the Holy City. Your Excellency shouldn't kill us. The leader explained patiently to Lin Feng. Where did this guy come from? He was so violent and brutal, his sword energies were incredible. Does that mean I should kill you here and now in order to avoid the story spreading? Otherwise, I'll be in trouble in the future. Lin Feng said, smiling coldly again. He had already killed a few of them and that would be difficult to defend later. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that the sect would be related to the Holy City. If the young man wasn't lying, then that sect was monstrous. The young man in blue noticed that Lin Feng still wanted to kill them, so he hastily added, "The Xiaoyao sect is a divine sect in the continent. We is respected by many for our strength. Besides that, we are famous because of holy scriptures called the ancient scriptures of Xiaoyao. These scriptures contain magical powers, including the Xiaoyao agility technique. Nobody can rival us regarding agility techniques. If you allow us to leave, I will give it to you." The ancient scriptures of Xiaoyao. Lin Feng considered it. However, he didn't believe that his interlocutor could pass on the scriptures to him. The Xiaoyao sect was just a small branch of the sect, at most only they were educated without access to the scrolls. But, it would be nice to obtain a scroll. Give it to me now then. Lin Feng decided. He wanted the agility technique they used to dodge his attacks before. You cannot force me to give it to you here, I simply don't have them on me. If you promise to let us off, I will give it to you later. The interlocutor was trying to remain calm because he was afraid that Lin Feng would kill them. Lin Feng remained smiling coldly. You are too weak to negotiate with me, since you all know the agility technique. Tell me who taught it to you. Anything you do will be in vain because we don't have it here with us. Another one said. Even if they took it out, would they live afterwards? CRRRRRR. CRRRR, a terrifying sword energy invaded the atmosphere, as a million swords flew around. Lin Feng was suffocating them with his strength. You chose to die. Lin Feng shouted. He used his sword formula as terrifying sword lights appeared, moving with incredible speeds. Lin Feng had already mastered the skill to perfection, so everything ended quickly. One of them collapsed, and the other two took a deep breath. Lin Feng was terrifying. They couldn't do anything against him. They knew his special agility technique but only superficially, otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to chase them. If they had his agility techniques, they would definitely be able to resist Lin Feng. However, saying if wouldn't save them. I will give you one chance. Lin Feng said to the person on the right menacingly. Will you let me off? He looked terrified, without hope. Lin Feng smiled and said, It seems like you have it with you. Lin Feng caught him off guard, revealing that he indeed had the scroll. A terrifying sword appeared again as Lin Feng stretched out his hand containing sword chi. Lin Feng. Within milliseconds, that person was dead. The only one left was their leader. Lin Feng grabbed him by the throat. Let me off, begged the young man in blue clothes. In the scriptures, apart from the agility technique, what are the other abilities? The Xiaoyao scriptures were named after the Xiaoyao sect. The first one is the Xiaoyao agility technique. Nobody can catch you if you use it properly. Then there is the Xiaoyao bliss, which is adequate for people who practice different sorts of cultivation. There is a third one called Xiaoyao drunken strength. It is said that the attack can shake the sky, so powerful that even I have never seen it. Lin Feng was still holding him by the throat. It was very unlikely that he'd lie to Lin Feng. He was talking hastily, his voice was trembling with fear. Thanks. Lin Feng slightly nodded. Then he put a slight bit more strength into his hand and crackling sounds could be heard. They initially wanted to humiliate and rape Tang Yuyu, so Lin Feng had to kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783, Tang Yuyu's punches. Chapter 783, Tang Yuyu's punches. After killing his opponent, Lin Feng grabbed his ring and checked for information inside. Those who came to the mysterious world were the most outstanding young cultivators of the Ganyu region. These guys were no exception. They surely accumulated a lot of wealth and resources, especially seeing how they belonged to a powerful and wealthy sect. There were many purity stones and other treasures, but Lin Feng wanted their scriptures. 2 of them had extracts of the scriptures. On one page, there were dazzling silver letters and a drawing showing how to carry out the agility technique. Just like the holy marks in the mysterious world, the drawing was enigmatic and unfathomable. Lin Feng felt like drowning by only glancing at it. What an incredible technique! Lin Feng thought while staring at the page. Just like the holy marks, the drawing seemed to move on its own. Just like a ghost drifting without a resting place, that agility technique was incredible. Editor's note, I'm not aware of this phrase. Besides, that was only one of the pages of the ancient Xiaoyao scriptures and only copies. The authentic ancient scriptures couldn't have ended in the hands of the Xiaoyao sect. However, that agility technique alone seemed incredible. Perhaps they weren't lying when they described the ancient scriptures of Xiaoyao were being written by godlike cultivators who knew all under heaven. You, take this and practice it. It will help you improve your agility. We shouldn't stay here any longer and I cannot study the sword technique anymore, it's too complicated. Let's move on. Lin Feng gave Tang Yuyu the copy of the scriptures. All right. Tang Yuyu said, nodding. The others in the area were becoming more numerous. Staying there for too long could make things dangerous. It was impossible for Lin Feng to find a calm and peaceful place to practice cultivation anyways. His goal was to copy the holy marks before leaving. Copying the holy marks was no easy task. Remembering their intent and even their abstruse significance was incredibly difficult. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged, looked at the first drawing and started copying it. Then he continued copying the drawings one after another. He could only understand the first 9 drawings because they were easier, the last ones were extremely difficult. He needed to rest as he copied them because they exhausted him completely. But Lin Feng didn't complain, instead he assiduously continued copying the drawings. Those 81 drawings were all treasures. Lin Feng had just learned his sword formula skill. With the first part mastered, it didn't require any effort. In the blink of an eye, he could use it to exterminate strong cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect. That was the true power of a Tian level skill. Tang Yuyu was depressed. She was practicing the Xiaoyao agility technique in the garden and it was only the first page, but she found it incredible hard to understand. The first page of the ancient scripture was already this incredible. Perhaps the Xiaoyao sect was actually an incredible sect. One day passed and Tang Yuyu's silhouette looked lithe and graceful in the garden. She was moving in a magnificent way. Someone would have fallen in love with her if they saw her now. She was gorgeous, like a celestial being playing amongst flowers in clusters. Phew. Tang Yuyu exhaled deeply and stopped. She was sweating but her sweat smelled like a flower. Even though she wasn't using her clone skill, the Xiaoyao agility technique left the impression that she was. The problem was that she used too much energy to use it, leaving her exhausted. She would probably use little or no energy if she better understood how to use it. Tang Yuyu turned around and looked at the small house where Lin Feng was. He was still copying the drawings, but only had 9 left. Her hair was covering the side of her face, hiding the corner of her eyes, but one could still see her resplendent smile. She thought, back in the mountains I obtained an incredible punch skill, but I could only understand a little part of it. The 81 drawings on the wall are all extremely complex, but if I managed to understood them, I might be able to understand the punch skill. Tang Yuyu walked behind Lin Feng and inspected the drawings meticulously. An old saying said that the 10,000 things of creation were interconnected. After breaking through to a specific cultivation level, understanding a specific kind of power could help you understand other powers which belong to different categories. The more a person understood cultivation, the stronger they became. However, there was an infinite number of things to understand in the world. The 9 last drawings were the most difficult to understand. They looked enigmatic and unfathomable. With a half a day more, Lin Feng managed to copy them down. The drawings were finally carved into his brain, but he was mentally drained. Ha! A gentle breeze swept away. Tang Yuyu had just arrived behind Lin Feng outside of the small house as 2 silhouettes landed on the roof. They glanced at Tang Yuyu and the corpses, then they looked at the house in which Lin Feng was. What treasures are inside? They asked Tang Yuyu without acting recklessly. They understood that all of the corpses represented incredible cultivators who came to the mysterious world with them. However, they found it hard to believe that one person killed them all. There are some carvings for sword cultivators, but someone is already reading them. If you want to study them as well, you will have to wait outside. It would be unwise to disturb him while he is practicing cultivation. Tang Yuyu said while protecting the entrance. Her tone of speech was quite cold. You're quite arrogant. Since you found a treasure, everybody should be able to use it. You're too selfish making us wait outside. Don't you think that you're going too far? One of them responded. Even though he was talking aggressively, he didn't attack. Whether you let us look at the drawings or not, can you tell us what they really are? If you want to do the same thing those people did, go ahead and try. Tang Yuyu was pointing at the corpses on the ground. They looked nervous, glancing at each other. Even though your cultivation level is not high, you are quite brave. Since you're asking, you can have a try against me. We will see what makes you feel so confident. He said, jumping forwards. A fist attacked Tang Yuyu, oppressing the atmosphere with a particular physical strength. Tang Yuyu dodged sideways and became an illusion. She was running with grace while using the Xiaoyao agility technique. Ha! That person's fist landed somewhere, but it wasn't Tang Yuyu. Her agility technique was incredible. She looked so natural and unrestrained. Great destruction! He shouted furiously. His hands clapped together and oppressive energy invaded the atmosphere. No matter where Tang Yuyu was, his attack would reach her. Tang Yuyu was slowed down by the attack, but managed to continue moving. This surprised the other 2. As expected, Brother Gu, they stole the agility technique of the Xiaoyao sect. Capture her. The other one screamed. Tang Yuyu suddenly felt nervous. Initially they had come for the hut, but they knew the people who had died. She used the Xiaoyao agility technique, and as expected, others recognized the skill. I know. The other one said while joining his hands again and releasing more energy. He shook his hands and suddenly, pressure like a mountain suffocated the area. Tang Yuyu's bones felt like they were going to break. Tang Yuyu took advantage of the situation as a divine light appeared in her brain. She tried to remember a punch skill as a gigantic hand appeared in the sky, seemingly able to crush everything. Tang Yuyu closed her eyes and made great efforts to understand the divine light. The light was undulating in the air. Suddenly, Tang Yuyu released a swift physical strength out of her hand and at the enemy in the air. Powerful rumbling sounds spread in the air. The one whose family name was Gu felt like he was surrounded by darkness. He was unable to destroy that vast and powerful punch attack. Boom! A terrifying crashing sound spread as he crashed into the ground. Many of his bones were broken and he was letting off a blood-curdling shriek. The other guy began to run away. Tang Yuyu's punch was too scary. The one whose family name was Gu shouted furiously and left as well. Tang Yuyu didn't chase either of them. At that moment, she was staring at her hands, astonished. In the mountains, only Lin Feng and her had obtained incredible treasures, and now she was able to use those powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Soak with Blood, so what? Chapter 784, Soak with Blood, so what? What incredible strength! Tang Yuyu was still looking at her hands. She knew that the brain was an extremely powerful tool. With its power a cultivator could make the sky change colors. She knew that some cultivators could even destroy the vault of heaven, but until now, she had only been able to understand the tip of the iceberg. So this is what it feels like to have power, whispered Tang Yuyu. According to rumors, there were extremely strong cultivators who could understand cultivation principles sporadically, as if they reached the nirvana. Even though Tang Yuyu didn't achieve supreme enlightenment, the sudden divine lights enabled her to release a terrifying punch. Relying on that terrifying punch and the Xiaoyao footwork agility technique, she could defeat most cultivators of the 9th Xianqi layer. She had broken the opponent's bones a moment before, while the other guy escaped after witnessing the explosive power of her attack. Lin Feng finished copying the 81 patterns on the wall. The expression in his eyes showed weariness. He glanced at the wall and didn't feel like leaving. He still wanted to study them. The 81 patterns represented sword attacks of different degrees. So far, he could understand a tiny part of it. If he took some time, maybe a few days, he could deeply understand the drawings, then he would become stronger and his cultivation speed would increase. However, he didn't have too much time to cultivate right now. After he finished copying the drawings, Lin Feng bowed in front of the skeleton on the ground. Even though they weren't alive anymore and that Lin Feng didn't know who he was still grateful. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the wall, still hesitant to leave. If you want the senior to rest in peace, you need to destroy the wall. Tang Yuyu said from behind Lin Feng. Her woman's intuition was impressive. She understood Lin Feng. She could guess why Lin Feng looked so hesitant. The carvings in that wall are incredibly useful for sword cultivators. If I destroy them, those who come after will never be able to see them. That would be a pity, Lin Feng whispered. He didn't feel like destroying the wall. That cultivator took great efforts to make the carvings, and now they have been transmitted to you. Passing them to a capable person was probably his aspiration, and now that you copied them, he has nothing to regret. If you don't destroy them now, he will never rest in peace. Tang Yuyu explained. Lin Feng remained silent as he released incredible sword intent. Go! Whispered Lin Feng. 10,000 swords bombarded the wall at the same time. The wall emitted incredible buzzing sounds while trembling. Huge holes, cracks and fissures appeared on the wall which quickly fell apart. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu rose up in the air and heard rumbling sounds behind them. It was the small house. It had just collapsed, and no sword chi would ever emerge from it again. The skeleton of the strong cultivator was now under a pile of ruins. Now he would never draw people's attention again. Initially, we came together, crossing space using the sacrificial altar. It's only been a few days and we are already separated. I wonder where Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang are and what they are doing. Sighed Lin Feng. Let's continue moving forwards, maybe we will run into them. Tang Yuyu replied. Lin Feng nodded, continued flying northwards. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu came across caves and vast palaces in the distance. They were all in ruins with only a simple chi emerging from them. However, that simple chi slightly felt ancient and mysterious, drawing in some cultivators. Besides the ruins, there were weapons scattered all around. Some of them were quite old. It seemed like a great war had occurred here. But somewhere, blood was dripping, blood that still contained vitality. Some of the corpses were still hot, freshly killed by others. Around the corpses were several strong cultivators, gathered in a circle. That was the entrance to a cave, where dust and sand had been accumulating for thousands of years. However, on that thick layer of dust were some footprints as if someone had entered recently. 2 cultivators were standing on a mountain above the entrance to that cave. They looked majestic and imposing. They were both very young and their changpao were fluttering in the wind. The one on the left looked like an unrestrained hero, with an aura of vital chi of righteousness around his body. His magnificent golden changpao was soaked with blood and his eyes were twinkling in a strange way. That person was precisely the crown prince of the Dragon Mountain Empire, Jun Emoshi. On his right was a skinny young man who looked young and handsome. There was a strangeness in his handsomeness though. He was holding an ancient bell which emitted tic-tac sounds as time passed. That person was the dignified crown prince of Emojia, also known as Yunfei Yang. Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang continued moving north after leaving Linfeng and Tangyu behind. Yunfei Yang looked strange, as if he had discovered something incredible. Maybe he found something incredible in the cave. That treasure was the clock Yunfei Yang was holding. That ancient bell could condense the strength of the earth and sky and turn it into physical strength. Yunfei Yang was a strength cultivator who had an advanced understanding of qi, forces, and strength. That ancient bell paired especially well with him. Surprisingly, the wrecked cave was a heaven with the skeletons of many strong cultivators. Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang had been exploring it for more than a day now and found a few powerful treasures, like the golden changpa which Jun Emoshi was now wearing. Additionally, the strength of the deceased cultivators in that cave had been transmitted to them. They had learnt incredibly powerful things. They practiced cultivation in the cave for a day when the other strong cultivators found them. They knew that Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang had found incredible treasures. More and more people gathered around the cave and attacked them. You must give us the ancient bell and you should take off that golden changpao, then both of you give us your rings and we'll let you leave alive. Someone said, trying to threaten them. Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang glanced at each other, smiling. Do you want to leave? Jun Emoshi jokingly asked Yunfei Yang. If I wanted to leave, who would play with these people? We receive treasures from these ancestors, and when drinking water, one shouldn't forget its source. Some of our generous ancestors need to rest in peace in that cave, we cannot let you all bother them. Yunfei Yang said, smiling. Exactly. Jun Emoshi released some vital energy of righteousness. Both of them laughed, they looked like good friends. They glanced at the crowd and said at the same time, we want to fight, so what if our clothes get soaked in blood, but... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785, Terrifying Weapons. Chapter 785, Terrifying Weapons. Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang came to the mysterious world to find treasures, and not only did they get incredible ancient weapons, they also learnt remarkable magic powers. They were thankful to those ancestors and wanted to honor them. You're acting recklessly, don't think that you're strong because you killed a few cultivators. We are monstrously strong, otherwise we wouldn't be here. You're about to bring about your own destruction. Someone said with murder painted on his face. They all released cold energies to kill Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang. They wouldn't underestimate those weapons, they had just witnessed their power a moment before. That's enough bullshit for now, let's fight. Yunfei Yang was ready to fight. Poof. Someone groaned coldly and said, those two acquired incredible treasures, let's join hands to fight and kill them. With the way he was talking, anyone would think that it was logical to listen to him. However, nobody moved because they were focused on the weapons. Joining hands to fight Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang wasn't logical at all because there were too many people who could grab the treasures afterwards. They all had evil intentions, even the one who was talking. He looked a bit surprised as he pulled a long face. It seems like everybody wants to sit idle and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Don't complain if the weapons are stolen by someone with a great agility technique. Then, he jumped forwards and moved like the wind. His agility technique was remarkable, he must have been talking about himself before. A few people joined him attacking as well. An extremely powerful chi rose in the air and shot towards Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang. Since you're shouting the loudest, I will kill you first. Yunfei Yang shouted furiously while throwing himself at the few people attacking him. The atmosphere was filled with terrifying energies. A gigantic amount of force merged with some chi, and those who were attacking felt like they were suffocating, as if they had dunked their heads in sands or thick mud. Ding! Ding! A bell sound spread in the air. Yunfei Yang's clock became bigger and bigger as force condensed and merged with Yunfei Yang's body. Immediately, he released that force and chi which blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Those who were attacking Yunfei Yang were stunned. They found it difficult to move forwards as their clothes were torn and their skin pierced. That terrifying force felt like a ball and chain, a huge pressure pressed against their chests. Die! Yunfei Yang shouted. Another incredible buzzing sound spread in the air as the gigantic bell moved forwards. The force emerging from the bell continued to oppress them. The bell acted like a judgment bell, announcing their deaths. Editor's note: I looked up the judgment bell, a Chinese story. Is this the right reference? It's a nice, quick read if you have the time. Bzzzzzzzzz. The became more intense as the atmosphere was shaking. Immediately after, some of their faces became lifeless as they fell from the air. The others were terrified. They wanted to dodge, but struggled in the middle of that force. Another buzzing sound spread in the air as the bell collided against them. Their souls shook as everything around them turned dark, and then they died. So many strong cultivators had died by the clock. Junimo she was fighting on the other side. He was wearing his golden changpao, which was shining magnificently and resplendently. That golden light looked sharp and dazzling to the eyes. Junemoshi's silhouette flickered and everything was washed away by a golden gleam, tainted by blood. Subtle sounds spread in the air each time a life was taken. That golden changpao granted Junemoshi a terrifying speed, and acted as an extremely sharp and deadly weapon. Each time it came into contact with someone, they died. In the blink of an eye, 7 corpses littered the ground, blood still flowing from them. Junemoshi and Yunfei Yang returned to the entrance of the cave looking proud and dignified. They glanced at the crowd, further instilling fear in their hearts. "Do you still want to kill us?" Junemoshi asked proudly while his vital chi of righteousness dashed to the clouds. The crowd remained silent while looking at the 2 weapons. How powerful! Junemoshi's golden changpao and Yunfei Yang's bell. They really wanted those weapons, but nobody thought about attacking anymore. Junemoshi and Yunfei Yang were strong enough by themselves, let alone with those weapons. "I think everyone should attack together." Someone broke the silence. They weren't underestimating their power this time. Together, they might have a chance. People gradually nodded one after the other. They all looked solemn, cold, and furious. Those weapons were monstrously powerful, and they desperately wanted them. The only thing standing in their way was to kill their owners. There were more than 100 people staring at Junemoshi and Yunfei Yang greedily. The 2 cultivators glanced at each other and smiled. Junemoshi said, "Let's fight? Why should we be scared?" Yunfei Yang sounded unperturbed, even joyful. Both of them released terrifying energies. Junemoshi was strong, he had broken through to the 9th Xian Qi layer. Yunfei Yang had only broken through to the 8th Xian Qi layer, but he could condense the force of the earth and the sky. Cultivators of the 9th Xian Qi layer would suffocate under his strength. Fight! Terrifying energies dashed to the skies. Junemoshi and Yunfei Yang jumped forwards at the same time. They didn't feel like wasting time, so they took the offensive. CRRRRR. His golden changpao streaked across the sky, leaving a golden trail behind him. In a flash, some people emitted horrible shrieks as blood splashed in the sky. It only took a second for a strong cultivator to die by Junemoshi. He held no reserves, murdering them even though he used vital chi of righteousness. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. A death bell resonated in the atmosphere. Yunfei Yan used his bell and 2 enemies started shaking insanely. They both groaned with pain and died in a flash. Die! Kill them! The atmosphere was filled with a myriad of energies. Everybody was attacking those 2 at the same time. Junemoshi's golden changpao was dazzling, it was unimaginable. The crowd couldn't get close to him. However, Yunfei Yang was struggling. His bell was extremely powerful, but they were too many. Yunfei Yang shouted furiously and shook the ancient clock. The ancient bell abruptly started spinning with incredible speed and another 2 died. Immediately after, it fell from the sky and surrounded Yunfei Yang's body. The crowd was astonished. They didn't realize that Yunfei Yang could use the bell to protect himself. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as terrifying energies bombarded the bell, but nothing happened. Bzzzzz, terrifying lights emerged from the bell. Yunfei Yan was beating it from the inside, causing it to release a force capable of killing people. Bzzzzz, bzzzzz. The bell resonated as force continued invading the atmosphere and people continued to suffocate under its pressure. Die! They were getting desperate as someone punched the bell directly, but nothing happened still. Bzzzzz, bzzzzz, bzzzzz. Terrifying sounds appeared as a sword cultivator released monumental sword chi, capable of covering the entire continent of the 9 clouds. Die! Those who were next to the bell were thrown away and died. Boom boom boom. More attacked the bell and more explosions sounded in the air. The bell was shaking violently, Yunfei Yang groaned with pain. They were all focusing on him, those bastards. Editor's note, the translator goes between clock and bell frequently. I decided not to change it because I can't decide which it is. It might be that a bell resides in the clock, so both. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786, Awakening of the Blood Spirit. Chapter 786, Awakening of the Blood Spirit. Cough, cough, cough. The clock continued resonating while Yunfei Yang was assaulted inside of it. A terrifying light lacerated the atmosphere. Those who were close to the bell suffocated under the pressure. Bzzzzzzzzz. The bell resonated again as a golden, dazzling light streaked across the sky. Jun Emoshi had arrived, his vital chi of righteousness and his golden Changpao were dazzling. He released some dazzling chi which could lacerate anything. Those who were unable to run started shaking, they couldn't dodge. Blood splashed. Jun Emoshi's Changpao was as sharp as a blade and had taken their lives. Back. The crowd retreated like madmen. Someone noticed that Jun Emoshi's dazzling Changpao had marks which looked like veins, just like the mysterious marks in the mysterious world. Those weapons seemed capable of communicating with each other. Together, their explosive power was terrifying. Those weapons were probably of an extraordinary level and quality. Most people had never seen such powerful weapons in their sections. It was no wonder that the Ganyu region thought so highly of the mysterious world. In a few days, those two had already obtained peerless treasures. Several people in the distance noticed the commotion and flew towards them. It's them. They're so lucky. They already obtained such great treasures. The people from Tianqi saw Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yan looking majestic and dignified in the air. The battle became calmer as more than a dozen corpses littered the ground. Those corpses were strong cultivators, were all geniuses belonging to the biggest sects, but were unable to withstand a single attack. What should we do? The people from Tianqi asked Yu Tianji. All 45 of them had crossed space together and represented one of the largest groups to enter the mysterious world. They are also from Tianqi. Why are you asking me what we should do? Yu Tianji said, smiling. He continued moving forwards and asked Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang, not bad, I wouldn't have thought that you guys would obtain such treasures. Did you get other items which you would be willing to exchange? We are all from Tianqi, so we should help each other out. Yunfei Yang and Jun Emoshi turned their heads and looked at Yu Tianji. They shook their heads indifferently. Did they have anything to tell them? They had joined Tianqi because of Lin Feng, and then Yu Tianji criticized them and accused them of possessing evil intentions. What do you mean? Are you afraid that we would keep your treasures for ourselves? Someone else chimed in on Yu Tianji's side. No, said Yunfei Yang in a relatively cold way. Well then, give us one of your treasures. We are all from Tianqi, so we should act together and share treasures. Once we leave the mysterious world, we will give it back to you. Yu Tianji said, smiling in a warm and friendly way. You are new in Tianqi, but we are willing to help you fight against the people attacking you. Naturally, you have to prove that you are willing to make friends with us first. Yu Tianji was sly. He basically said that if they don't hand over one of their treasures, Tianqi wouldn't accept them. When we joined Tianqi, the elders said that the treasures we obtain would be our own. The only condition for joining was not to betray Tianqi. Yunfei Yang retorted coldly. He then added, indifferently, we will not give you any of our weapons, whether you want to help us or not has nothing to do with it. Bastard. You don't give a damn about Tianqi. Indeed. Those two joined Tianqi, but it is only a matter of time before they betray us. We should settle accounts now and kill them, only then can we take those weapons in the name of Tianqi. The people from Tianqi were complaining one after the other. Their eyes were twinkling with ice-cold lights. Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang smiled coldly. It was obvious that they wanted to steal their weapons, so there was no need to talk in a roundabout way. If you want to take advantage of somebody's misfortune and cause them harm, do you need the high ground? Yunfei Yang smiled coldly. If you want to steal our weapons, just use strength and make up the story later. As expected, you have a wolfish nature. You are from Tianqi, so Tianqi will take care of you. As far as your weapons are concerned, Tianqi will seize them soon enough. Yu Tianji tried to intimidate them. Things were easier said than done though. The others coldly glared at them. They had 45 people on their side. How shameless. Huang Fulong said from the crowd, glancing at the people from Tianqi, how shameless. You're full of bullshit. When you saw that the others wanted to steal the treasures, you decided to steal them too. You are the people betraying Tianqi. You disrespect the elders' teaching by bullying others from Tianxian. Is that so? Said Yu Tianji while smiling coldly. Huang Fulong looked at the people from the Tianxian group and realized they were all on Yu Tianji's side. Little Shui, they keep betraying the Tianxian group. You are the leader of our group, so how can you remain silent? Huang Fulong glared at Tianqi Shui. What do those people have to do with Tianxian? Tianqi Shui didn't care about them in the slightest. Huang Fulong didn't look furious anymore, instead, he was depressed. It seemed like he was the only one who cared about the elders' teachings. A certain coldness invaded him. It seems like I'm thinking too much. Huang Fulong slowly turned around. He walked towards Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang with an extreme sadness. After a few steps, Huang Fulong's body was surrounded by an ice-cold energy. Boom! A terrifying ice energy crashed onto Huang Fulong's back. Someone said, "You betrayed Tianqi and think that you can keep living?" Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang were astonished, as was Tianqi Shui, but she remained silent. That ice-cold energy penetrated into Huang Fulong's blood vessels and froze him instantly. Bzzzzzzzzz. Yun Fei Yang's ancient bell emitted buzzing sounds and some swift energies emerged. Jun Emoshi turned into a golden beam of light and disappeared from his original position. Ah! A terrifying roar spread in the air. Roar! The chant of the dragon was suddenly heard. Huang Fulong's body released dragon qi. A dragon illusion appeared in the air and dashed to the skies. People's hearts were pounding violently as they stared at Huang Fulong. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his black hair turned golden and diffused dazzling light. A green dragon was slowly merging with his body. A blood spirit had awoken from inside him. A dragon! His dragon spirit is awakening! Thought the crowd astonished, their pupils were shrinking. Huang Fulong's blood vessels dilated, it seemed like he was becoming dragon. Roar! Huang Fulong raised his head and roared while looking at the sky. The pressure was so intense that they couldn't move anymore, they lost all their strength. Huang Fulong turned around, golden lights were twinkling in his eyes. He stared at the person who attacked him, that person could almost see sharp claws dripping with blood in front of him. Die! Shouted someone furiously. Blood splashed as the terrifying qi disappeared instantly. How terrifying! That blood spirit is an extremely powerful one. It is an authentic dragon spirit. Thought the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, Do You Dare Fight Me? Chapter 787, Do You Dare Fight Me? Tianqi Shui was also astonished. Huang Fulong glanced at the crowd, he looked like a dragon emperor with his messy golden hair. It seemed like he could crush the entire world with his claws. His appearance changed, his strength changed, his qi had changed. At that moment, Tianqi Shui, who used to be considered as a goddess by most people in Tianxian, was ashamed, she felt inferior. She had always known that Huang Fulong possessed monstrous physical strength, but he was simple-minded. She always thought that Huang Fulong would never be qualified to become her husband. Even though Huang Fulong was simple-minded, he was brave and strong. What people didn't dare to do, he did. For those two, he was ready to face everyone from Tianqi. Tianqi Shui suddenly felt small and selfish. Kill him! Shouted someone furiously. Immediately, the atmosphere was filled with ice energies capable of freezing the air. Die! Someone else shouted furiously as rumbling sounds spread in the air. An avalanche-like attack shot out towards Huang Fulong. It seemed like the dragon was going to be buried. Roar! The green dragon roared and Huang Fulong stretched out his arm. His sleeve was cut from the attack, the dragon became even more distinct now, diffusing a dazzling golden light. Boom! Huang Fulong grabbed their arm with his claws. There were dragon scales on Huang Fulong's arms. Avalanche! Kacha! An avalanche fell towards Huang Fulong, who immediately drowned in it. Several people then threw themselves at him, they wanted to kill him. Bzzzzzzz. The sound of Yun Fei Yang's bell resonated again as some sound waves spread in the air. Yun Fei Yang joined his hands together and the bell descended from the sky. One person was immediately crushed under it and the guy next to him started bleeding. His soul was shaking, he realized that he was probably going to die. Crrrrcrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. Jun Emoshi's golden Changpa was soaked with blood and twinkling, its lights were dazzling. Go! A massive amount of vital qi of righteousness emerged and dashed to the skies. A terrifying punch filled with vital qi of righteousness dispirited the crowd. It seemed like it could annihilate everything and most especially those who were evil. That vital qi of righteousness struck many people, causing them to cough up blood unceasingly. Their souls felt oppressed as if they were about to die. Crrrrrr. Crrrrrr. The golden Changpao soaked with blood was dazzling. Punch of righteousness. A massive amount of vital qi of righteousness rose up in the air. People felt inferior when they saw that qi. Those terrifying lights could annihilate anything and destroy evil. Tianji constellation skill, 7 stars connection. Yu Tianji shouted furiously. His fingers rose to the sky and 7 stars appeared. Gradually, they became more distinct and dazzling. The other leaders from different parts of Tianqi gathered and moved towards the 7 stars. Immediately after, it seemed like their strength was absorbed by the stars. Some ice, a river of flames and some terrifying sword energies appeared. Tianqi Shui looked irresolute. However, she released her strength too and put it in the star too. Then ice and snow immediately fell downwards. The snow blotted out the sky and covered up the earth. Even though the Tianqi star is not being used, it will still be enough to defeat you. Yu Tianji was very confident in his stars. Those stars were oppressing Jun Emoshi. It seemed like they could destroy mountains and dry out oceans. Terrifying thunders were roaring, the earth and sky seemed like they were going to be crushed. Go! Yunfei Yang yelled while punching the ancient bell, which emitted incredible buzzing sounds. A magnificent light illuminated the atmosphere and shot towards the 7 stars. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. The buzzing sound of the bell was deep and long. This time, the ancient bell couldn't oppress everything, instead, it bounced. Even though it was a powerful weapon, Yunfei Yang wasn't strong enough. He could only control it to a certain extent, far from being able to exploit the full power of the weapon. Roar! Huang Fulong raised his hands towards the sky and a dragon punch appeared. He seemingly wanted to destroy the stars. CRRRR. CRRRR. Terrifyingly deadly energies emerged, unstoppable and capable of annihilating anything. Huang Fulong's dragon couldn't stop those dazzling stars. Boom! Huang Fulong groaned coldly and blood splashed out of his mouth. The other cultivators weren't going to miss this opportunity. They took the advantage of the situation to attack with even more power. They had only one goal: steal the ancient bell and the golden Changpao. Boom! Jun Mo, she released a monstrous amount of vital chi of righteousness. The dazzling golden lights were dreamy. Those lights were so dazzling that people's eyes hurt. Getting too close to the lights would probably be fatal. The 7 stars were oppressive, moving like a furious ocean. The different sorts of strength were falling down all at the same time. It seemed like they were unable to resist. But the vital energy of righteousness was absolutely incredible as well. Huang Fulong was staring at the sky, golden lights twinkling in his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Huang Fulong roared loudly, but they weren't humane. It was the chant of the dragons. He rose up in the air and the crowd saw a dragon in the sky. There was a dragon silhouette on his body. It seemed like the entire strength contained in his blood had been released. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon raised its scale-covered arm to the sky and grabbed the 7 stars. They were filled with deadly energies, which lacerated the dragon's scales. Blood splashed, however, it didn't flinch as it tried to oppress the stars. Those 3 fighters, desperately, were resisting more than 100 geniuses. They were caked in blood. The ground was already full of corpses. Any genius knew that death was potentially awaiting them when they entered the mysterious world. Treasures sometimes had to be earned through blood. Cultivators continued flocking to the dense and terrifying chi. There were probably some incredible treasures to steal, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a great battle. In the middle of the crowd from Tianqi, Yu Tianji was smiling coldly. He was looking at the 3 people fighting in a frenzy. He wanted to see how long they would be able to resist. The Tianqi group still had many strong fighters. The 2 weapons were probably going to end up in their hands. Yu Tianji, as the leader of the group, would be able to grab one of the weapons for himself only. At that moment, he was already wondering which one he would take, the ancient bell or the golden Changpao. About a kilometer away, there was some sword chi coming towards them with incredible speeds. Boom! Someone who was flying towards the battlefield became surprised and started sweating intensely. He was concerned about that sword light streaking across the sky like a shooting star. How terrifying! Was it really a human being? He had the feeling that a terrifying sword was piercing through his body. He didn't even have time to think clearly as another silhouette passed him with incredible speed as well. That lithe and graceful silhouette was hard to keep track of. It seemed like it took her no effort to move with such agile in the sky. Those 2 were precisely Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu. From very far in the distance, they had sensed the dense chi released by the battle and rushed over. They noticed that 3 people were surrounded by a large group of cultivators. They recognized those 3 to be Jun Emoshi, Yunfei Yang and Huang Fulong. Everybody was too focused on the battle and didn't notice the sword light headed towards them. Someone in the middle of the Tianqi group turned around and saw the sword light, but it was too late. They died by it before they could warn anyone. CRRR. The people from Tianqi suddenly sensed the very sharp chi. A blood chi rose in the air as several people started shaking violently. Immediately after, they only saw a sword light pierce through the crowd. A row of cultivators were immediately cut in half. 10,000 swords, kill! Shouted someone furiously. That voice was so powerful that it made the ground shake. Millions of swords were diffusing dazzling lights at the same time. Those who were attacking Jun Mo Shi and the others died on the spot while the others retreated back. Back to one, said another voice. A terrifying sword light rose up in the air and a few people were lacerated again. Who was that guy? It was the young man wanted by Shingon and some other influential groups, Lin Feng. Go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The 5 friends landed at the top of the entrance of the cave again and stopped attacking the crowd. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd in an ice-cold and despising way. Yu Tianji and the others were staring at Lin Feng. Too many strong cultivators from Tianji had died under his sword lights just now. Lin Feng, it seems like you also decided to betray Tianji. You killed so many of us. Yu Tianji said, his face was filled with murder. Shut the fuck up! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while spitting out some sword energy. The elders of Tianji told us to work together and preserve the cohesion of the nation, but now, in order to steal some treasures, you're trying to kill your comrades from Tianji. On top of that, you're so shameless that you dare say I am the traitor of the nation. Who do you think you are? A leader? If you are a leader, will you dare fight against me to solve the issue? Sharp sword lights were twinkling in Lin Feng's eyes. His words were as sharp as swords. People from Tianji were speechless. They had always firmly believed Yu Tianji, but Lin Feng made them rethink their position. As a leader, would Yu Tianji dare fight against Lin Feng? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788, For Justice. Chapter 788, For Justice. Yu Tianji continued to stare at Lin Feng. He made a few steps forwards and said, "You're right, I, Yu Tianji, came to the mysterious world as a leader. People from Tianji all have to listen to my orders." Lin Feng was staring at Yu Tianji, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked like a hero, free and unrestrained, natural. The strong cultivators from Tianji never questioned what he said, as if he was their god. Yu Tianji was the leader of the Tianji group, but he was also considered the leader of all 7 groups from Tianji. Someday he would become a real leader of the Tianji group. Everybody would listen to and respect him then as well. Lin Feng, Tianji accepted you and gave you a warm welcome. The Snow Eagles are some of our elders who won't prevent people from becoming citizens of Tianji, but that doesn't mean I accept you. It also doesn't mean that the 6 other groups accept you. A few days before, when you entered the mysterious world, you killed all the people from the Tianshu group. They had offended you first, so you killed them, and I perfectly understand. However, those 2 have stolen precious treasures, so you will hand them over or else I will kill you. Yu Tianji was furious. Yu Tianji's face was filled with murder. He wasn't trying to conceal his true intentions anymore. How ridiculous! I remember what the elders said before. If any person from Tianji found a precious treasure, they could keep it for themselves. You pretend to be a leader of Tianji. Could it be that you don't even know that? Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Yu Tianji was twisting words to force logic. If Tianji Shui had seized a precious treasure, or one of its people, I wouldn't try and fight to get them. But, as I have already said, even though the elders of Tianji accepted them, it doesn't mean that I do. Besides, who are they to get those treasures? Even if they really wanted to join Tianji, I won't change my mind. Yu Tianji said. He then continued, they are not qualified to use such treasures, but they are suitable for me. I will not hesitate to fight for that purpose, even if it means getting my clothes a little dirty. Everything for the empire, said Yu Tianji alone while stroking his chest with his hand. Even if he had to kill, or even go against the elders' will, he wouldn't hesitate. He would fight. That's how he was, and he was now more determined than ever. Just a load of crap. Why don't you admit that you are only motivated by your own personal interests? You want the treasures all for yourself. Lin Feng said while his entire body released sharp sword energies. He then shouted furiously, talking too much is of no use, let's fight. You say that you want to punish those who betray Tianji. In the same manner, I, Lin Feng, represent Tianxian. I also kill traitors like you. Tianxian is an artery of Tianji. Why would we listen to your orders? Yu Tianji felt fearless as he sensed Lin Feng's battle energy. I know that you have received the 3 elders' instructions, and that you are very strong. Your sword intent is already level 6. To be honest, I really like you. If you were the one who had stolen the treasures, I might not try to steal them. I think that you can rise up within Tianxian. However, since you are protecting those 2, tensions arose between you and I. If you lose, I will not kill you. However, those two will have to hand over the treasures they stole. Yu Tianji said slowly, sounding incredibly self-confident. What if you lose? Shouted Huang Fulong. Lose? Said Yu Tianji, smiling in a cold and detached way. He glanced over the 5 people on top of the cave and said, amongst all the people on the 7 snowy peaks of Tianqi, apart from you, who dares disobey my orders? They don't, because I am their leader. I am the leader of the highest of the 7 snowy peaks, Tianji. How could I, Yu Tianji, lose? Do you really think that it's that easy to become a Tianqi leader? Yu Tianji seemed extremely confident. Lin Feng and the others were staring at him. Indeed, the Tianqi Empire was an empire of medium quality. Thanks to the incredible cohesion of its members, it had an excellent reputation. The snowy peaks of Tianqi constituted the soul of the empire, and Yu Tianji was one of its young leaders. Maybe in the future, Yu Tianji would really become the leader of the empire. It almost seemed like Lin Feng and the others were realizing that they had underestimated Yu Tianji. Besides, Yu Tianji knew that Lin Feng had 3 Zun teachers. He also knew that Lin Feng's sword intent was level 6. But he didn't look scared whatsoever. The only thing one could see was his battle energy burning all around his body. However, even if Yu Tianji wasn't scared, could Lin Feng be scared? He was also releasing battle energy. During the short period of time he spent in the Tianqi region, he practiced cultivation and learnt a lot. Coupled with the knowledge obtained in the mysterious world, Lin Feng could kill people of the 9th Xianqi layer easily. He hadn't had a difficult battle for a while now. Keep dreaming, you're saying that if you win you'll get the precious treasures. But when we ask you what will happen if you lose, you think that replying that you will not lose is enough? What if Lin Feng just said that he wasn't going to lose as well? Huang Fulong was furious. He was surrounded by waves of energy. Dragon energy is flowing in your veins. I would have never thought that Tianqi would comprise so many geniuses. How great. I said it already, I will just take those 2 treasures as they are suitable for me. I will not kill you. If I lose, I have no item to give you, otherwise I would give them to Lin Feng. Bullshit, you pretend to be a leader so it means that you're a leader? Who acknowledges you? Fade Huang Fulong in a disdainful way. They all do. If Lin Feng wins against me, I swear that from today on, Lin Feng will become the most respected young man of Tianqi, said Yu Tianji. Huang Fulong wanted to say something, but then he heard Lin Feng say, I agree that. Lin Feng and Yu Tianji were surrounded by battle energy rolling in waves, ready to fight. How exciting, said Yu Tianji, smiling. He glanced at the others, his eyes were twinkling in a cold way as he said, if we fight, I fear other people will not remain calm. Tianqi people, listen to me, I order you to protect those 2 treasures so that I can take and use them after. The strong cultivators of Tianqi slightly nodded. Nobody contradicted him, especially all the leaders from the snowy peaks of Tianqi each year. They all learned from each others by interaction. They were the only ones who realized how strong Yu Tianji was. For the others, his strength was unfathomable. Surprisingly, you are quite self-confident, said Lin Feng, whose body was surrounded by sharp energies. Yu Tianji had immediately ordered them to keep and protect those 2 treasures for him. He was wildly conceited. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and noticed that they all looked restless. If he fought against Yu Tianji, the others would go insane and would try to steal Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang's treasures. Lin Feng looked at Jun Emoshi and the 2 others and said, how do you feel? I feel like drinking alcohol, said Jun Emoshi while smiling. His dazzling golden robe was fluttering in the wind. Indeed, alcohol, said Yun Fei Yang, also smiling. Even though he was injured, he looked as free and unrestrained as before. A strong wind started blowing, and clouds were rising. Translator's note, Yun means clouds and Fei Yang means to rise. Huang Fulong was giggling in a silly way. Lin Feng looked at his group of friends and smiled in a resplendent way. He then said, looking joyful, Yu, the alcohol. Tang Yu stretched out her hand as a multitude of hot unit flasks appeared. She knew that Lin Feng enjoyed drinking strong alcohol, so she had prepared plenty of flasks from the Dragon Mountain Empire. They grabbed the flasks and looked excited. They had the opportunity to drink together. How great! Xiao Feng and I have sworn brotherhood as cultivators. Today, I, Lin Feng, and all my brothers and sisters will, in the same way, offer a grand and spectacular show. We're going to drink happily and kill wholeheartedly. Cheers! Shouted Lin Feng while lifting his flask up in the air. The flask broke into pieces and the strong alcoholic hot unit appeared in the air. Lin Feng opened his mouth, abruptly started sucking in the liquid. In a flash, all the alcohol was flowing down his throat. The strong and spicy alcohol had a very pleasant taste. Even though the others didn't know who Feng was, but they also felt high-spirited and vigorous, they wanted justice to reign over the world. They raised their flasks filled with alcohol, enjoying the strong alcohol left them joyful, free, unrestrained and independent. Life was short and difficult, especially the cruel world of cultivation, deprived of emotions. Nobody knew when it had become acceptable to kill others for one's own personal interests. Having some intimate friends, being able to drink happily and slaughter others together, wasn't that a great way to spend time with friends? Cheers! Shouted the 5 friends happily. They looked peerless and magnificent. The crowd stared at them as they drank. They couldn't help but feel strange. On the one hand, they were jealous, on the other hand, they felt sad. The world was restless, personal interests were like sharp swords, and killing people was abstract. Being able to drink alcohol happily and kill others with one's friends was something rare and difficult to achieve. Some people spent their entire lives trying to become better cultivators. They were trying to excel in the field of cultivation, they were trying to reach the apex of an abstract and intangible field. In the end, they never regretted it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, The 7 Starlights. Chapter 789, The 7 Starlights. The alcohol was flowing through Ling Feng and the others, their bodies felt like they were burning. It was a bit painful. Arg! Groaned Huang Fu Long. The alcoholic energy was quickly disappearing. Fight! Let's fight! Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang shouted loudly. The sound of the ancient drums kept resonating, the golden robe was dazzling, the air was filled with battle energy. Blood was definitely going to taint the ground. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Yu Tianji. He was surrounded by an incredible sword light which could annihilate everything. Looking all-conquering, Lin Feng seemed like he could kill anyone. Fight! Said Lin Feng while making a step forwards. Looking majestic, sword light was soaring to the skies. It seemed like his body contained 1,000 whistling swords which were ready to lacerate the sky. How terrifying! Thought the crowd while staring at him. Lin Feng was extremely strong. As expected, his sword intent really was level 6. With his strength, he could already be defined as a hero. The only problem was that he didn't know how strong Yu Tianji was. The young Tianqi leader probably wouldn't disappoint. Every Tianqi member was staring at Lin Feng. None of them would be able to defeat Lin Feng. On top of that, Lin Feng could easily slaughter all them at once. Nobody could resist his level 6 sword intent. They then looked at Yu Tianji as if they were trying to see through him. They didn't know exactly how strong he was. Between him and Lin Feng, who would win? If Yu Tianji won, the 2 treasures would be his. Considering his strength, if Yu Tianji won and obtained the 2 treasures, he would become terrifyingly strong. Of course, if Yu Tianji lost, would he really accept Lin Feng as their leader, respected by the many people of Tianshan Mountain? Yu Tianji can't lose, he can drain star energy. His strength must be endless. Even if Lin Feng's sword energy is incredibly strong, he will still lose to Yu Tianji. Thought the crowd. They were very confident when it came to Yu Tianji's abilities. He was young leader of Tianqi and they had never heard of him losing any battle. CRRR. CRRR, an infinite amount of sword chi moved towards Yu Tianji. Even though it hadn't yet reached him, it seemed like it could already cut him in half. Snow! Shouted Yu Tianji. In a flash, it seemed like the entire surroundings were metamorphosing into a boundless field of snow. Snowflakes slowly fell from the sky and the ground was covered by a layer of ice. The landscape looked majestic. Intent, level 6, the crowd was astonished. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 6, that was already incredible. But Yu Tianji's snow intent was also level 6. He could make the earth and the sky freeze. Boom! Lin Feng stamped heavily on the ground as a terrifying sword chi rose up in the form of violent waves, all of it moving towards Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji's snow intent was level 6 but Lin Feng didn't seem worried at all. He kept releasing incredible amounts of energy which dashed to the skies. After all, if Yu Tianji hadn't been strong, fighting against him wouldn't be fun. Snowflakes were floating around in the atmosphere, things were very cold. It seemed like the entire world was freezing. The terrifying sword chi seemed like it was being blocked and frozen. When it got near Yu Tianji, it just stopped moving until it disappeared. How strong! I can't fight against them. I have to steal the treasures while they are still fighting, otherwise I won't have an opportunity later. People in the crowd had different thoughts. Yun Fei Yang and Jun Emoshi were incredible when they used the ancient bell and the robe, how terrifying would it be if those items ended in Lin Feng and Yu Tianji's hands? Nobody would ever be able to resist against them. Terrifying waves of energy were bursting and rolling in the atmosphere, fusing together. Those people had precisely come to the mysterious world to steal treasures. Now they had an opportunity. How could they miss it? Die. Boom, boom, boom. A deadly chi rose up quickly and seemed like it was burning the atmosphere. Jun Moshi and the others had prepared themselves earlier. They didn't need anyone to help them. Jun Moshi was surrounded by a dazzling and flashing gold light. Yunfei Yang looked all-conquering using the ancient bell which resonated loudly. Huang Fu Long was surrounded by dragon chi and sweeping away all obstacles. Tang Yu was using her agility technique, looking graceful and agile while she was also released fists filled with a monstrous strength. In a flash, it seemed like a huge war had started. Having the opportunity to come to the mysterious world was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fighting was the very objective. Lin Feng and Yu Tianji were in the middle of the crowd fighting. Lin Feng seemed like he was becoming stronger with each step he made. His sword energy was dashing to the skies, lacerating everything. At that moment, the entire atmosphere was already entirely filled with sword energy. It seemed infinite and furious, like a tsunami. Even though Yu Tianji's snow intent was level 6, it couldn't stop the deadly sword energy. The snowflakes continued to be lacerated. Yu Tianji didn't look scared, he looked calm and solemn. He joined his two hands together, making some gestures and pointed them to the sky. In a flash, it seemed like 7 stars were attracted to him. They became even brighter than the scorching sun. 7 star patterns appeared on Yu Tianji's body. He is using the power of the stars. Lin Feng looked surprised. Sunlight fell down onto the infinite sword energy. 10,000 swords were lacerating everything as the dazzling sun was burning brighter. That was the perfect fusion of sword and fire intent. Sword formula, kill! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A sword streaked through the sky like a meteor. The infinite number of swords and fire were one in the atmosphere. The swords and raging flames invaded the atmosphere, deathly sound waves were rolling in the air. The power I can drain from the stars is endless, said Yu Tianji. The 7 stars were so bright that they seemed to merge. In front of him, starlights were crisscrossing as they turned into a dazzling star pattern diffusing in infinite light. Boom! The deadly sword and fire crashed onto the stars. The crowd couldn't keep their eyes open anymore. Kaboom! A loud sound resonated. Among the 7 stars, 3 had broken. The 4 others suddenly seemed less shiny for a second, but then started dazzling again. Lin Feng was stupefied. Yu Tianji was, as expected, very strong. His powers were so mysterious. Even without relying on his 6 friends' help, he was still extremely strong. Lin Feng's fire and sword intents had only been able to destroy 3 stars. Stars can never be destroyed, said Yu Tianji, sounding calm and indifferent. The 4 stars were diffusing even brighter lights which were twinkling chaotically while the other 3 stars, which had just been destroyed, appeared again and started diffusing dazzling lights. Lin Feng looked surprised. Yu Tianji's powers were really mysterious. The cultivation world was definitely a strange one. Lin Feng couldn't understand all of its mysteries. The ways to become a powerful cultivator were infinite. They seem less strong, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng was convinced that those stars could be destroyed. Indeed, the 3 stars which had just reappeared were not as powerful and shiny as the other 4. Die! Lin Feng stomped on the ground and in a flash, an infinity of sword lights moved towards the starlights again. Kaboom! 2 more stars were destroyed. Out of 7 stars, only 2 were as bright and dazzling as the beginning. Yu Tianji was astonished. He wouldn't have guessed that Lin Feng would understand the mystery of the stars. He looked cold and detached. He shook his hands as the 7 starlights started revolving insanely. They then fell down from the sky towards Lin Feng. Using the power of the stars, he was directly trying to oppress Lin Feng, whose sword power immediately became much weaker. What a terrifying strength! It seemed like he couldn't escape the starlights. The starlights were destroying the atmosphere, their deadly chi was incredibly strong. Break! Shouted Lin Feng while raising a finger towards the sky. An incredible and all-conquering sword intent was condensed in that finger. The infinite amount of sword intent turned into 2 swords which then lacerated the 2 remaining stars. The 7 stars had weakened greatly. Break, break, break! Lin Feng kept punching the stars unceasingly while extremely loud and resonating sounds spread in the air. Then the 7 stars vanished like a puff of smoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, Tianji's Ultimate Star Power. Chapter 790, Tianji's Ultimate Star Power. How strong? Shouted a cold voice. The starlights were destroyed as a coldness invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng raised his head towards the sky. It was extremely cloudy, to the extent that not a single ray of sunlight could pierce through. Lin Feng suddenly realized how cold he was. Yu Tianji was in the air, the palm of his hand was open and above his head with a gigantic snowy mountain resting on it. At that moment, Yu Tianji looked like a god of ice and snow. He shook his arm and the snowy mountain launched out at Lin Feng, emitting rumbling sounds. Many people felt like they were suffocating. They followed Yu Tianji's snowy mountain with their eyes. Their mouths were wide open, speechless and astonished. The Tianji Empire was initially the weakest middle-quality empire, but it had gradually gained prestige and had become influential. Its young cultivators were real geniuses. Yu Tianji, one of its young leaders, was extremely strong. He could make a snowy mountain rise and use it to attack Lin Feng. Crush! Shouted Yu Tianji furiously. The snowy mountain fell down towards Lin Feng. It seemed like anything around the mountain would freeze. Lin Feng could only be crushed by the pressure. Boom! The snowy mountain fell down. Lin Feng could sense the gigantic pressure on his head. He was staring at the snowy mountain in suspension above him. A light started revolving around his body. It was the strength of the Haruka. Lin Feng turned into a demon statue, raising both of his hands, which seemed to be able to support the entire sky. Boom! An extremely loud sound spread in the air. The earth and sky were shaking. Lin Feng was attacking the snowy mountain, but it kept oppressing him. He had the feeling he was going to be crushed to death. Yu Tianji jumped onto the snowy mountain and continuously stomped on it violently. A monumental amount of physical strength kept flowing down through the mountain, making it even heavier. Lin Feng became buried under that mountain. It was impossible to see if he survived or not. Many people silently watched the battle. That snowy mountain was incredible. Using a mountain to attack enemies and burying them was an extremely powerful means of fighting. Kacha. Some cracking sounds spread in the air. A fissure appeared in the mountain and it quickly became lighter. It seemed like the entire mountain was going to break in two. Boom! An incredible demon she rose up towards the vault of heaven. Yu Tianji suddenly jumped higher up in the sky. He saw a demon silhouette rise out from under him. The demon made a huge hole in the snowy mountain and was rising towards Yu Tianji with incredible speed. That demon's strength was so monstrous that it seemed like he could destroy the earth and sky. Bury! Shouted Yu Tianji furiously. Several snowy hands launched out at Lin Feng. Yu Tianji wanted to bury Lin Feng with them. Snow fists kept streaking through the sky at Lin Feng. Lin Feng made some gestures with his hands as the demon strength kept flowing. His strength seemed infinite and indestructible. He assaulted the snow fists, destroying them one after the other. Finally, the two silhouettes appeared again in the air. Lin Feng and Yu Tianji were staring at each other. An incredible battle energy surrounded them. I can see that you have used all your skills, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. The 7 stars were supposed to be indestructible, but Lin Feng had destroyed them. Then Yu Tianji used the snowy mountain but hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng with it either. What else could Yu Tianji do to compete with Lin Feng's all-conquering sword? I have one last method, said Yu Tianji while smiling in a strange way. My name is Yu Tianji, Lin Feng. I will show you why. I will show you what kind of power a young leader of Tianji can have, said Yu Tianji. After that, he raised his hand and in a flash, 100 suns appeared in the sky. It was the Great Bear's radiance, illuminating the earth. It was as bright as the sun. So you want to use the power of the stars again, said Lin Feng in a solemn way. Yu Tianji's abilities were really unique. Those from Tianji raised their heads and stared at the brilliant stars while whispering, the unfathomable and divine Tianji. The stars in the sky were becoming brighter and brighter. More snowflakes appeared in front of Yu Tianji. The stars were shining upon those snowflakes. Stars, please lend me your strength, said Yu Tianji while joining his hands solemnly. His voice sounded holy. In a flash, an infinite amount of starlight condensed and turned into a terrifying swordlight. In that swordlight, a fire ignited as well. Yu Tianji's body was seemingly surrounded by a demon light as well. That light was cold and extremely powerful. People's eyes were twinkling with stupor. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. What was going on? How was that possible? Sword intent, and extremely powerful sword strength. Those flames, the fire of the scorching sun, there was the demon Qi as well. Yu Tianji had seemingly turned into an ancient demon. Lin Feng was astonished and speechless. Those three skills belonged to him. Yu Tianji could borrow the power of the stars, which had borrowed Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng looked at Yu Tianji and saw that his eyes were starting to change. They looked evil, not like those of a human being. What a terrifying skill! Thought Lin Feng, whose heart started pounding. Yu Tianji was able to use his opponent's skills right after having seen them. Yu Tianji's power was unfathomable. It was as if he had been omniscient. The young leaders of Tianqi were, as expected, unique and very strong. The young leaders weren't weak at all. The lights of the fire and sword condensed. Inside that light were some starlights as well. A terrifying Qi was whistling in the air and condensing. It seemed like Yu Tianji's attack was, this time, definitely going to defeat Lin Feng. Yu Tianji started running like a madman at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had to use a stronger attack than all of the attacks he had just used, otherwise, he would lose. Yu Tianji is going to win now. Some people in crowd though while gazing at the silhouettes in the sky. There is no suspense anymore. Yu Tianji is way too powerful. His power is unfathomable. At that moment, everyone was astonished and amazed by Yu Tianji's power. Everybody thought that the battle was already over and that Lin Feng couldn't win anymore. There was no way he could use stronger attacks than those he had just used. That was impossible. Lin Feng stared at Yu Tianji in a calm and solemn way. Lin Feng had already reached a point of no return. All he could do was surpass himself and fight. Lin Feng closed his eyes. 81 vein patterns appeared, from which energies flowed in his brain. Each vein pattern was different from the next. A terrifying deadly sword energy appeared around Lin Feng and started revolving with incredible speed. The atmosphere was filled with sword lights. It seemed like there were millions of furious swords in the air, as if a mountain was collapsing, as if the seas had gone insane. A real genius. Yu Tianji was staring back at Lin Feng. He would have never thought that Lin Feng would remain fearless in this situation, and on top of that would be able to release such a terrifying battle energy. Lin Feng, don't worry, I will not kill you. We both belong to Tianqi, and I am a young leader. You can be my vice leader. Together, we can reign over the Gan region. Said Yu Tianji, sounding indifferent before adding, be careful, The sword sounded furious, the flames were burning madly, the demon Qi was rolling in the atmosphere, the stars were dazzling, the ice was freezing everything. Yu Tianji was releasing 5 types of energies at the same time. In a flash, gigantic sword lights filled with fire energy were released in the sky. Lin Feng wasn't focused, his countless swords became one but it didn't attack. It remained in front of him, in him. Lin Feng's body started burning. He then disappeared, and where he was standing appeared a sword. It seemed like there was a human being in that all-conquering sword. Lin Feng, for the first time, had become a real sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791, The Leader. Chapter 791, The Leader. Lin Feng had turned into a real sword. His numerous swords became one, which then penetrated into his body. Lin Feng had fused together with the sword and transformed into a sword. That action made everybody's heart start pounding. Lin Feng had surprisingly turned into a sword. In order to become a sword master, one had to understand intent, then sword intent, then human sword fusion. However, when using the human sword fusion, the cultivator only looked like a sword, but the cultivator was still a person and the sword remained a sword as well. But at that moment, Lin Feng had turned into a real sword. It wasn't a mere human sword fusion. After reaching a certain level, can people really turn into swords? Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Was it really happening? People were people, could they turn into weapons, into swords? However, what was happening in front of their eyes proved to them that it was real. Lin Feng had turned into a sword. It's a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. What an incredibly powerful magic power. He really looks like a sword, exactly the same. Thought many people. Their heart was pounding. Lin Feng had really turned into a sword. How was that possible? How was Lin Feng able to do that? That was an unprecedented powerful skill. Sword formula second phase, one human being and one sword could fuse together. It was impossible to see the difference. The user really looked like a sword. A sword light twinkled, there were no rumbling sounds or anything like that. There were no oppressive forces in the air either, there was just a sword light streaking across the sky, all-conquering and indestructible. The 5 types of energies turned into 5 sword lights and collided with Lin Feng's terrifying sword. In a flash, those 5 sword lights disappeared. No matter how strong he was, at that moment, there was only one sword left. Yu Tianji's heart started pounding violently. His eyes, which were filled with starlights, had lost their splendor. That sword was way too terrifying. Lin Feng's body had really fused together with the sword. That wasn't just a level 6 sword intent, that wasn't just a powerful sword skill either. It was the result of Lin Feng's true comprehension of swords. Lin Feng had created an incredible and all-conquering sword. Some cracking sounds spread in the air. Yu Tianji was stupefied. In front of him, the sword stopped and a Lin Feng silhouette appeared. Yu Tianji and Lin Feng were in the air, standing silently, staring at each other. They both looked majestic and unruly. "I lost," said Yu Tianji to Lin Feng. If the sword hadn't stopped a moment ago, it could have killed him. He had lost the battle. The strong and enigmatic Yu Tianji, the young leader of the main group of Tianqi, had lost against Lin Feng. Yu Tianji sighed. He felt like he was dreaming. The crowd was just as astonished, especially the people from Tianqi. Yu Tianji, the enigmatic Yu Tianji, had lost against Lin Feng. That was astonishing. Yu Tianji had lost against a young man about whom they had never heard before. However, Yu Tianji couldn't be blamed for that. He could borrow the power of the stars, use incredible starlights, use a snowy mountain as a weapon and crush others. On top of all of that, he could borrow the power of the stars to imitate his opponent's skills. All those skills were extremely powerful, but in the end, Yu Tianji had lost. One sword had been enough to stop a multitude of skills used at the same time. Lin Feng had reached such a high level that he could look down at the world. His sword was everlasting and resplendent. "Lin Feng, I lost and I will keep my promise. From today on, you are a leader of Tianqi," said Yu Tianji slowly while sighing. Tianqi people were surprised. Lin Feng was a new young leader of Tianqi? Was the future of Tianqi in Lin Feng's hands? Lin Feng looked at Yu Tianji. Were all the cultivators in the mysterious world as strong as Yu Tianji? "From now on, Tianqi people will listen to your orders," said Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji was a formidable opponent. Without his level 6 sword intent, his sword formula and the 81 patterns, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yu Tianji, or at least, it would have been very difficult. "Forget about it, I can't lead them. Just stop provoking me and that'll be enough," said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. "I, Yu Tianji, always keep my promises. People from Tianqi are not the way you imagine. I will personally kill anyone who doesn't listen to you," said Yu Tianji. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. "Okay, fine. Let's do it your way. I will lead them. Now, kill anyone who's trying to steal the items," said Lin Feng coldly, looking at the people on the ground. Those from Tianqi looked surprised. Was Lin Feng their new leader? Even though they had the impression that everything was just a dream, people had to listen. Lin Feng had defeated Yu Tianji. In Tianqi, he was now the strongest cultivator. He was a leader. Tianqi's future would be in Lin Feng's hands. With such a great leader, Tianqi would rise steeply. If the young people of the empire were strong, then the empire would rise up. With Lin Feng's influence and power, even those who were not so strong in Tianqi would benefit from his remarkable abilities. He would be respected by everyone. Everybody understood that. Yu Tianji understood that as well, but he had to renounce his leading position to accept it. In a flash, the atmosphere was filled with ice chi. It seemed like everything was going to freeze. Snowflakes started fluttering around everywhere in the air. In that snowy world, blood was staining the pure and infinite whiteness. Jun Moshi and the others' eyes were filled with murder. Those who wanted to steal the items were insane. They had to be merciless and slaughter them. One had to kill others in order to not be killed. If anyone wanted to kill Jun Moshi and the others, then they would show no mercy. Yu Tianji jumped forwards and stepped on the ice. A sword appeared and someone was beheaded. The blood on the ice immediately froze. Lin Feng was still surprised by Yu Tianji. He was really strong. Yu Tianji could still use the power of the stars to use Lin Feng's abilities. At that moment, there were no incredible starlights, but Yu Tianji could still use that sword to kill others. Even though Yu Tianji's sword attacks weren't as powerful as before, that kind of skill was still terrifying. Lin Feng jumped forwards as well and started killing enemies. Each of his attacks could take one person's life. Lin Feng kept killing enemies one after the other. Many silhouettes were twinkling. They were starting to escape. Tianqi's people were fighting. Lin Feng and Yu Tianji had joined the battle as well. Blood was splashing everywhere. For those who wanted to steal the items, it was a nightmare. The massacre continued for a while. the vast territory covered by a layer of ice was already stained by blood. It looked brutal. Silence invaded the atmosphere, piles of corpses were littered everywhere, rigid corpses. Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang were also injured, but Jun Emoshi had an immortal spirit, so his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's sword made of pure qi slowly disappeared. He was staring at the crowd, looking like a warlord. Those Tianqi people didn't look up at him anymore. They still couldn't accept the fact that Lin Feng had become their leader. I forgive everyone for what has happened before, let bygones be bygones. However, in the future, I will not tolerate any internal disorder. If I see people from Tianqi fight each other again, I will not hesitate to kill them," said Lin Feng coldly, making the crowd feel nervous. "I have something else to add. Even though we could stay together to remain powerful, there is one problem. If we stay together all the time, will we be able to find treasures? And if we do, how do we share them?" said Lin Feng. "If they stayed together and found treasures, only a few of them would be able to keep them, and that would be unfair for the others. If you want to find treasures, stay alone and rely on your own strength. If you find treasures, you can keep them for yourself. Besides, if we separate, we'll have more opportunities. If you think that you are not strong enough, then you can stay with a few other people." Eh? The crowd didn't think he would separate them. They came together and stayed together so far, their unity made them powerful, but Lin Feng wanted them to separate. However, everybody had to admit that Lin Feng made sense. Yu Tianji's eyes were twinkling, he glanced at the crowd and said, "I was wrong. If you don't go through life with threatening experiences, even if we share treasures, we will never be able to become stronger. The most important thing for a cultivator is to rely on their own self. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 792, The Demonic Emperor. Chapter 792, The Demonic Emperor. Those from Tianqi slowly dispersed to move on alone, but here were some who stayed in small groups. That territory seemed to be boundless, and there were surely many precious items there. Jun Emoshi had obtained the golden robe and Yun Fei Yang obtained the ancient bell. After obtaining those incredible treasures, nothing was impossible. Besides, Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang had discovered a cemetery in the cave, which might have some incredible Zun cultivators buried there. Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang raised the mountain containing the graveyard to the ground, uncovering all of the corpses. "Lin Feng," said Jun Emoshi, he apparently wanted to say something. "What's wrong?" said Lin Feng, looking at Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang. "We just finished searching the underground palace and found a third item." Jun Emoshi was very excited. 3 treasures? Lin Feng was also excited. Apart from the golden robe and the ancient bell, what else had they found? "Yes," said Jun Emoshi while shaking his hand. Suddenly, something appeared, a pair of golden gloves. Those gloves were as resplendent and dazzling as his robe. The gloves and robe were probably part of an incredibly powerful set. At first glance, one could see that those were at least Tian-level weapons. Jun Emoshi handed the golden gloves over to Lin Feng, who took them and released some pure qi in them. In a flash, the golden light became much brighter and dazzling. An all-conquering qi was released. "I have a feeling that the blood sword is far from being at the same level as those gloves," thought Lin Feng. He took out the blood sword and a ray of light streaked across the sky and crashed onto the gloves. A light metallic sound spread in the air, the golden gloves started shining in a strange way. Lin Feng scrutinized the gloves and as expected, there wasn't a single scratch. Lin Feng gave the golden gloves back to Jun Emoshi, who shook his head while smiling. "Lin Feng, I already got the golden robe, it's incredibly powerful. Taking the gloves as well would make me quite a greedy person. You should take them." "I don't need them," said Lin Feng, also shaking his head. He was a sword cultivator, his attacks were extremely powerful. Those gloves couldn't be as powerful in his hands as they could in Jun Emoshi's. "You can give them to someone else," said Jun Emoshi, smiling and glancing at Tang Yuyu. Jun Emoshi was really an altruist. Even though he could personally give the gloves to Tang Yuyu, he knew there was a relationship between the two. He wanted to give them to Lin Feng first, who would then gift them to Tang Yuyu. "Yuyu, take those gloves," Lin Feng said while giving the gloves to Jun Emoshi. Jun Emoshi's idea wasn't bad. Tang Yuyu was surprised. She first looked at Lin Feng, then at Jun Emoshi and smiled in a resplendent way. She didn't say anything to be polite and immediately took the gloves. She felt gratified to be associated with people like Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi and the others. She felt naturally free around them. Lin Feng and the others cared more about her than precious items. Gifting her the gloves was only natural. Lin Feng, we discovered a secret in the underground palace. Yunfei Yang was smiling at Lin Feng. What secret? The world we were transported to really is a part of the great emperor's world, and it also contains his grave, said Yunfei Yang. The legends were true, the world was the great emperor's grave. From the moment we came in, we keep seeing corpses everywhere. Those who had died immediately weren't able to escape. A great war occurred between two emperors. Yunfei Yang added. Lin Feng was captivated. A war between two emperors? How terrifying. That world belongs to a great emperor who is unprecedentedly strong. His slaves are of the Tianqi layer and many Zun cultivators obey him. Amongst those Zun cultivators, there are 4 who are the strongest and reside in 4 different places. The territories surrounding the palaces are under their control. Jun Emoshi and I entered one of those 4 palaces. These treasures must have belonged to one of the 4 Zun cultivators. For strongest Zun cultivators, Lin Feng looked captivated. No wonder those precious items were so powerful. That explained everything. Those treasures belonged to an extremely strong Zun cultivator. The last words of the ancestors are carved in the palace. The emperor to whom that world belongs had offended a demonic emperor. The latter chased the former to kill him. The emperor had no choice, no way to escape, so he entered a territory without doors to run away and even prepared his coffin. He knew that everybody would die. The Zun cultivators also knew, so they carved their last words in stone before dying. Yunfei Yang explained. How terrifying. The great emperor was a monster cultivator. He could be counted as one of the strongest cultivators in the world. But surprisingly, he was no match for this other supreme existence. He decided to die in a glorious place to rest in peace and protect his honor. That demonic emperor must have been terrifyingly strong, whispered Lin Feng. What an incredible event. Lin Feng could almost imagine the scene, the demonic emperor chasing those cultivators in that world. I wonder how strong the demonic cultivator was, being able to chase the great emperor and forcing him to prepare his own grave, said Yunfei Yang while smiling wryly and shaking his head. Jun Emoshi and Yunfei Yang were just as surprised. Okay, where is the Zun cultivator's coffin? Asked Lin Feng. Yunfei Yang shook his head. Before dying, the Zun cultivators used a magic skill to make their coffins. Nobody knows where they are. It won't be easy at all to find them, otherwise, those who had come before us would have found them already. But, said Yunfei Yang before continuing, according to the Zun cultivator's last words, he was one of the 4 strongest Zun cultivators. The 3 other Zun cultivators' underground palaces are also in that world, situated at 3 other cardinal points. Those 4 palaces are the best places in this world to find treasures. What you mean is, Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. 4 Zun cultivators in 4 different locations, this palace was one of them. They found 3 incredible treasures here. If we could find the other 3, we could find other great items and learn more about those Zun cultivators, said Jun Emoshi. Lin Feng looked captivated. Indeed, if they could find the 3 other palaces, even if they didn't find the great emperor's grave, their trip would be an overwhelming success. Of course, if they could find the emperor's grave, that would be even better. Lin Feng was very curious to know more about their story, the emperor's coffin and the demonic emperor. Lin Feng and the others didn't know. At that very moment, the second underground palace had already been found by others. A great battle took place and many people had already died. The one who found the Zun cultivator's grave had fought Lin Feng before. Besides, they had also obtained a precious item. They could kill people without spilling blood. Those who saw the item wanted it, but nobody managed to steal it from them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, The Evil Gourd. Chapter 793, The Evil Gourd. A gloomy and deadly chi was floating in the air around the ruins. Many people surrounded the ruins and stared at the person above them. His face resembled jade. He looked like an extraordinary fighter. However, coupled with those shiny eyes, one could see a gloomy and ice-cold smile on his face. He looked back at the crowd, exerting that gloomy and scary chi. What scared everyone the most was the item he held in his hands. It was a gourd. A gloomy chi which contained deadly energy was burning above the gourd. So many had already died because of that gourd. Duan Wuya, we're lucky to have you with us at East Sea Dragon Palace. Did you find more than one treasure? Apart from the gourd, you must have found other treasures which you could share with us. We can help you fight off the rest of them. We're in the mysterious world where you can only rely on yourself. What I find is mine. If you want my items, come and take them. If you are strong enough, I don't mind giving you them, said Duan Wuya while smiling in an indifferent way. but his voice sounded extremely cold, which made it obvious that he didn't have good intentions. Duan Wuya was extremely strong and had obtained, on top of that, a terrifying gourd. Almost nobody came close to him anymore. "So, do you want my items or not? If not, I will take my leave," said Duan Wuya, still smiling. Could they let Duan Wuya leave just like that and do nothing? "Die," someone said at that moment. They suddenly appeared behind Duan Wuya to strike him in the back. Duan Wuya glanced at the person behind him without much care. A gloomy chi surrounded his body and enveloped him. A gloomy cloud appeared and floated in the wind. The attacker punched the cloud, and very quickly, the cloud surrounded his body as a horrible shriek sounded in the air. That person's body was crushed and devoured. There wasn't a single drop of blood spilt. "How brutal," thought the crowd. Duan Wuya was extremely brutal. What a way to kill someone. "If you want to die, I will help you," said Duan Wuya to the rest of the crowd. He put his fingers on the gourd and a terrifying grey cloud appeared and floated towards some people. Soon as it touched them, they died. "How scary," thought the crowd again. "Anyone else want to try?" Duan Wuya grew tired of this. Those who remained were silent and were stiff from fear. "So if nobody else wants the treasure, then I'm off," said Duan Wuya, smiling this time. He disappeared in a flash. "I found a Zun cultivator's underground palace and obtained very valuable items where the dead chi was thickest. The 3 other underground palaces must also be surrounded by this gloomy chi," thought Duan Wuya. When it came to sensing gloomy chi and dead chi, his senses were very developed, otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered the place where one of the Zun cultivator's rotting body was buried. He was shivering with pleasure from what he just gained, imagining himself discovering the 3 others. After Duan Wuya left, Yu Tianji arrived. He glanced at someone and asked, "What happened here?" That person glanced at Yu Tianji and smiled. Someone found several extremely powerful treasures and then left. "If you want to steal them, you can go and chase him." Yu Tianji remained silent and smiled. He knew that his interlocutor didn't harbor good intentions, but he didn't care. He was focused on those ruins. He made a step forward and condensed some pure chi. It almost seemed like his body was made of pure chi as he moved towards the ruins. Surrounded by stars, Yu Tianji penetrated into the ruins. The crowd was surprised by Yu Tianji. He had surprisingly entered the ruins. People decided to follow Yu Tianji into the ruins. They were wondering what they could find in those underground ruins. After a short while, they only saw Yu Tianji come fly out from the ground like a rocket. The others who followed him down never appeared again. Yu Tianji rose up in the air, his eyes were twinkling. The chi in the caves was very potent. If he hadn't been able to use the power of the stars, he would have ended up like the others, swallowed and never able to see the light of day. It seemed like the one who obtained the treasures from that underground palace was an extraordinary cultivator. They managed to survive as well. Yu Tianji looked down again inside. Those who had followed him into the caves were probably already dead. Yu Tianji raised his hands and starlights began twinkling. 7 dazzling stars appeared and started shining brightly in 2 directions, downwards and towards the direction where Jun Emoshi and the others had just found their treasures. The 5 other stars were revolving slowly, their light seemed obstructed by the others. After a while, the 5 stars started shining in 5 other directions, making Yu Tianji sigh. "If I could find the 3rd palace, I could easily find the 4th one as well," whispered Yu Tianji while jumping forwards and disappearing. He was following the direction indicated by one of the starlights. There was a chance that it would be the 3rd palace. After Yu Tianji left, many other people arrived, including Lin Feng and his friends. "What a thick gloomy chi," whispered Lin Feng. The gloomy chi was quite dense. A battle had just taken place and it seemed like many had died. "I can sense the same chi, maybe this is the 3rd palace," said Yun Fei Yang. He was looking at the ruins and said, "So many people have come to this mysterious world in the last couple hundred years, couldn't they find these ruins before us? In the darkness, there are many things. It might be that the great emperor wants to come back to life after thousands of years, or maybe this time, our fate is to receive his instructions," whispered Jun Emoshi. After great catastrophes, some empires became negligible for hundreds of years. In the cultivation world, many things are mysterious and unexplainable. Sometimes empires lack geniuses, sometimes they are filled with truly amazing, all-conquering geniuses. Fate is determined by a myriad of factors. "Indeed, maybe the great emperor will come back to life," said Huang Fulong while giggling foolishly. Lin Feng sounded reluctant. "I hope that it's true. Let's go and see the other 2 places." The 4 of them rose up in the sky. They had already found 2 of 4 underground palaces. So the 2 remaining palaces had to be in opposite locations. The Zune Cultivator's stories quickly spread around, and almost all of those who had come the mysterious world knew about them. Even though some didn't know about those stories beforehand, they still found other palaces with crystals that helped their cultivation and deepen their knowledge about intent. Some of them found crystals that taught them things about abstruse energies, but they hid their findings from everyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, Boundless Blood Pool. Chapter 794, Boundless Blood Pool. A wave of people flew to the east. At that moment, Yu Tianji was in the middle of a golden desert. There were round and twinkling stars in his hands which guided him along. Yu Tianji had an enigmatic power. His inner strength could work in concert with the stars, enabling him to practice some rare skills, among which he could imitate other people's skills and abilities, which was why others found him so enigmatic and omniscient. However, he was the only one who understood that only genuine star chi could enable him to become omniscient. In the dark, he still had to rely on the stars to guide him. He was far from being able to do that on his own. In that vast and boundless desert, the ground was burnt by sunlight. A hot energy seemed to bless this land. There were no ruins and no corpses. It didn't seem like there could be anything interesting there. However, Yu Tianji had come and took the possibility very seriously. He was using the power of the stars to sense his surroundings. There had to be something in that area. At that moment, a gray silhouette appeared. That person looked skinny and was surrounded by a cold chi. Is it him? Thought Yu Tianji, the one who had found the treasures in the ruins before him. It seemed like that person had also sensed someone else was in that desert. He turned his head, his smile only held bad intentions. That smile made Yu Tianji shiver. It looked warm yet piercing to the bones. He is very dangerous, I need to be careful, thought Yu Tianji. He conjured some star energy flow around him. It seemed like those starlights could let him to see through that person who smiled and said, "You also came here to find treasure?" "That's right," said Yu Tianji while nodding and moving on. "Not bad, you sensed it as well. I think there are some incredible treasures underground, you should try and make them appear," he said while moving forwards as well. Yu Tianji smiled coldly. That person was asking him to find the treasures, but if he really found something he would be killed and robbed. "You should try too." Yu Tianji tried to look detached. He continued to make star energy revolve around him. He was confident that if he found a treasure, that other guy wouldn't be able to take it away from him. "Two morons. Surprisingly, you two think that you can find the treasures buried in the desert," someone else said mockingly while flying above them. Yu Tuanji ignored them, but Duan Wuya raised his head and looked at them with his piercing smile, making them feel cold. The desert was dry, desolate, and there were no clouds in the sky. Many people skipped past them because of the dreariness. A majority didn't believe there could be anything interesting in the desert. They believed the palaces could only be found where a thick chi in many corpses resided. They focused on searching visible and large palaces. Lin Feng and the other 4 continued eastwards. At that moment, they also arrived in the middle of a desert. "How hot. Did we go in the wrong direction? It's surprising that we ended up in a desert," whispered Yun Fei Yang. The temperature in the desert was higher than the other places they searched. "I like it when things are beyond our expectations," said Lin Feng in an indifferent way. "Why do I feel so excited?" asked Huang Fulong. They were looking at Huang Fulong in a strange way. Excited? He's in the desert and surprisingly, he's feeling excited? Why do you feel that way? Can you sense or feel something? Lin Feng took Huang Fulong seriously. "Let's go down," said Huang Fulong, whose eyes looked increasingly shinier. The others looked at Huang Fulong land on the ground. They glanced at each other with surprise. Had he really sensed something? "So?" said Lin Feng. "I can sense it more and more, it's so intense. My blood is boiling," said Huang Fulong, whose eyes were twinkling in a strange way. He was having a very strange reaction in the middle of the desert, as if Mother Earth had called out to him. His heart was pounding and an intense blood chi was emerging out of his body. The other kept staring at each other. They would have never thought that Huang Fulong would sense something. Was the Zune Cultivator's underground palace really in that desert? Their silhouettes shifted as they followed Huang Fulong. After a while, Huang Fulong finally stopped. At that moment, it seemed like his blood was going to explode. His face was completely red as an intense blood strength flowed through his veins. The feeling is immense, it must be here, said Huang Fulong while suddenly jumping up in the air. He cannonballed at the ground like a rocket. A loud explosion sounded as sand splashed up in the air. Huang Fulong looked like a madman, his entire body was entirely buried in the ground. Arg! A loud roar spread in the air, it was Huang Fulong's voice. The ground started shaking. Lin Feng and the others could only hear cracking and rumbling sounds, it seemed like something was being broken. Boom! The sand of the desert started rolling in waves towards the sky. The entire atmosphere was filled with sand. After that, a gigantic crater appeared where Huang Fulong landed. Some light emitted by blood qi dashed to the skies. Blood qi, an extremely powerful one. Lin Feng and the others arrived near the crater and looked inside. There was a pool of blood from which a monstrous strength was soaring. He really found it. Lin Feng was astonished. Huang Fulong was right. He had really found it. That blood energy was incredibly powerful. Zun cultivators could condense blood qi and turn it into an extremely powerful strength, capable of passing from generation to generation. The Zun cultivators under the Great Emperor were monstrously strong, especially those four. They could use their blood energy and turn it into a blood pool. However, Zun cultivators rarely did that. What was the point in doing that after dying? For whatever reason, that Zun cultivator did it. The blood was extremely hot and seemed to be boiling. Lin Feng and the others understood why it was so hot in the desert. That blood energy had a strong influence on the ecosystem. The four of them looked at each other and seemed to have the same thought. Without saying anything, their silhouettes dashed as they immediately appeared above the blood pool, protecting it. Since Huang Fulong's blood was compatible with the blood, he could take control of it. With such an incredible energy emerging out from it, others were bound to come. It wasn't long before someone came by, it was Yu Tianji. They didn't expect him to come along first. Yu Tianji was also surprised, was he dreaming? Lin Feng and his friends were the ones to discover the treasure again. What's going on? Asked Yu Tianji, looking at the blood pool. Huang Fulong found it, he's investigating the blood energy, said Lin Feng. Yu Tianji, protect Huang Fulong. Yu Tianji's eyes were twinkling. Immediately, he nodded and said, all right. Yu Tianji jumped forwards and joined Lin Feng and the others. He stared at Huang Fulong. Tianxian scored again, were they going to rise? I hope that Tianqi will be victorious this time, said Yu Tianji while looking up at the sky, as if he was trying to see through the stars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, Who Dares Attack? Chapter 795, Who Dares Attack? A sandstorm suddenly appeared in the desert containing some blood qi. Even those who were far away could see it and were intrigued. What a monstrous attack, great, thought Lin Feng, speechless. Huang Fulong wasn't very smart, he found the treasure but made a big scene of unveiling it, alerting everyone in the surroundings. Lin Feng raised his head to the sky and saw many people coming towards them. There was someone around whom a gloomy qi floated, he was wearing a gallant robe. He was shocked to see Lin Feng when he arrived. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. Lin Feng suddenly looked furious and released some deadly qi which rolled in waves. What a coincidence, I wouldn't have thought that after turning into a demon, you would recover back to normal. It's no wonder I always considered you to be an incredible cultivator, Duan Wuya said to Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. That was the same smile he always wore, warm and friendly. The only thing that had changed from before was his cold and gloomy qi. What a coincidence indeed, said Lin Feng while releasing deadly energy. His sword qi was whistling louder and louder. Lin Feng wanted to kill Duan Wuya the most. Duan Wuya's plot had been way too cruel. Lin Feng, don't hate me like that. Without me, you would have never become what you are now. I saw you rise progressively. Even though many died, at least you've become strong. I also got what I wanted. We can continue to work together to conquer the Gan region, said Duan Wuya, ignoring Lin Feng's deadly energy. His smile was absolutely radiant. I only have one thought when it comes to you, said Lin Feng while slowly walking forwards and releasing sword qi which dashed to the skies, die. His sword qi was rolling in waves in the atmosphere. Lin Feng, be careful. Just like you, he obtained some items belonging to one of the four greatest Zun cultivators of the mysterious world, said Yu Tianji to Lin Feng as a warning. He didn't realize that Lin Feng would hate that guy so much. You are monstrously powerful now, seeing you with this strength is definitely surprising," whispered Duan Wuya when he sensed the sword chi. A terrifying gloomy sword chi emerged and the gloomy gourd appeared in his hand. Duan Wuya punched the air and a terrifying gloomy chi emerged out of the gourd which dashed out towards Lin Feng. The sword chi was being corroded by it. Lin Feng was surprised by its strength. What a corrosive chi! Duan Wuya had obtained one of the Zun cultivator's treasures as well. His blood sword appeared and its strength dashed to the skies. Sword chi started floating around the atmosphere. In a flash, a shield of sword chi appeared in front of Lin Feng and collided with the gloomy chi. Rumbling sounds could be heard all around. The sword chi was corroded once again. "I'm coming." Two golden lights appeared in the air, two resplendent golden wings appeared on Jun Emoshi. His entire body broke through the gloomy chi, his silhouette flickered and he threw himself at Duan Wuya's head. "You also have a precious treasure," Duan Wuya quickly realized. The golden lights could destroy the gloomy chi. But Duan Wuya's gloomy chi continued to head towards Lin Feng and the others. Bzzz, the ancient bell resonated. A gigantic bell shot out at Duan Wuya. In a flash, Duan Wuya's body became stiff and his gloomy chi was restricted. Die! A million swords were roaring furiously at Duan Wuya. It seemed like the terrifying sword lights were going to swallow Duan Wuya in one gulp. Duan Wuya's heart was pounding. Lin Feng's sword attack was terrifying. Without his gourd, he would die in a flash. Go! He put his hand on his gourd and more gloomy chi appeared from a hole, enveloping the sword chi and swallowing it. Duan Wuya saw that Lin Feng was still attacking, so he made his gourd spit out even more gloomy chi. Lin Feng's sword was dancing around in the air. 9 heavy shields made of swords appeared and blocked the gloomy chi. "Lin Feng, we'll meet again." Lin Feng only saw Duan Wuya sitting on his gigantic gourd, flying as fast as he could. A golden light flickered. Jun Emoshi came back next to Lin Feng. He was also staring at Duan Wuya in the distance when he said, "That gourd is terrifying, it seems even more powerful than my golden robe. It's difficult to attack him and protect yourself from him. You found 2 treasures in the first palace, and he only found 1. Its power is unprecedented, so that must be why," said Yu Tianji, who didn't know that Lin Feng and the others had actually found 3 treasures. Lin Feng and the others were relieved. The Zun cultivator's treasures were monstrously powerful, they could enable a cultivator to conquer the Gone region with ease. He is as insidious as he was in the past, thought Lin Feng, whose facial expression looked as cold as before. Duan Wuya ran away after seeing that the circumstances were not favorable for him. He was as treacherous and insidious as before. Several other strong cultivators arrived. They looked extremely greedy each time they saw the blood pool. There had to be some precious treasures inside that pool. The strength contained in that blood was terrifying. "If I manage to get inside, I'll find some amazing treasures," many of them thought. Even if the blood from the pool wasn't compatible with their own, they would still become stronger. They wanted to acquire the strength of that blood pool. Those who thought that there couldn't be anything in the desert were coming back as well. Lin Feng looked at the blood pool. Huang Fulong was already inside it, sensing the blood. It reminded Lin Feng of the past, when he absorbed the strength of the purple snake's blood. However, the blood pool in front of his eyes now was much more powerful than that of the purple snakes. Back then, the blood pool was in a cave and had been there for 1,000 years. So, it became less powerful. However, it seems like this one had been sealed by the Zun cultivator, which was seemingly broken by Huang Fulong. On top of that, the Zun cultivator's strength was probably matchless, so the strength of the pool hadn't evaporated, thought Lin Feng. If back then, he had been as strong as he was now, he wouldn't have needed to rely on his snake spirit to swallow it. Instead, he could swallow it directly and reap the benefits more directly. Lin Feng also wanted to bathe in that blood pool. Of course, that was a bit complicated because he couldn't bother Huang Fulong, that would be like attacking his spirit. More and more strong cultivators were gathering. They all looked greedier than the next. They didn't attack when their numbers were few, especially because Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang's treasures were extremely powerful. Besides, Lin Feng had just proved how strong he was. However, they could win with sheer numbers. Someone looking at the crowd said, "Everybody, that blood pool contains a monstrous strength. If we manage to bathe in it, we'll become a lot stronger. We should attack together to kill those people so we can share the pool." CRRR. That person had barely finished talking before a gigantic blood red light shot him down. Lin Feng was already furious because Duan Wuya had escaped. He had no patience left, so he released his terrifying blood sword and attacked with the speed of lightning. That person's pupils shrank, he released some fist attacks. But it only delayed the inevitable. Lin Feng's sword was extremely powerful and it pierced him. A few seconds ago, he was dreaming of bathing in the blood pool and now he was dead. "If anyone dares attack, I'll kill them," shouted Lin Feng furiously. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 796, Monstrous Huang Fulong. Chapter 796, Monstrous Huang Fulong. As expected, Lin Feng could kill someone in a flash with his sword. That somehow made people wake up from their dreams. What a terrifying sword. They were trying to think if they would have been able to resist Lin Feng's attack a moment before. Many realized that they couldn't escape such an attack. That sword contained level 6 sword intent and was as fast as thunder. If their own intent wasn't at least level 4 or 5, or if they didn't have incredible magical powers, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. Even though they were all real geniuses, not all of them had the strength of level 4 or 5 intent, let alone 6. Lin Feng had already surpassed them by far. His strength was simply terrifying. Even though they were surprised and scared of Lin Feng, it was difficult for them to give up on the treasure in front of them. It seemed like the blood of the pool was boiling. Blood chi dashed to the skies, but Lin Feng and the others released a majestic chi in every direction to curb any reckless thoughts. Half a day passed like that. The crowd continued to grow. Some people weren't able to control themselves and attacked. Some had gathered in large groups of 10 to 20 people, but in 3 seconds, they had been slaughtered by Lin Feng. His blood sword was extremely powerful. One attack could kill 10 people. He could even swallow their blood and purified his. Jun Moshi's golden lights would streak through the sky and blood would splash everywhere. Yunfei Yang's ancient bell could oppress people in his surroundings and then destroy them. Yu Tianji's 7 stars were also terrifying and seemed indestructible. There was also that girl who looked febrile. But her agility techniques were incredible. Coupled with her golden gloves, she could take lives with her punches. Those 5 were extremely powerful. Nobody left dared to attack anymore, especially after realizing that amongst those 5, 3 had precious weapons in their possession. "He's really enjoying the blood pool," said Yunfei Yang, looking down at the blood pool. The fact that Huang Fulong already spent so much time bathing in it proved that how beneficial it was to him. Things quickly became dark. The blood energy in the atmosphere was becoming more intense. It still seemed to be boiling, but in an even scarier way, gigantic waves rolled in the pool. Arg! A loud shout resounded along with rumbling sounds. Everybody looked at the blood pool and saw a silhouette dashing to the skies. He was surrounded by golden lights and seemed to be filled with a boundless strength. His golden hair seemed to reflect the sun, that bright energy looked dazzling. What astonished people the most was that, at that moment, a real dragon was curled up on him. It was singing the chant of the dragons. He had a gigantic golden axe in his hands with a dragon carving on it. It looked alive as if a real dragon resided in it. That dragon axe seemed like it could pierce through to the vault of heaven. "Is that Huang Fulong?" asked Lin Feng while smiling. Huang Fulong looked like a dragon, his strength and power seemed matchless. He looked like a peerless warlord able to defeat the deities with his dragon axe. "Hee, one of my ancestors died here," said Huang Fulong, leaving Lin Feng speechless. Was that Zun Cultivator really one of Huang Fulong's ancestors? Lin Feng, I was right. No wonder my feelings were so intense. The one who died here had the same blood spirit as me. It has to be one of my ancestors. Huang Fulong was giggling. That would explain why Huang Fulong suddenly felt so strange. The Zun Cultivator's blood turned into a blood spirit and he then sealed it underground in the desert. Ordinary people couldn't find the pool because they didn't have the same blood spirit. Not only did his spirit become stronger, he acquired that axe. Don't you know anything about your ancestors? Joked Lin Feng. Huang Fulong had achieved so much and was so strong, could it be that he knew nothing about his family history? No, I have no idea. Since childhood, my only dream has always been to marry a beautiful woman. The pure woman of Tianqi had become less ambitious recently, it seems. Huang Fulong was scratching his head. Even though he talked about it freely, Lin Feng had the feeling that Huang Fulong was bitter about it still. Your wife will definitely be more outstanding than Tianqi Shui. Smiled Lin Feng. Huang Fulong nodded and giggled, I think so too. In the middle of the crowd, a white silhouette raised their head and seemingly looked like an all-conquering warlord in the sky. That white silhouette was precisely Tianqi Shui. The expression in her eyes looked complex. She used to despise Lin Feng and Huang Fulong. Her behavior was particularly detestable when Huang Fulong was courting her. She thought that Huang Fulong wasn't good enough for her. She never thought that Lin Feng, Huang Fulong and the others would quickly obtain the same status as Yu Tianji. Although she was the holy woman of Tianqi, she was the one looking up at them. Her heart was filled with remorse and bitterness. Maybe that moronic Huang Fulong would become a warlord and conquer the world with his dragon axe. Lin Feng, the energy from that blood pool is extremely thick and rich, I wasn't able to finish absorbing it. You should get inside and absorb some as well, said Huang Fulong smiling. Lin Feng became excited. Indeed, the pool created by the Zun cultivator was too powerful for Huang Fulong. It was no surprise that he was unable to absorb it entirely with his cultivation level. Lin Feng looked at the others when Huang Fulong said, "Don't worry, go in first and the others will later have the opportunity to absorb the energy until the pool dries." "Okay," said Lin Feng nodding. Everyone else nodded, so Lin Feng jumped in. A scorching hot chi assaulted his body. Lin Feng felt like he was bathing in a sea of needles. Arg! The dragon chant started resonating from the pool. Everybody became confused. What was going on? Why was the chant of the dragon with Lin Feng as well? He also has a dragon spirit. Huang Fulong realized with a bright smile. He then glanced at the crowd with his axe on his shoulders and shouted furiously, "What are you all looking at? You all should piss off quickly." The crowd stared at Huang Fulong, that bastard. After letting Lin Feng get in, he told them to piss off. "Arg, Daddy is majestic and all-conquering," said Huang Fulong while carrying the dragon axe on his shoulder and slowly walking forwards. He touched the tip of his axe with his other hand and said coldly, "Everybody retreat at least 5 kilometers, otherwise I won't act polite anymore." Many people looked gloom and remained silent. One of them said, "Your Excellency, don't be cruel. We're not trying to steal anything, can we not watch?" Arg! Huang Fulong took a deep breath and lifted the axe from his shoulder. "If you didn't intend to steal anything, why would you stay here and waste your time watching? If my friends weren't extremely strong, you would have attacked me earlier. Since it's that way, I won't be magnanimous anymore. I will start with you, let's see how powerful this dragon axe is," said Huang Fulong. Crackling sound spread out of his forearm as his axe streaked through the sky, leaving a trail behind him. Arg! His dragon chant made people's heart throb. The crowd only saw a terrifying light. The atmosphere was filled with a golden light which shot out at the crowd. A real dragon was chanting with fury in that golden light. The axe crashed into that person, reducing them to ashes. They didn't even have time to shout. "You're still here?" said Huang Fulong to the rest of the crowd, brandishing his axe. He looked extremely brutal. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797, Group Fight. Chapter 797, Group Fight. The crowd's facial expressions were hideous. Huang Fulong bathed in the blood pool and obtained that dragon axe. His attack made the entire world tremble, nobody could resist him anymore. He had a real dragon which could crush people into smoke. Let's go. Someone had a bad feeling. Almost everybody gave up. Trying to steal the treasure was hopeless. Maybe they could find the 4th palace before Lin Feng's group. Very quickly, silhouettes started flickering away. Lin Feng's group was too strong, even acting together was helpless. He. Huang Fulong laughed proudly. He could easily kill geniuses with his axe, not bad. Some geniuses from Tianqi hadn't left, namely Tianqi Shui. Huang Fulong glanced at her, but unlike before, he looked at her in a detached way. He held no signs of love or passion in his eyes anymore. Maybe Lin Feng was right, Tianqi Shui wasn't worth his time. She was arrogant and despised him. His feelings had always been unilateral. Trying to win her heart was useless, so he held no feelings for her anymore. Tianqi Shui's feelings were further mixed when she saw this. "It seems like you don't need me anymore, I'm off," said Yu Tianji indifferently. He jumped forwards, his silhouette flickered and left. 3 palaces had been found now, so he could use his power of the stars to find the 4th palace. He wanted to find some treasure himself as well. Even though he lost against Lin Feng and handed the title of leader to Lin Feng, he wouldn't admit defeat that easily. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng next time and become the leader again. Tianshan started to rise, but Tianji Peak hadn't collapsed yet, they were still the best of the 7 snowy peaks. "Bathing in that pool can strengthen your muscles and blood vessels, hey," said Huang Fulong to Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji was a proud man. "I don't need stronger muscles and blood vessels," said Yu Tianji indifferently before disappearing in the horizon. Lin Feng was still bathing in the pool when a few silhouettes approached from the distance. One of them was wearing a grey robe, Duan Wuya. There were others with him. One of them was Di Ling from the East Sea Dragon Palace, another was a domineering-looking young man wearing a purple robe. He had an extremely high status within the East Dragon Sea Palace. He was Ao Jiao, the son of one of the 4 Dragon Kings. He was the leader of the group representing the East Sea Dragon Palace in the mysterious world. Apart from Di Ling and Ao Jiao, there were 2 others. One of them was Duan Wuya's brother, the Crown Prince of Shuiyu, Duan Wu Dao. Next to Duan Wu Dao was someone wearing a crown. They looked like a king. He was a member of the Jade Heaven Imperial family, Huang Feng. Duan Wu Dao became a member of the Jade Heaven Imperial clan, so they helped him become stronger. Even though Duan Wu Dao wasn't as strong as other members from the clan, the strong cultivators of the Jade Heaven Imperial clan decided to make him stay with Huang Feng and become an assistant. Are you sure about what you said earlier? Huang Feng asked Duan Wuya. He looked like a domineering member of a monarchy, as if he was the king of the world. If I were trying to fool you, would I fool my brother as well? Asked Duan Wuya while smiling indifferently. Duan Wu Dao remained silent. Brother? Was he joking? He had already fooled him too many times to count. Huang Feng declined to comment. If what Duan Wuya was right, he would definitely give it a try. Huang Feng hadn't found any palaces yet. All 4 palaces contained Zun cultivators' graves and held incredible treasures. If he could obtain those treasures, he would become even stronger. Look, we arrived, said Duan Wuya pointing to the distance. Huang Feng and the others raised their heads and looked off to the distance. As expected, sand was floating around in the sky and the blood qi was quite thick. Duan Wuya hadn't fooled them. Let's go. The 5 of them accelerated but were surprised to find almost nobody there. There were only 4 people protecting the deep blood pool in the middle of the desert. The atmosphere was filled with an incredible blood qi. A dragon axe, an ancient bell and a golden robe. Their pupils shrank looking at their treasures. Now they really believed Duan Wuya. Their eyes started twinkling with excitement after seeing those items and the energies released by them. I want the golden robe, said Huang Feng referring to Jun Imoshi's robe. That golden robe perfectly matched his social status. I want the axe, said Ao Jiao, staring at Huang Fulong's dragon axe. He immediately fell in love with that axe. Deities probably created that axe just for him. Everybody, all of them are extremely strong. Their strength coupled with those precious weapons are extremely dangerous. I know that all of you are extremely strong, but you have to be careful. I am too weak to join the battle, so you all can have the weapons you like, said Duan Wuya, smiling. His friends nodded. They were not in the mood to listen to Duan Wuya. All they wanted were those precious weapons. Duan Wu Dao looked deep into Duan Wuya's eyes for his intentions. But Duan Wuya retreated with incredible speeds. He wanted nothing to do with the coming battle. Lin Feng finished bathing in the pool a while ago. He saw the group approaching and recognized Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling but not the other 2. One of them was wearing a purple robe and looked extraordinary while the other one looked like a member of a monarchy. Those were probably the leaders from the Jade Heaven and East Sea Dragon Palace groups. He really has no moral values, thought Lin Feng, watching Duan Wuya leave. Lin Feng became expressionless. Duan Wuya was too sly. He brought those people to fight for him. Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao looked over at Lin Feng and released a strong battle energy. Back at the great competition, Lin Feng had defeated both of them. They still remembered and wanted to get their revenge. Give us your items, said Huang Feng indifferently, glancing at Lin Feng and his friends, leaving no room for arguing. Lin Feng smiled and said, Jade Heaven Imperial Clan and East Sea Dragon Palace. Back during the Shuiyu battle, Jade Heaven and East Sea Dragon Palace acted to massacre Lin Feng's loved ones. Lin Feng would never forgive them. Lin Feng had his 4 friends with him, Jun Imoshi, Yunfei Yang, Huang Fulong and Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu was bathing in the blood pool now so she couldn't fight. It was 4-on-4 so Lin Feng wasn't scared. Apart from him, Jun Imoshi and the others held incredible items. If you want them, come and take them from us, said Lin Feng emotionlessly. I want that robe, Huang Feng said again while jumping forwards. He looked absolutely majestic, throwing himself at Jun Imoshi. The axe is mine, said Ao Jiao looking brutal. He also threw himself at Huang Fulong. Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao looked at Lin Feng with a burning battle energy. He's mine, said Di Ling, throwing himself at Lin Feng. Humph, groaned Duan Wu Dao, throwing himself at Lin Feng as well. Kill them if you can, said Lin Feng coldly. He jumped forwards as well. Sword Chi dashed to the skies, his level 6 sword intent invaded the atmosphere. Level 6 intent, Duanwu Dao and Di Ling were astonished. They wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would already be so strong. It seemed like the battle wasn't going to be as easy as they thought. "Do I need to fight?" said Yun Fei Yang. Nobody wanted to fight him. "No need, you should wait on the sideline for an opportunity to kill them," said Lin Feng indifferently. Surrounded by an infinite amount of sword chi, Lin Feng wanted to fight Di Ling and Duanwu Dao alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798, Great Battle. Chapter 798, Great Battle. A large battle was starting. The entire atmosphere was filled with rumbling and whistling energies. Apart from Yun Fei Yang, all 7 people were fighting with incredible strengths. Huang Feng's chi was very powerful. He looked like a brutal king, majestic and domineering with great skills and abilities. Jun Mo Shi's chi was righteous. Even though his skills and abilities weren't as skilled as his opponents, they still didn't dare to attack him directly. They both looked majestic and proud. Ao Jiao and Huang Fulong's punches could disintegrate boulders. One was the son of a king, wearing that famous golden purple robe, possessing a flood dragon blood spirit skills to control dragons. He was so strong that he could destroy mountains and oceans, nobody could resist his power. However, Huang Fulong didn't fear him. He also had a dragon spirit and bathed in the blood pool. His chi was vigorous and powerful. His dragon axe seemed capable of shaking the entire universe. Di Ling and Duanwu Dao were still fighting against Lin Feng together. Firmament intent invaded the entire atmosphere and oppressed Lin Feng to the extent that his sword chi broke. The scariest part was Duanwu Dao was also releasing some terrifying sealing intent. Lin Feng had no choice but to use his full power. Those two coupled with each other were strong Lin Feng, to the extent that his level 6 sword intent couldn't hold up. "It seems like you didn't waste your time in the last 3 months," Lin Feng said in a cold and detached way. After getting hit by one of their attacks, he was propelled backwards. Di Ling and Duanwu Dao, one had joined the East Sea Dragon Palace and the other one the Jade Heaven Imperial clan. They had access to a world-class education and could progress with incredible speeds in terms of cultivation. They were much stronger than they were at the great competition. Their intent had leveled up and they had learnt and improved their skills. "Neither have you," said Di Ling coldly. He then shouted furiously, "Firmament!" More whistling sounds spread in the air as the pressure became immense, oppressing Lin Feng. It seemed like the entire sky was falling onto him and would crush him. Lin Feng raised his head and absorbed sunlight into his body. In a flash, a bright fire ignited all around him. Demon strength possessed him as lights were flashing all around him. Lin Feng had also bathed in the blood pool. His muscles and blood vessels were much stronger than before. Lin Feng raised his hands and started punching the oppressive energy in the sky with a strength capable of shifting the clouds. "Brutal king punches!" shouted Duanwu Dao furiously. It seemed like 1,000,000 kilos were falling down onto Lin Feng now. At the same time, Duanwu Dao shook his other hand and shot out seal energy towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng became motionless. The terrifying heaven pressure coupled with the sealed door's intent seemed like heaven and earth were turning upside down. "Piss off!" Lin Feng joined his hands again and fire began burning in his muscles and blood vessels. Duanwu Dao's king punches were swiftly destroyed, causing him to groan. A terrifying majestic chi started flowing in the veins of his forearms. 9 imperial bursts. Duanwu Dao started punching Lin Feng again. Crackling sounds continued spreading in the air, again oppressing Lin Feng's forearms this time. Lin Feng hadn't seen this technique before. 9 marks appeared on his forearms which seemed like they were going to burst. After the 7th mark finished appearing clearly, it felt like his bones going to shatter. Lin Feng circulated demon strength to flow in his forearms as crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng's arm was safe now, it seemed. Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice cold as he used his other hand to carry out an attack. A gigantic demon hand appeared above Duanwu Dao and attacked. It seemed like Duanwu Dao was going to be crushed like an insect. Duanwu Dao didn't panic. He moved his arm back as an imperial chi vibrated in the air above him. Duanwu Dao used both of his hands to assault Lin Feng's black hand. However, what seemed like a boundless sword light surprised him with incredible speeds. Seal. Boom boom boom. Duanwu Dao's pupils were open wide. His sealed doors appeared again to seal Lin Feng's sword energies. At the same time, a sealed door shot out at Lin Feng. "Ha, are you serious?" laughed Lin Feng. He released level 6 sword intent and assaulted the sealed door directed at him again and again. He also continued to punch the atmosphere. Lin Feng was attacking so quickly that afterimages of punches could be seen. Gotcha! Gotcha! The sealed door disintegrated and Lin Feng condensed his sword chi. His entire body started burning and concentrating as well. How scary! Thought Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao when they sensed the power of that sword. Their hearts were pounding. At that moment, the vault heaven seemed like it was going to crash onto Lin Feng's head. Di Ling was using his firmament intent mercilessly. Die! Shouted Di Ling furiously. The pressure was so intense that it seemed like the earth and sky were turning upside down. Piss off! Roared Lin Feng furiously. Waves of deadly chi rolled in the atmosphere at Di Ling, who then roared back. Firmament intent continued to bombard assault Lin Feng. Slash! Sword chi streaked across the sky, then Lin Feng had seemingly disappeared. His all-conquering sword cut through the sealed doors, one after the other, leaving them disintegrate. Die! Lin Feng's voice sounded furiously. He wanted to kill Duan Wu Dao with this strike. His sword seemed indestructible and unstoppable. The sealed doors were all destroyed. Boom boom boom. Di Ling carried out another attack as the entire atmosphere trembled, but Lin Feng wasn't there anymore. Duan Wu Dao suddenly looked deathly pale. Lin Feng had fused together with his sword and destroyed his sealed door's spirit. To Duan Wu Dao, it all happened too quickly. He was unable to avoid the attack. Gotcha! A sound spread in the air as if something broke. In a flash, Duan Wu Dao was surrounded by an incredible imperial chi. Lin Feng became a sharp sword and assaulted Duan Wu Dao, dividing the imperial chi with each attack. Die! Shouted Duan Wu Dao, using more imperial chi. He couldn't believe that fighting Lin Feng would be so difficult, especially with Di Ling's help. He already exhausted all of his skills. Lin Feng's progress was terrifying. Duan Wu Dao felt that the gap between them widening still. Die! Di Ling had almost arrived now, approaching from behind Lin Feng and assaulting him with a punch. Bzzz, a bell resonated. A gigantic ancient bell appeared in the sky diffusing strange lights. Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao suddenly felt paralyzed, as if they had fallen into quicksand. Lin Feng abruptly turned around and his blood sword whistled furiously. Blood splashed everywhere as Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling were propelled backward. Bzzz. Another buzzing sound was emitted by Yun Fei Yang's ancient bell. Yun Fei Yang was targeting Di Ling. Di Ling managed to punch through the ancient bell, but he spat out a mouthful of blood when his hand connected. Duan Wu Dao's abdomen was also covered with blood. He was injured by Lin Feng's sword. Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling retreated some and condensed pure chi to heal their injuries. Meanwhile, they stared at Lin Feng. Bzzz, the ancient bell resonated again and sound waves shot out towards Ao Jiao. At the same time, Huang Fu Long shouted furiously, like a real dragon. His axe cut the atmosphere. Ao Jiao was numb from their previous exchanges and couldn't avoid the attack. In a flash, the axe cut through some of his muscles. Huang Feng was struggling as well. Jun Mo, she was as strong as him, but the ancient bell influenced their battle. All of them were more or less injured, unable to steal any treasure. Their facial expressions all looked hideous. They were so strong and dignified, but weren't able to defeat these few people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, Healing Pill. Chapter 799, Healing Pill. Duan Wu Dao's injuries were the most serious. His sealed door spirit was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice cold now. He used the 9 winds technique and threw his clones at Duan Wu Dao. Di Ling looked at Duan Wu Dao but didn't help him. He was a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace and Duan Wu Dao joined Jade Heaven. The only thing they had in common was Lin Feng. At other times, Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling were enemies. A terrifying firmament intent invaded the atmosphere. Di Ling condensed as much intent as he could. If Lin Feng attacked Duan Wu Dao, then Di Ling could also use his strongest attack against Lin Feng. How great would it be if Lin Feng and Duan Wu Dao would die together? Don't worry, just focus. Shouted Yun Fei Yang. Di Ling was too sly. Yun Fei Yang wouldn't allow him to use Duan Wu Dao as bait. Bzzz. The ancient bell resonated and its sound waves rolled towards Di Ling. The gigantic bell was moving with incredible speed. Again, Di Ling felt paralyzed. Now I'm your opponent, said Yun Fei Yang while running towards Di Ling. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. He borrowed the force of the earth and fused it with the ancient bell, making it resonate even louder. Di Ling thought the earth and sky were collapsing. He wanted to go attack Lin Feng from behind, but now he couldn't. He became strong as well. Fought Di Ling, pulling a long face. Back then, Yunfei Yang wasn't that weak, ending in the 10 top best cultivators of the great competition. But he was still far from matching Di Ling's strength. Yunfei Yang became stronger, coupled with the power of the ancient bell, he could hold his own against Di Ling, even though he received instructions from the outstanding teachers at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Amongst the 10 top cultivators of the great competition, everyone had seemingly made significant progress. Duan Wu Dao was now being assaulted by the 9 clones. He couldn't see where the actual Lin Feng was. He already used all his skills, now he could only rely on his own physical strength to resist Lin Feng. Seal! Shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously, releasing terrifying sealed door intent, hoping to seal Lin Feng's clones. Boom boom kacha. The clones' hands moved, attacking the sealed door intent and cracking it. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi launched at Duan Wu Dao. Arg! Duan Wu Dao roared loudly, an infinite amount of imperial chi surrounded him. The earth and sky shook as if a million beasts were rampaging. Could the emblematic beast of Jade Heaven be the Qilin? Thought Lin Feng. Fearlessly, Lin Feng's sword intent turned into a myriad of terrifying rays of light, all darting towards Duan Wu Dao and piercing through the imperial chi and lacerating the Qilins. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng punched the atmosphere in Duan Wu Dao's direction, making him groan furiously. Blood was splashing everywhere. If Lin Feng's punches reached him, he would die. Go back. In a flash, some punches crossed the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. The Qilins were roaring furiously, they wanted to devour Lin Feng. Those punches were terrifying and filled with deadly energies. Lin Feng didn't have time to carry out another attack, so he moved like the wind, disappearing from where he was. Huang Feng and Duan Wu Dao's facial expressions looked hideous, they were standing close to each other and staring at Lin Feng and his friends. He thought that it would be easy to steal Jun Moshi's golden robe, but it didn't turn out his way. The fight itself was monstrously difficult. Huang Feng and the others had turned out to be weaker than Lin Feng and his friends. Lin Feng alone was able to cope with Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao. Jun Moshi could deal with Huang Feng. Huang Fulong was able to cope with Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao and Huang Fulong stopped fighting, it looked like they wouldn't be able to steal the treasures this time. My friends, I have a healing pill here that we can share, said Lin Feng. Flames started burning around his body and subtle sounds spread in the air. His sword chi was increasingly powerful, Lin Feng's body was entirely surrounded by whistling sword and fire energy. The young leaders of Jade Heaven and the East Sea Dragon Palace as well as Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling wished they could have benefited from it. Lin Feng's friends wanted to know what he was planning when they sensed all that energy. They looked excited, their eyes were twinkling. Those bastards had come to steal their treasures and lost completely. Plus, Lin Feng had a healing pill, so they had nothing to fear. Hee, let me join in, shouted Huang Fulong furiously. A dragon appeared from his body and rose up. A terrifying energy shot out from the dragon axe, it seemed like it could destroy the entire world. Jun Moshi's energy of righteousness invaded the sky, his terrifying pure chi was reflecting on his golden robe out from which an incredibly dazzling light emerged. I'll go first, said Yunfei Yang, laughing out loud. He jumped forwards and the force of the earth started rolling in waves. It seemed like Mother Earth was furious, the force was rolling like a tsunami. His pure chi continued crashing onto his bell, which kept releasing terrifying energies. Dawn! The ancient bell had invaded the entire atmosphere and the sound waves it emitted made the entire area vibrate. The energies were so powerful that the 4 enemies felt like suffocating. I'm second, said Jun Moshi with a more serious tone. A million golden rays of light streaked across the sky at the 4 enemies. Firmament. Seal. Roar. The 4 enemies' facial expressions looked hideous. The firmament and sealed door energies invaded the atmosphere. A flood dragon from Ao Jiao's body, Huang Feng continued releasing monumental amounts of imperial chi which collided with the golden chi, emitting crackling sounds. Blood splashed everywhere. Die! Shouted Huang Fulong furiously. The golden lights hadn't disappeared yet as Huang Fulong jumped up in the sky and released an extremely brutal strength which he condensed into his dragon axe. His real dragon kept roaring loudly as his terrifying axe and the real dragon plummeted towards the enemies. Boom boom boom. The 4 merciless enemies' energies crashed into the real dragon and the gigantic dragon axe. To the side, the light from a black lotus appeared. Lin Feng condensed all his pure chi into that black lotus, and at the same time, released all his sword chi. Instantly, the entire world was invaded by death and void. Ah! Huang Feng had no choice, he needed to protect himself. In a flash, terrifying waves of Imperial Chi appeared in front of him. Ao Zhao spat out a small dragon image which turned into a dragon to block the attacks. The Black Lotus was going to swallow them as the atmosphere was filled with black flames. Duan Wu Dao hid behind Huang Feng, they were all turning black from the glow of the fire. Di Ling was in the worst position. He initially wanted to block the Black Lotus with his firmament energies, but Huang Fulong's axe destroyed it, then the Black Lotus fell on him. His forearm burnt and fell off. In the middle of the fire, two pitch-black pupils appeared. Lin Feng appeared in front of the four enemies, their hearts pounded painfully. Let's go! Ao Zhao turned into a flood dragon and used all his strength to escape. Huang Feng used all of his Imperial Chi to block the attacks while Duan Wu Dao followed suit as well. Di Ling wasn't not able to retreat, Lin Feng blocked him with a punch. Even if you join the East Sea Dragon Palace, I will kill you, said Lin Feng. A hand filled with deadly energies crashed onto Di Ling's, cracking it wide open. Di Ling finally died. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800, The Omniscience of the Stars. Chapter 800, The Omniscience of the Stars. Roar, Huang Fulong roared furiously. It sounded like he didn't want to finish yet. He wanted to throw his dragon axe at them from the distance. Huang Fulong! Shouted Lin Feng. Huang Fulong turned his head and asked, "Are we not chasing them?" "No need, we will meet them again," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Ao Zhao and Huang Feng were the leaders of Jade Heaven and the East Sea Dragon Palace groups. Lin Feng watched as the three silhouettes in the horizon left discontent. It was unfortunate that they hadn't managed to kill all of them, otherwise Lin Feng would be overjoyed. Lin Feng broke the healing pill and shared it with the others. They all took the medicine, and as expected, they recovered quickly. Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang knew that Lin Feng used that same medicine back during that crucial moment of the great competition. "Lin Feng, your Black Lotus is even more terrifying. If you used it against me, I would die without contest," said Jun Emoshi, smiling wryly and shaking his head. Lin Feng's power was really monstrous. "Yep, even with my ancient bell, I would die in a flash," agreed Yun Fei Yang, nodding. They sensed Lin Feng's Black Lotus as it struck and it left an impression. How terrifying. Nothing could stop it, not even Ao Zhao's dragon and Huang Feng's boundless Imperial Chi. They had all almost burnt as well. "What are you guys talking about? Ha ha. Lin Feng would never do you any harm," giggled Huang Fulong. And Fei Yang and Jun Emoshi laughed as well. Lin Feng's fire was becoming even stronger. Lin Feng and his three friends were safe in the mysterious world if they stayed together. Lin Feng smiled indifferently while looking at the blood pool. There were bubbles and foam on the surface. Tang Yu came out of the pool, a bright red light was twinkling on her body. "Yu, how are you?" asked Lin Feng. He had already bathed in the blood pool and became stronger. His muscles and blood vessels were so strong that he could kill people of the 8th Xian Qi layer without making pure Qi flow. Coupled with his Haruka's strength, he could easily destroy ordinary cultivators of the 9th Xian Qi layer. Besides, his spirit had changed after the bath. He was convinced that if he had another opportunity to absorb essence, it would be extremely beneficial for his spirit. "That blood pool doesn't really suit me, but my muscles and flesh still became stronger," replied Tang Yu. "That's already good then. At least, it will be even more difficult for you to be injured by ordinary attacks," said Lin Feng while smiling. "The blood pool couldn't suit everybody to the fullest. I found this in the blood pool as well," said Tang Yu, opening the palm of her hand and revealing a dazzling golden light. Tang Yu had a scale in her hand. It was large and possessed an incredible Qi. "It's a dragon scale." Lin Feng was surprised. That dragon scale was releasing an incredible Qi. "It does look like a dragon scale, so maybe it belonged to the Zun Cultivator," said Tang Yu. Lin Feng was captivated. In his previous world, dragons were legendary creatures. In the world of cultivation, there were many incredible creatures. Maybe someday he would be able to see a real dragon. "Huang Fulong, it's for you," said Tang Yu, throwing the scale at Huang Fulong. He caught it and looked at it. He then smiled and said, "There is a great power in that thing, but it would be a waste for me to keep it. I wouldn't know how to use it." "Lin Feng, keep it and maybe you'll be able to use it someday." Lin Feng accepted it. He gave it a quick glance and put it away. He didn't think about it too much. Just like Huang Fulong said, it seemed to contain an incredible strength, but if he didn't know how to use it then it was just a waste. "Huang Fulong, what do you intend to do with the blood pool?" asked Lin Feng. It might have belonged to his ancestors, so Huang Fulong could actually decide how to deal with it. There is still more strength inside, and it was made by an extremely strong cultivator. I don't want to waste that power," said Huang Fulong. Lin Feng nodded. Huang Fulong was quite careless and usually adopted a detached attitude, but he seemed to give this thought. 3 palaces have been found, so there is still one left. They hadn't heard anything about the great emperor's grave, so they had to find the 4th underground palace. "Look there," said Tang Yuyu, pointing behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others turned around and saw some starlights in the horizon. Lin Feng immediately recognized that they were Yu Tianji's. "Has Yu Tianji found something? Let's go and see." Lin Feng jumped in that direction, the others immediately following him. Wait. I'm not done speaking," shouted Huang Fulong, but the others were already too far away. He had thought, if we find the 4 palaces and use their teachings, we might find the emperor's grave, but nothing is guaranteed. Huang Fulong's silhouette flickered as he hurried to catch up with the others. In the distance, Yu Tianji was standing at the entrance of a palace. There were many corpses in front of him and the starlights in his eyes looked dazzling. Yu Tianji turned around, bowed in front of the entrance and whispered, "Thank you, I am infinitely grateful. I will always follow my principles and walk on the right path." Yu Tianji then stomped on the ground and the palace started collapsing on itself, unable to appear again. Yu Tianji raised his head and looked at the starlights disappearing. He then whispered, "I've always believed in the stars. It has been 1,000 years, was this fate?" The 4 Zun cultivators' palaces were found, so the great emperor's grave would likely be found as well, but by whom? Yu Tianji wanted the omniscience of the stars, but he couldn't obtain it yet. He was just a cultivator of the Xianqi layer. Could the great emperor be immortal? Why did he have a grave then? Yu Tianji took out a star disk and put his hand on it. Even though he wasn't omniscient, his star skills were incredibly powerful. At least, he could estimate an approximate location of the great emperor's grave. The great bear's lights were reflecting on the star disk. 7 rays of light started revolving, 4 of them stopped on the 4 locations where the Zun cultivators' palaces were. The 3 others kept moving, surprising Yu Tianji. Bang! His star disk had broken. Yu Tianji shook his head and smiled wryly. His silhouette flickered, now he could only rely on luck. The 4 Zun cultivators' palaces were found, so he was convinced that the great emperor's grave would appear very soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.